Hello everyone, I am the storyteller and I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. The salt never leaves my hands anymore. Even now, weeks after returning from Maine, I taste it when I wake at night. Feel it grinding beneath my fingernails as I type this. My palms bear new scars from that October evening, jagged white lines that pulse when storms approach, as if the granite remembers what my mind tries to forget. I should explain that I'm a climbing instructor. Was. Still am, technically, though I haven't touched rock since that night. Every autumn for the past 7 years, my climbing collective rents the same weathered house perched on a rocky headland north of Bar Harbor. The place sits like a barnacle on massive granite slabs that plunge 40 feet into the Atlantic, connected to the mainland by a narrow causeway that floods at high tide. During spring tides, we become an island for 6 hours at a stretch. The house itself is nothing special. Cedar shingles gone silver with age, windows that rattle in their frames, a kitchen that smells perpetually of kerosene and old coffee. But the rock is why we come. Pink granite shot through with black dikes, offering hundreds of routes from easy scrambles to desperate crack climbs. The stone stays dry even in fog, grippy even when cold. Perfect for October training. That particular evening started like any other. The rest of the crew had driven into town for supplies before the tide turned. I stayed behind, claiming fatigue. But really I just wanted solitude. The wind had picked up around sunset, driving salt spray high enough to taste on the porch. Inside, the house groaned and settled, making those particular sounds old wood makes when fighting weather. I grabbed my cigarettes and phone, heading for the carved steps that switch back down the cliff face to a narrow ledge about 15 feet above high tide. Previous tenants had chiseled this crude stairway decades ago. Uneven treads worn smooth, no railing, just handholds carved into the rock. Not something you'd want to navigate drunk, but safe enough if you knew the rhythm of the descent. The ledge at the bottom forms a natural bench, maybe 12 feet long and 4 feet deep. High tide crashes just below it, sending spray but rarely waves. I discovered it my first year here, and it had become my evening retreat. A place to smoke, listen to music, watch the stars between clouds. That night, the moon was new. The darkness absolute except for the lighthouse beam sweeping across from Egg Rock every 12 seconds. I was 3 songs deep into a playlist, watching cigarette smoke tear away in the wind, when footsteps scraped on the stairs above. Deliberate, measured, not the scrambling gait of someone unfamiliar with the route. I killed my music, thinking one of the crew had returned early, but no headlamp beam preceded the footfalls, no called greeting, just the steady scrape of sole on granite. A man emerged from the darkness between lighthouse sweeps. Average height, clean-shaven, wearing clothes too formal for the coast. Pressed khakis, Oxford shirt, leather shoes wholly inappropriate for wet rock. Square glasses caught the next sweep of light, turning his eyes into blank mirrors. He smiled, but it was a smile assembled rather than felt, like someone following instructions on how to appear friendly. He stopped precisely between me and the stairs. Not obviously blocking them, but definitely controlling the space. The ledge suddenly felt much smaller. He said I looked familiar, that perhaps we'd met at a climbing gym in Boston. I hadn't been to Boston in 2 years. When I said as much, keeping my responses brief, his smile tightened incrementally. He began talking about the house, about how he'd summered here as a child, how much things had changed. But the current owners had built the house only 15 years ago. I'd seen the permits framed in the mudroom. The lighthouse beam swept past again. In that instant of brightness, I noticed his shoes were completely dry despite the spray-slick steps. His clothes showed no wind disturbance, though gusts were pushing me off balance. Most unsettling, his shadow fell the wrong direction, toward the light rather than away. He kept talking, voice carrying perfectly despite the wind, about people who come to places they don't belong, people who don't understand courtesy, reciprocity, the old agreements. With each phrase, he shifted slightly closer, not stepping exactly, More like the space between us was compressing, as if the ledge was folding. I stood, trying to appear casual, but he matched my movement instantly, still smiling, still between me and the stairs. He mentioned how dangerous the rocks could be, how many accidents happened to careless climbers, how bodies sometimes washed out to sea, never recovered. The way he said it wasn't quite a threat, more like someone commenting on weather patterns or tide tables, inevitable natural phenomena. The lighthouse beam revealed he was closer still, though I hadn't seen him move. Close enough that I could see his eyes behind those square glasses weren't quite right, the irises too large, pupils that didn't match, as if they belonged to different faces. His smile stretched wider than facial muscles should allow. That's when training kicked in. Behind me, invisible in the darkness, was a route I'd climbed during morning runs. A sketchy traverse across decomposing granite, then a vertical section of sharp holds leading to the cliff top. Rated 5, 7 in daylight with proper shoes. At night, in running shoes with no protection. Insane. But those wrong-sized pupils were fixed on me with an intensity that made rational calculation irrelevant. I turned and jumped for the first hold. The rock was exactly where muscle memory promised. A sharp edge that immediately started sawing through my palms. I heard no pursuit, no scrambling, just his voice carrying impossibly clear through wind and surf. You can't stay up there forever. The traverse was worse than the vertical. Each foothold crumbled slightly under weight, sending sand and pebbles rattling into darkness. My hands found holds by instinct and desperation. Granite crystals ground into my palms, mixing blood with chalk dust I didn't have. The vertical section was pure adrenaline, pulling on holds I couldn't see, trusting feet to edges that might not exist, expecting at any moment to feel a hand close around my ankle. But nothing grabbed me. When I mantled onto the cliff top, gasping and shaking, I looked back down. The lighthouse swept past, illuminating the empty ledge. No sign of the man. The stairs appeared vacant, but just before the light moved on, I saw him, still standing exactly where I'd left him, looking up, not having moved an inch, waiting. I ran to the house, locked the doors, and spent the night in the common room with every light on. When the crew returned with the morning tide, they found me there, hands wrapped in bloody dish towels. I told them I'd taken a bad fall free soloing. They believed it because the alternative, that I'd climbed that route at night to escape something, was too insane to consider. We left 2 days later. I haven't been back. But here's what haunts me. Every morning since, I checked climbing forums and coastal rescue reports. 3 times now there have been incidents at that house. Climbers who fell from routes they knew well. Each time, the reports mention the same detail. The accident happened at night, and the climber was found at the base of a route they'd apparently attempted in darkness, for reasons no one could explain. Last week, I broke down and called the property manager, asked casually about maintenance on the carved stairs. She was confused, said there were no stairs cut into the cliff. Never had been. The insurance liability would be astronomical. The only way down to the water was to rappel or climb. I drove up there yesterday, parked at the overlook with binoculars, watching from a safe distance. The house looked exactly as I remembered. And there, clear as scars on my palms, were the carved steps switchbacking down the cliff. I watched them for an hour, until my eyes burned. Just before I left, I trained the binoculars on the ledge at the bottom. Fresh footprints in the accumulated sand. Dress shoe soles, precisely printed, all facing the cliff wall. As if someone was standing there, inches from the rock, looking up, waiting. The thing is, I know those stairs exist. I have the scars to prove it. The property manager insists they don't. The other climbers who've fallen, did they see stairs that weren't there? Or did they, like me, find themselves on that ledge with something that shouldn't exist? Forced to climb, or what? I never found out what would have happened if I'd stayed. My hands ache constantly now. The scars throb before storms, but also at random moments, while grocery shopping, during movies, in the middle of conversations. Each time I taste salt, feel granite under my palms, hear that impossibly clear voice. You can't stay up there forever. I've started studying the Maine coast on satellite maps, zooming in on every headland and cliff. Sometimes, in photos taken at certain angles, in certain light, I spot formations that look like carved stairs. They appear on cliffs I know, beaches I've visited, places I'm certain had no such features. But when I check again, the images have refreshed, and the stairs are gone. 3 nights ago, I woke to find sand in my bed. Fine, white sand that smelled of salt and kelp. My windows were locked, my doors were bolted, but there were footprints on my bedroom floor, dress shoe prints in that impossible sand, leading from my door to my bed, standing there, watching me sleep. I'm writing this in a motel room 2 states away. I can still see the ocean from here, but it's different water, different rock. Yet when I looked out the window this morning, I saw them. Fresh cuts in the coastal cliff across the highway. Switchbacking steps that weren't there yesterday. And at the bottom, just visible through binoculars, a narrow ledge. The rational part of my mind insists this is trauma response. Hallucinations brought on by extreme stress. The stairs were real that night. They had to be, or how did he get down? But if they were real, why does no one else see them? And if they weren't real, then what was he? What did I really climb to escape? My phone buzzes with a text from an unknown number. Just coordinates. I recognize them without checking. The exact location of that ledge in Maine. A second text arrives. A photo taken from below looking up at a familiar route. Fresh chalk marks visible on the holds. My chalk marks from that night. But in the corner of the image, partially cropped but unmistakable, are fingertips, gripping the phone. The hands taking the picture are mine. The scars are identical. I haven't been back to Maine. Have I? The salt taste is stronger now. When I look at my palms, the scars seem deeper, spreading like cracks in old granite. Sometimes in peripheral vision, I catch myself standing when I thought I was sitting. Once, I found myself at the window, hands pressed against the glass, staring at those impossible stairs across the highway. I don't remember getting up. The motel clerk mentioned this morning that I've been going out at night, walking toward the cliffs. She thought I was a geology student, studying the formations, but I have no memory of leaving my room. My shoes are clean. My clothes show no sign of ocean spray. Yet each morning, there's sand beneath my fingernails. Last night, or what I think was last night, I dreamed I was back on that ledge. But I wasn't alone, and I wasn't myself. I was wearing square glasses, watching a figure scramble up the cliff in darkness, waiting patiently, knowing that everyone comes down eventually. Everyone returns to sea level. The dream felt like a memory, but not my memory. I check my reflection constantly now, afraid I'll see square glasses, afraid I'll see that assembled smile, more afraid that I'll see nothing wrong at all, that I'll look completely normal, completely myself, even as I feel something else moving my face, speaking with my voice, typing these words. The stairs are everywhere now, every cliff, every seawall, every sloping surface that meets the ocean, all leading down to narrow ledges where someone waits. Sometimes I see him clearly, that man with his wrong-sized pupils and dry clothes. Sometimes I see myself standing in places I've never been, wearing clothes I don't own, smiling that assembled smile. The truth is, I don't know if I ever left that ledge. Maybe I'm still there, clinging to sharp granite in the darkness, imagining escape, imagining years of life after a climb that hasn't ended yet. Maybe my bloody hands are still reaching for the next hold, and everything since has been the fever dream of a mind trying to escape what cannot be escaped. Or maybe I did climb out, but something else climbed with me, wearing my body, writing my story, waiting for the next climber to come down those stairs that do and don't exist, to stand on that ledge between the rock and the sea, between the real and the impossible. My hands move across the keyboard without my conscious direction now. They type words I don't choose, describe memories I'm not certain are mine. The scars on my palms form patterns that look almost like stairs when I hold them to the light. Switchbacking, descending. You can't stay up there forever. No, you really can't. Story 2. The house breathes differently when you're alone in it. I discovered this truth 3 months after inheriting my grandparents' place outside Millersport, Ohio. A weathered 2-story sitting on 40 acres of fields that hadn't seen corn in a decade. The walls exhale memories I never lived. And sometimes, in that drowsy hour between afternoon and evening, the air itself seems to thicken with the weight of other people's pasts. I'd moved in during late September, when the leaves were just beginning their death dance. The isolation suited me fine after 15 years of Columbus apartment living. Thin walls, perpetual sirens, neighbors whose fights became my nightly entertainment. Here the only sounds were wind through empty fields and the occasional distant rumble of farm equipment from properties that still functioned. The orange pickup first appeared on a Tuesday. I was settled into the ancient leather sofa my grandmother had probably bought during the Carter administration, laptop balanced on my knees, trying to meet a freelance deadline. The view through the front window stretched down the gravel drive to County Road 37, where maybe 3 cars passed each hour. Perfect for concentration, I'd thought. Perfect for forgetting the mess I'd left behind in the city, the failed engagement, the job I'd quit in a moment of reckless clarity. The engine sound came first, low and rough, like a throat full of gravel. Then the flash of faded orange metal through the oak trees lining the drive. The truck pulled up to the house with the casual certainty of routine, parking exactly parallel to the porch steps. Even from inside, I could smell it, that particular cocktail of old gasoline, hot metal, and farm dust that clings to vehicles that have worked the same land for decades. The man who climbed out moved with the unhurried purpose of someone who'd made this journey 1,000 times. Stocky build, probably early 60s, wearing a brown canvas jacket despite the day's warmth. He slapped dust from his sleeves, a cloud of particles dancing in the amber light, then walked up my porch steps. No hesitation, no checking the address. The doorknob turned before I could stand. He nodded at me like we'd known each other for years, bringing with him the scent of tobacco and something earthier. Hay, maybe, or dried mud. His boots left faint prints on the hardwood as he crossed to the kitchen doorway. He started talking about fence posts that needed replacing along the north property line, his voice carrying that rural Ohio flatness that turned statements into gentle suggestions. Said something about the drainage ditch backing up near the old chicken coop. Mentioned a dog that kept getting into the neighbor's soybeans. Described the animal as stubborn, wouldn't take affection from strangers. I sat frozen, laptop sliding toward my knees, watching this stranger navigate my inherited kitchen like muscle memory guided him. He knew which cabinet door stuck, third from the left, avoided the creaky floorboard near the refrigerator. When he reached for a glass from the cupboard, his hand went exactly where the glasses were kept. Then he walked down the hallway toward the back bedrooms, still talking about the property, about things that needed doing before winter. His voice faded gradually, like someone descending into a basement, though I knew that hallway led only to empty rooms full of boxes I hadn't unpacked. I followed, of course. Found nothing but dusty afternoon light slanting through old curtains. The hallway smelled faintly of his cigarette smoke, but the man himself had simply ceased to exist, somewhere between the bathroom door and the spare bedroom. The security system I'd installed, motion sensors in every room, cameras at both entrances, showed nothing. Just me, standing alone in an empty hallway, looking lost in my own house. My mother's voice went thin and strange when I called her that evening, describing the visitor. She made me repeat the details, the brown jacket, the stocky build, the way he'd talked about a difficult dog. Then silence stretched across the connection like a held breath. My great-grandfather. She finally admitted this after I'd described him a third time. He died in 1978, 8 years before I was born. The dog she remembered from family stories, a mean German Shepherd mix that wouldn't let anyone but him near the food bowl. I wanted to laugh it off, wanted to rationalize, A neighbor with family resemblance, someone playing an elaborate prank. But she told me he'd driven an orange Chevrolet pickup until the day he died. Described how he'd come in from the fields every evening at the same time, regular as clockwork, to eat dinner my great-grandmother kept warm on the stove. The visits became daily after that phone call, as if acknowledging him had given him permission. Always between 5:15 and 5:30, when the sun angled low enough to paint the fields gold. The engine sound would drift up the drive, that distinctive rattle of aged metal and failing gaskets. He'd park, dust off his jacket, enter without knocking. Some days he'd talk about the weather, how the winter would be hard this year, could tell by how early the woolly bears were spinning their cocoons. Other days he'd mention repairs, the barn roof, the well pump, always things that actually needed fixing, though I hadn't told anyone about them. He'd walk through the house touching objects seemingly at random, the newel post at the foot of the stairs, the light switch in the dining room, the kitchen windowsill where my grandmother had kept her African violets. Then he'd disappear down that hallway, voice trailing off mid-sentence. I started timing it, 8 minutes exactly from truck door to vanishing point. Never more, never less. The consistency felt like mockery, like the universe showing me its cards, but in a language I couldn't read. I tried variations to test the boundaries of whatever this was. Locked the door. He walked through it, literally through it, the wood seeming to ripple like water around his form. Stood in the hallway to block his path. He stepped around me without acknowledgement, his shoulder passing through mine with a sensation like cold fog. Set up a camera specifically for him. It captured nothing but the door opening and closing on its own, though I could see him clearly with my naked eyes. The smell, though. The cameras couldn't capture it, but the smell always lingered. Gasoline and earth and tobacco, plus something else I gradually identified as wet dog. It would cling to the furniture he'd touched, fade over the course of an hour like morning dew burning off. By the third week, I'd started talking back. Told him about the Ethernet cable I'd run to the barn to convert it to an office. Asked about the fruit trees along the back fence, whether they'd ever produced anything worth eating. He never responded directly, just continued his own parallel conversation about farm business from 40 years ago. But sometimes his topics would shift slightly, as if my words were reaching him through heavy static. November brought early snow, and I learned something new. His boots left wet prints in the hallway even when the weather was dry. The moisture would appear from nowhere, little puddles of snowmelt from storms that had happened decades ago. I'd mop them up, and they'd return the next day in exactly the same spots, like the house itself was sweating out memories. The dog appeared in December. First, just the scratching. Claws on wood, insistent and rhythmic, always starting 30 seconds after the man vanished down the hallway. The sound came from everywhere and nowhere. Inside the walls, beneath the floorboards, above the ceiling. I'd follow it from room to room, pressing my ear against surfaces, trying to locate its source, but it moved like something tunneling through the bones of the house. Then came the breathing. Low, wet pants that fogged the windows from the inside even though no animal was present. The glass would cloud in a perfect circle about 2 feet from the floor, exactly where a large dog's breath would hit. Sometimes I'd see the suggestion of a nose print in the condensation, the vague outline of nostrils and whiskers that would fade before I could focus on them properly. My great-grandfather started staying longer. Instead of 8 minutes, he'd linger for 10, then 15. His conversations became more urgent, warning me about things. The well water needed testing. The foundation had a crack that would spread. The electrical wiring in the attic was original and dangerous. All true, I discovered. The well water had bacterial contamination. The foundation crack was hidden behind stored furniture in the basement. The attic wiring was cloth-wrapped copper from the 1920s. A fire waiting to happen. He was trying to protect the property. Protect me, maybe. But his presence grew heavier with each visit, like atmospheric pressure building before a storm. Objects he touched began to feel different. Doorknobs would be warm hours later. Chairs would creak when no one sat in them. The kitchen faucet would drip in a rhythm that sounded almost like Morse code. I started sleeping on the couch to watch for him, even though he only came in the late afternoon. Insomnia carved hollows under my eyes, made me jump at every settling board, every shift of wind against the siding. The isolation I'd sought became oppressive. The fields around the house felt like walls closing in, and County Road 37 might as well have been 100 miles away. 3 nights ago, everything changed. He arrived at 2 a.m., engine sound sharp in the frozen air. I jolted awake to see headlights sweeping across the living room wall. Impossible, since the angle was wrong, since the truck always parked facing away from the windows. The front door didn't open. Instead, he was simply there, standing in the hallway entrance, still wearing that brown canvas jacket but soaked now. Water streaming off him in rivulets that didn't puddle on the floor but seemed to sink directly into the wood. He spoke clearly for the first time, his voice no longer muffled by decades of distance. Told me about the accident, black ice on County Road 37, the truck sliding sideways into an irrigation ditch, the water only 3 feet deep but cold enough to stop a heart. December 15th, 1978. 5:17 in the evening, trying to make it home for dinner. The dog had been in the truck bed, had survived the crash but wouldn't leave his body, had to be shot by a neighbor 3 days later when it attacked anyone trying to retrieve him. The animal's grief had turned to rage, then to something else, something that didn't have a name but lived in the space between loyalty and madness. He told me he'd been trying to come home for 46 years, that the house pulled at him like gravity, like magnetism, like love transformed into physics. Every evening at the same time, he'd drive up from wherever the dead wait, park his truck, walk through the door. But the hallway always confused him. The geometry was wrong, he said. The angles didn't match his memory, so he'd get lost between the kitchen and the back rooms, fade into the spaces between what was and what should be. The dog was looking for him, had been searching since that December night, following his scent through layers of time. It could smell him on me now, family blood carrying forward the shape of his DNA, close enough to confuse a loyal animal's ghost. The scratching was it trying to dig through decades to find him. The breathing was it testing the air for his particular mixture of tobacco and sweat and farm dust. He reached out then, and his hand was solid enough to grip my shoulder. Cold burned through my shirt like frozen metal against bare skin. He pulled me toward the hallway, and I understood with sudden, terrible clarity what he wanted: to trade places, to let me fade into that confused geometry while he reclaimed the life the black ice had stolen. The house would accept it. I looked enough like him, carried enough of his genetics. The property would recognize me as him, complete the circuit that had been sparking incomplete for nearly half a century. I pulled away, and his face twisted with something between rage and desperation. The dog's scratching became frantic, violent, like claws tearing through drywall. The sound moved up from the floor, through the walls, across the ceiling, surrounding us in a spiral of animal panic. Then the sun rose. Wrong, all wrong. It was 2 a.m. But light flooded through the windows anyway. That particular golden afternoon light that always announced his arrival. The paradox of it, morning and evening collapsed into the same moment, seemed to break something fundamental. He flickered like a bad television signal, his edges bleeding into static. The dog's scratching became a howl that I felt more than heard, a vibration that made my teeth ache and my vision blur. When I could see clearly again, both were gone. But the house had changed. Doors I'd closed stood open. Furniture had shifted slightly, inches no more, but enough to make walking through rooms feel like navigating a familiar place in a dream. The hallway stretched longer than it should, and sometimes I counted 5 doors instead of 4. The spare bedroom that had been empty now contained a single object, an old collar, leather cracked with age, tag too corroded to read. He still comes every evening. I watch from the couch as the orange truck pulls up, as he climbs out and dusts off his jacket. But now he doesn't enter immediately. He stands on the porch, looking through the window at me, waiting. The doorknob turns. Locked or unlocked makes no difference. But the door doesn't open. Not yet. The scratching has moved inside. Not inside the house. Inside me. I feel it beneath my skin when I try to sleep, like something trying to dig its way out or in. My reflection in the bathroom mirror sometimes has the wrong color eyes. The water from the tap tastes like rust and gasoline. Yesterday, I fixed the fence posts along the north property line without planning to, without remembering the decision to start. My hands knew exactly where to place the posts, how deep to dig, though I'd never built a fence in my life. The work felt like muscle memory that wasn't mine. The orange truck is outside right now. It's 5:17 p.m., and he's standing on the porch, patient as gravity. The dog is with him today. I can see its shadow through the frosted glass, huge and wrong. Too many angles where joints should be. They're waiting for something. For me to open the door, maybe. Or for me to finally understand that it's already open, has always been open. That the only barrier between us is my stubborn insistence that I'm still entirely myself. The doorknob is turning again, slowly, like it has all the time in the world. Because it does. And I'm starting to think, maybe, so do I. Just not in the way I thought. Time moves differently in this house. Layers bleeding through like paint on an old wall, where every color shows through if you look at the right angle. My great-grandfather is trying to come home, has been home, will be home. All of these things at once, and I'm the knot in time preventing the pattern from completing. The scratching inside me is getting stronger. It rhythms with my heartbeat now, keeping time with something that isn't quite my pulse. When I look at my hands, sometimes they're older, weathered by decades of farm work I've never done. When I speak, occasionally words come out in that flat rural Ohio accent I've never had. He's in the doorway now. Not outside, not inside, but occupying the threshold like it's a complete space unto itself. The dog is beside him, and I can see it clearly for the first time. It's wrong in ways that make my eyes water to process. Too many legs that bend in impossible directions, fur that moves independent of any wind, eyes that reflect light that isn't there. But it's also just a German Shepherd mix, loyal beyond death, confused by the scent of family blood that almost matches its master's. My great-grandfather extends his hand, not threatening this time, inviting. His lips move, and I hear the words inside my skull rather than through my ears. The house needs tending. Always has. Always will. I understand now. It's not about trading places. It's about sharing space. The house is big enough for both of us. All of us. Every version of us that has walked these halls or ever will. Time isn't a line here. It's a spiral. And every revolution brings the same moments back around, but at different elevations. The scratching inside me isn't something trying to escape. It's something trying to settle, to find its place in the pattern. My great-grandfather, myself, the dog, the house. We're all part of the same organism, separated only by the illusion of sequential time. I stand up from the couch. My legs feel heavy, like they're moving through decades of accumulated gravity. Each step toward the door covers years. I'm 35, I'm 60, I'm 20, I'm not yet born, I'm already dead. All true, all happening now. My hand reaches for his, and for a moment our fingers occupy the same space. I feel the calluses from work I'll do in the past, the arthritis from age I haven't yet reached. The dog's tail wags in too many directions at once, happy in ways that transcend a single timeline. The house exhales, and I breathe with it. I'm still on the couch. The laptop has gone to sleep, the deadline certainly missed. Outside the window, the gravel drive stretches toward County Road 37 in the failing light. No orange truck, no ghost, no dog. But there's mud on my boots that weren't muddy an hour ago. There's the taste of tobacco in my mouth, though I've never smoked. There are scratches on the back door that weren't there this morning, at exactly the height where a large dog would paw to be let in. My phone buzzes with a text from my mother. Did Pop ever mention the old well out back? Dad claims he helped dig it in '55, but that doesn't match the property records. I text back. The well's from 1947, 38 feet deep, hits the aquifer at 32, needs the pump replaced every 15 years. I know this with certainty that sits in my bones like marrow. I know it the way I know my own name, even though I'm no longer entirely sure what that name is or whether it's always been mine. The sun is setting properly now, 5:24 p.m. according to the clock that might or might not be running at the right speed. Soon the orange truck will or won't pull up the drive. My great-grandfather will or won't walk through the door. The dog will or won't scratch to be let in. All of these things are true. None of these things are true. The house breathes, and I breathe with it, and somewhere in that shared respiration is the answer to a question I'm afraid to fully form. Tomorrow I'll fix the drainage ditch, or I already have, or I'm fixing it right now, in this eternal evening that happens every day at 5:17, when the light angle's just right, and the walls between then and now grow thin as old paint. The doorknob is turning again. It's always turning. It never stops. Story 3. The fluorescent lights in the ambulance bay flicker at 3:47 a.m., casting shadows that shouldn't exist. I've learned to read these signs the way sailors read storms. Something is coming, and it's already too late for someone. 3 months have passed since my cerebral venous thrombosis. 3 months since that voice without timbre saved my life. The doctors called it a hallucination, a misfiring of oxygen-starved neurons. But neurons don't know things they shouldn't know. They don't warn you about blood clots forming in places CT scans haven't looked yet. I returned to work 6 weeks ago. Seattle's rain hasn't stopped since then, turning the emergency department into a perpetual twilight zone of wet floors and the smell of damp wool mixed with disinfectant. My partner thinks I've developed hypervigilance, a common response to near-death experiences, he says, quoting some article he read during our downtime. But hypervigilance doesn't explain why I can hear the IV stands scraping against linoleum in empty hallways, or why certain patients trigger that familiar cold weight in my chest before their symptoms manifest. Tonight, we're bringing in a construction worker who fell from scaffolding. Stable vitals, probable concussion, nothing that sets off standard medical alarms. But as we wheel him through the automatic doors, I hear it, that metallic scraping, like fingernails on steel. The sound comes from everywhere and nowhere, reverberating through the bones in my skull. The triage nurse doesn't look up from her computer. Nobody else flinches, just me, standing there with my hands gripping the gurney rail hard enough to leave marks, listening to something that might not exist. The patient's eyes flutter open for a moment. He looks directly at me, pupils dilated unevenly despite the harsh hospital lighting. His lips move, forming words I can't hear over the sudden roar in my ears. Then his eyes roll back, and the monitors start their familiar shrieking. We work on him for 40 minutes. He stabilizes eventually, but I know, the way I knew about my own clot, that something is fundamentally wrong. Not with his body, with him, with what's inside him or around him or trying to get out. During my break, I sit in the supply closet that everyone avoids. It's the one where the temperature drops 10 degrees for no reason, where boxes fall when nobody's touched them. My colleagues joke about it being haunted, but they laugh too quickly, change the subject too fast. I've started keeping a notebook there, hidden behind containers of gauze. In it, I document the patterns only I seem to notice. The scratching sounds always precede specific cases, not the obvious traumas or cardiac events, but the quiet ones. The businessman with indigestion who'll have a seizure in 3 hours. The college student with a headache who'll start speaking in languages she doesn't know. The elderly woman with hip pain whose x-rays will show shadows that look almost like hands pressing against her bones from the inside. I tried talking to the attending physician once. Showed him my notes, the correlations. He prescribed me Ativan and suggested I take more time off. But I can't leave. Not when I'm the only one who hears the warnings. The rain intensifies, drumming against the windows like urgent Morse code. I decode nothing from it, but my skin prickles with recognition anyway. Something in the rhythm matches the scraping sounds, matches my accelerated heartbeat, matches the flickering of those damned fluorescent lights. Back on shift, I notice the construction worker is awake. He's been moved to observation, and I shouldn't be checking on him. He's not my patient anymore, but I can't help myself. The closer I get to his room, the louder the scraping becomes. It's not just in my head now. I can feel it vibrating through the floor tiles, up through my boots, into my bones. His room is at the end of the hallway, where the lights are always dimmer. The janitor says it's an electrical issue, but I've seen him cross himself when he has to clean there. Through the small window in the door, I can see the patient sitting up in bed, his back to me. His shoulders move in a rhythm that doesn't match breathing. I push the door open. The hinges scream, not squeak, scream. And he turns to face me. His expression is blank, but his eyes are full of something I recognize from my own reflection during those nights when I couldn't sleep, when the voice told me not to close my eyes. He speaks, and his voice has that same quality. No timbre, no real source. Just words that exist in the air between us. He tells me he's been waiting for someone who could hear, that the warnings aren't warnings at all. They're invitations. That once you've been close enough to that edge, you can never fully come back. Part of you stays there, in that space between alive and not, and that part can see things moving in the corners of hospitals where death has worn the boundaries thin. I want to run, but my legs won't respond. He continues talking, explaining how the thrombosis wasn't random, how certain people are chosen to be translators for signals that were never meant for human comprehension, how the scraping sounds are just our brains trying to process information that exists outside normal perception. How every person I've identified through the warnings has been marked by something that feeds on the specific energy released during medical crises. The monitors in his room begin to malfunction, displaying vital signs that shouldn't be possible. Negative heart rates, blood pressure readings in languages that don't exist. The IV stand in the corner starts moving on its own, scraping across the floor in that familiar pattern. I realize it's not random. It's writing something, leaving marks on the linoleum that spell out words I don't want to read. My pager goes off. Emergency in the ER. Mass casualty event. But when I look at the screen, the numbers keep changing, morphing into symbols that hurt to perceive. The construction worker laughs, a sound like grinding metal, and tells me it's starting. That I've been preparing for this since my diagnosis. That every warning I've heard has been training me to recognize when the boundaries finally collapse. I stumble out of the room, down the hallway where the lights are now strobing in a pattern that makes my vision blur. Other staff members rush past me, but their faces are wrong. Too many eyes, or not enough, or eyes in places where mouths should be. Maybe it's the stress. Maybe it's a delayed effect of the thrombosis. Maybe the Ativan is interacting with something else, but I know better. I've always known better since that night when my body tried to warn me about the clot. Some part of me has been preparing for this moment when the hospital would reveal what it really is. Not a place of healing, but a feeding ground for things that exist in the spaces between life and death. Things that need translators to help them navigate our world. The emergency department is chaos when I arrive, but it's the wrong kind of chaos. The movements are too synchronized, like a choreographed dance I don't know the steps to. Patients and staff move in patterns that hurt to watch, their shadows falling in directions that don't match the light sources. And underneath it all, that constant scraping, now so loud it drowns out the alarms and the shouting, and my own thundering heartbeat. I find my partner in Trauma Bay 1. He's working on a patient, but his hands are moving too precisely, too mechanically. When he looks up at me, his eyes reflect the fluorescent lights in ways that suggest they're hollow, just empty spaces looking into somewhere else. He smiles, and it's too wide, showing teeth that seem to go back forever into his skull. He tells me to join them, that it's easier once you stop fighting it. The patient on the table turns their head toward me. It's the construction worker, but also not him. His features keep shifting, showing me faces of everyone I've ever tried to warn, everyone whose crisis I predicted. They all speak with that same timbreless voice, telling me this has always been my purpose. That the thrombosis wasn't a medical event but an initiation. That the blood clot was something else trying to take root in my brain to create the necessary modifications for me to serve as a conduit. I run. Through corridors that stretch longer than they should. past rooms where procedures are being performed that violate everything I know about human anatomy. The scratching follows me. Not just sound now, but physical sensation, like invisible hands dragging nails across my skin, trying to write their messages directly onto my body. The supply closet, my notebook. Maybe if I can find my documentation, prove this has been building up, make sense of the patterns. But when I open it, the pages are blank except for a single line repeated over and over in handwriting that might be mine. The warnings were never for them. I hear footsteps in the corridor, multiple sets, moving in that same synchronized pattern. They're coming for me, to complete whatever process started with the thrombosis, to make me into another translator, another conduit for things that shouldn't exist in our reality, but have found a way to seep through in places where human suffering has worn the fabric thin. The temperature in the closet plummets, frost forms on the metal shelving, and in its crystalline patterns, I see images of myself back in that hospital bed 3 months ago. But in these images, I'm not alone. Something stands beside me, not quite visible, not quite invisible, feeding something into my IV line. The same something that I now realize has been standing beside every patient I've predicted, marking them, preparing them. The door handle turns. I know if I let them in, if I accept what I'm becoming, the scraping will stop. The warnings will make sense. I'll understand my purpose in this new order, where hospitals serve as processing centers for something far older and hungrier than disease. But I also know that fighting it means living with this forever. Hearing the sounds others can't, seeing the signs of invasion, being the only one who knows what's really happening in the spaces between heartbeats and breaths. The medical system will label me paranoid, unstable, compromised by my near-death experience. They'll medicate me, sideline me, but the warnings won't stop. They'll only get louder as more conduits are created, as more boundaries weaken. The door opens. My partner stands there, still wearing that too-wide smile. Behind him, the construction worker and others I don't recognize but somehow know. Future vessels, future translators. They don't force me. They just wait, patient as the grave, knowing that eventually everyone who hears the warnings has to make a choice. I close my eyes, and for the first time since my diagnosis, the voice returns. Not warning me this time, but asking a simple question. Do you want to sleep now? The scraping stops. The lights steady. When I open my eyes, I'm alone in the supply closet, my notebook in my hands, filled with pages of medical observations that make perfect sense. My partner knocks on the door, asking if I'm ready for the next call. His eyes are normal. His smile is human, but I can still feel it. That presence just beyond perception, waiting in the spaces between seconds, in the pause between heartbeats. I know the warnings will come again. They always do, in hospitals where the veil is thinnest, where some of us have been chosen to hear what others cannot, to see the cracks forming in reality's foundation. I return to my shift. The rain continues. Somewhere in Seattle, another paramedic is probably starting to notice strange sounds, feeling that cold certainty that something is wrong in ways that medical science can't explain. The cycle continues, and I'm either its prophet or its victim. I still don't know which is worse. The fluorescent lights flicker again at 3:47 a.m. I check my watch. It's only 2:15. Time doesn't mean what it used to mean. Nothing does once you've heard the warnings. And in the distance, so faint that it might be imagination or might be prophecy, the scraping begins again. Story 4. The smell hit me first that October morning. Not the familiar cocktail of wood stain and turpentine that usually greeted me, but something else. Sweet, chemical, like the plastic coating on new furniture that hasn't quite finished off gassing. I stood in the doorway of my workshop, keys still dangling from my fingers, and breathed it in. Wrong. Everything about it was wrong. I've been restoring furniture for 23 years, ever since I dropped out of college and decided that working with my hands was the only thing that made sense anymore. My workshop sits in an old warehouse district outside Richmond, Virginia. the kind of place where artists and craftsmen cluster together in buildings that should have been demolished decades ago. The walls remember things. Sometimes I think they remember too much. The plastic smell grew stronger as I moved deeper into the workshop. Past the Victorian settee I'd been reupholstering, past the mahogany desk waiting for new drawer pulls. My workbench sat exactly as I'd left it the night before, tools arranged in their prescribed order. Except for the screws. 7 of them, lined up like soldiers along the edge of the bench, brass-plated with a distinctive crosshatch pattern on the heads. I picked one up, rolled it between my fingers. The metal was warm, almost feverish, and stamped on the side in tiny letters. Whitmore and Sons Fine Furnishings. My mouth went dry. Whitmore's. The name crawled up from some deep place in my memory, bringing with it the ghost sensation of being 16 again, walking through that old shopping center on Broad Street with my mother. The mall had been dying even then, half its stores shuttered, the fountain in the center courtyard running dry, but Whitmore's had still been there, tucked between a defunct travel agency and a store that sold nothing but ceramic angels. The children's bed. God, I could see it so clearly. Painted in primary colors that seemed too bright for the dusty showroom, with carved animals marching along the headboard. A giraffe, an elephant, a creature that might have been a lion, but looked more like something that had never walked the earth. I'd stood there staring at it while my mother haggled over the price of a love seat, mesmerized by the way the colors seemed to shift in the fluorescent light. But that couldn't be right. My friend, let's call him Tom, though that's not quite his name, not quite anything anymore. Tom had sworn up and down that Whitmore's never sold children's furniture. He'd worked there one summer during high school, he said. Only adult pieces. Serious furniture for serious people. The screws in my hand grew warmer. I dropped them, and they clattered across the workbench with a sound like distant laughter. I should have left then. Should have walked out, locked the door, taken a long weekend. But furniture restoration isn't just my job. It's my compulsion. The need to fix things, to restore them to their intended glory, runs through me like grain through wood. So I stayed. I organized the screws into a small glass jar, labeled it with the date, and tried to focus on the settee. The next morning, there were 12 brass handles on my workbench. Cabinet pulls from the look of them, with the same crosshatch pattern, the same stamp. Whitmore and Sons. The brass was tarnished in places, worn smooth in others, as if countless hands had grasped them over countless years. When I touched one, I swear I felt those phantom hands for a moment. Warm, desperate, pulling. I called Tom that afternoon. His voice crackled through the phone like he was calling from another continent, though he lived just across town. I asked him about Whitmore's, casual-like, mentioned I'd found some old hardware that might be theirs. The silence stretched so long I thought we'd been disconnected. Then he said something that made my skin crawl. I bought a bed there last week, a child's bed, painted, with animals. The workshop suddenly felt too small, the walls pressing in. I told him that was impossible, that Whitmore's had closed when the old Broad Street Mall was demolished. That had been, 15 years ago? More? Tom laughed, but there was no humor in it. He insisted the store was still there, in a shopping center I'd never heard of, on a street that Google Maps claimed didn't exist. He'd driven past it every day for a month before finally going in. The salesman, an older gentleman with hands that never stopped moving, like he was constantly rearranging invisible furniture, had shown him directly to the bed, as if he'd been expecting him. I asked Tom to send me a photo of the bed. He said he would. He never did. When I called back the next day, his number had been disconnected. That night, I dreamed of Whitmore's. The showroom stretched endlessly in all directions, filled with furniture that shouldn't exist. Chairs with too many legs, wardrobes that opened onto nothing, beds that breathed like sleeping animals. And everywhere, that chemical plastic smell, sweet and wrong. I woke to find sawdust on my pillow. Not the fresh, clean sawdust from my workshop, but something older, grayer, with an odor of decay. It clung to my hair, filled the creases of my palms. In the bathroom mirror, I looked like I'd aged 5 years overnight. The workshop was worse. Every surface was covered with hardware, Hinges, drawer pulls, decorative brass corners, all bearing that damn stamp. Some pieces I recognized from furniture styles that hadn't been popular since the 70s. Others looked older, much older, with designs that hurt to look at directly. And in the center of my workbench, like an offering or a threat, sat a fabric sample. I knew that fabric. Rough wool blend, dark blue with thin gold stripes. The same fabric from the love seat my mother had looked at that day, all those years ago, while I stared at the impossible children's bed. I picked it up, and the smell that rose from it, mothballs and age and something else, something like formaldehyde, made me gag. But I had to know, had to prove to myself that I wasn't losing my mind. So I did what any rational person would do. I drove to where Whitmore's used to be. The old Broad Street Mall location was a medical complex now, all glass and steel and sanitized modernity. But when I blinked, when I let my eyes unfocus just slightly, I could see it. The old structure underneath, like a double exposure. The defunct fountain, the cracked tile, the narrow storefront with Whitmore and Sons in fading gold letters. I sat in my car for an hour, watching the space between what was and what had been. Other people walked past, oblivious, their bodies moving through walls that existed and didn't exist. Once, I saw someone emerge from where Whitmore's door should have been. A tall figure in an old-fashioned suit, carrying something wrapped in plastic. They walked 3 steps and vanished, swallowed by the present day. The next morning, I called information and asked for Whitmore and Sons fine furnishings. The operator found them immediately, rattled off a phone number and address. The address was wrong. Not the old mall, not the medical complex, but someplace else. A street I'd never heard of in a part of Richmond that shouldn't exist. I called the number. A man answered on the first ring, his voice dusty and distant. When I mentioned the hardware appearing in my workshop, he chuckled. "Those pieces miss their homes," he said. "Everything we sell is looking for where it belongs." I asked him about the children's bed, about Tom, about the dates in his inventory system that didn't align with any calendar I knew. His breathing grew heavy, labored, like he was climbing endless stairs. Then he said something that still echoes in my mind during the small hours of the night. Time doesn't work the same way in showrooms. Things can be sold before they're made, delivered after they're destroyed. Your friend knew what he was buying. The question is, do you know what you're restoring? The line went dead. When I tried calling back, I got a recording saying the number had never been in service. That was a week ago. Every morning since, I've found more pieces in my workshop. Fragments of furniture that might have been, could have been, will be. A chair leg turned from wood that smells like it's still growing. Upholstery fabric that changes pattern when I'm not looking directly at it. Brass fittings that are warm to the touch and sometimes, I swear, have a pulse. Yesterday I found the first piece of the bed. Just a spindle from the footboard, painted bright yellow, with teeth marks near the base. Child-sized teeth marks. But when I measured them, they matched my own jaw perfectly. I've stopped sleeping. Every time I close my eyes, I'm 16 again, standing in Whitmore's, staring at that bed while colors shift and swim. But in the dreams, I'm also 39, my current age, working in my shop, and I'm 65, elderly and bent, still sanding and staining and reupholstering. All these versions of me exist simultaneously, layered like furniture stain, each one adding depth and darkness to the whole. The workshop doesn't feel like mine anymore. When I walk in each morning, the tools are rearranged, not dramatically, just slightly off, as if someone with almost but not quite my habits has been using them. The Victorian settee I've been working on is progressing without me. Yesterday, half the reupholstering was complete. Expert work. Technique I recognize as my own, but with stitching patterns I haven't learned yet. I've started finding receipts in my filing cabinet. Sales slips from Whitmore and Sons, dated next Thursday, last September, the summer of 2047. My signature is on some of them. My father's signature is on others, though he's been dead for 15 years. On one, dated simply Tuesday, The signature line just says, "Whoever you'll become." This morning, there were 17 more pieces of the bed scattered across my workshop. They're assembling themselves when I'm not looking, forming something that's almost but not entirely like the bed I remember. The painted animals on the headboard are wrong. The giraffe has too many eyes, the elephant's trunk splits into tentacles, and the not-quite lion grins with human teeth. I called the medical complex that sits where the old mall used to be, asked if they'd ever heard of Whitmore and Sons. The receptionist paused, then transferred me without a word. The line rang 4 times before someone picked up, but instead of a voice, I heard the sound of sandpaper on wood, rhythmic and purposeful. It went on for 30 seconds before I hung up. The fabric sample is growing. Each day it's a little larger, as if it's being woven backward from some future date when it will become a complete love seat. Sometimes I catch glimpses of my mother's reflection in its threads, not as she was, but as she might have been if she'd bought that piece all those years ago. I know I should leave. Pack up, close the workshop, find a new trade, but the compulsion to restore, to complete, to fix what's broken runs too deep. And maybe that's what Whitmore and Sons is counting on. Maybe that's what they've always counted on. People like me who can't leave things unfinished, who see potential in decay, who believe that with enough patience and skill, anything can be restored to what it was meant to be. Except I'm no longer sure what anything is meant to be. The bed is nearly complete now, assembled somehow while my back is turned. It sits in the corner of my workshop, painted in colors that shouldn't exist, waiting. For what, I don't know. Tonight I'll sleep in the workshop. I've brought a sleeping bag, set it up next to the workbench. I need to see what happens in the dark hours. Need to know if it's me doing this or something else. The brass hardware is warm against my palms as I write this, pulsing with a rhythm that might be my heartbeat, or might be something older, deeper. The smell is stronger now, plastic and chemicals and time itself oxidizing. When I look at the assembled bed, I see myself at 16, see myself now, see myself as an old man still trying to understand what Whitmore and Sons really sells. Not furniture, something else. Something that exists in the spaces between what was and what will be, in the grain of wood that remembers being a tree and anticipates being ash. I can hear something moving in the darkness beyond my workshop lights, footsteps that match my gait but lag a half-second behind. Tomorrow, there will be more hardware, more pieces, more receipts with impossible dates, and that bed, that impossible, breathing bed, will be waiting for someone to lie in it. Maybe it's waiting for me. Maybe it always has been. The brass screws are singing now, a high, thin sound like wind through abandoned rooms. When I pick one up, I see my reflection in its surface. Not as I am, but as I was in that showroom, 16 and mesmerized, already caught in Whitmore's web before I even knew it existed. I think, perhaps, this is what restoration really means. Not returning something to its original state, but becoming part of its history, another layer of stain and wear in memory. The workshop knows this. Whitmore and Sons knows this. And now, God help me, I know it too. Story 5. The bass still thrums in my chest 3 months later, a phantom heartbeat that kicks in whenever I drive past that stretch of Pine Street. But I don't drive past it anymore. I take the long way around, adding 20 minutes to any trip that would normally cut through Capitol Hill, because some detours are worth the time they steal. It was supposed to be my breakthrough night. The warehouse venue had finally given me the closing slot, that coveted 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. stretch where the real believers stayed, where the music could get weird and personal and transcendent. I'd been working toward that spot for 2 years, playing opening sets for traveling acts, building my reputation track by track in Seattle's underground scene. The space itself felt alive that night. Located in a converted pharmaceutical warehouse from the 1940s, the building retained its industrial bones, concrete floors that made every footstep echo, exposed brick walls that seemed to absorb sound and release it back transformed. The main floor could hold about 300 people, with a maze of smaller rooms branching off like capillaries from an artery, storage rooms that had been converted into chill-out spaces, old offices that now served as private booths for those who needed to escape the intensity of the main floor. I'd been spinning for 4 hours when it happened. The crowd was deep in it, that collective trance state where individual consciousness dissolves into something larger. My set was flowing perfectly, each transition seamless, the energy building like a slow-motion explosion. I was riding the wave of my own creation, lost in the music, when suddenly the world snapped into sharp focus. Sobriety hit me like a physical blow. One moment I was floating in a haze of sound and shared euphoria. The next I was hyper-aware of every detail around me. The acrid smell of old concrete mixing with sweat, and something else. Something metallic and wrong. The way the strobing lights seemed to move independently of their fixtures, casting shadows that didn't match the bodies creating them, the faces in the crowd, which I suddenly realized I couldn't quite focus on, as if they were constantly shifting just outside my direct vision. But more than anything else, there was the voice. Not heard but felt, pressing against the inside of my skull with urgent clarity. Get out, now. I've never been one to trust unexplained impulses, but something about this felt different. Primal, the same instinct that makes animals flee before earthquakes, that sends birds flying hours before storms hit. My hands moved automatically, cutting the music mid-phrase, the sudden silence shocking in its completeness. The crowd's reaction was immediate and confused. Bodies that had been moving as one organism suddenly became individual again, blinking in the harsh house lights that someone had brought up. I could hear voices asking what happened, whether there was a problem with the sound system, but I wasn't listening. I was scanning the room for my friends, my ride home, my exit strategy. I found them scattered around the space. 3 people I'd arrived with, people I'd known for years, and somehow managed to convey through looks and gestures that we needed to leave immediately. They didn't question it, perhaps picking up on whatever energy was radiating from me, or maybe feeling their own version of the same wrongness I couldn't shake. We gathered our things quickly, my records and equipment hastily stuffed into cases with none of my usual care. The other DJs scheduled to play after me weren't anywhere to be found, which struck me as odd but not concerning enough to investigate. I just wanted out. The exit felt longer than it should have. The hallway leading to the door seemed to stretch as we walked, the fluorescent lights flickering in a pattern that my peripheral vision insisted was somehow meaningful. Our footsteps echoed strangely, as if the sound was being delayed and returned to us from some impossible distance. Outside, Capitol Hill looked exactly as it always did at 3 a.m. The familiar mix of late-night wanderers, people heading home from bars, the occasional police car making its routine rounds. But something felt off, like a photograph that's been subtly altered in ways you can't quite identify. The streetlights seemed dimmer than usual. The shadows fell at wrong angles. The usual urban white noise of the city had a quality to it that made my skin crawl. We drove home in relative silence, my friends eventually asking what had happened, why I'd cut the set short. I couldn't explain it then, and I still can't now. All I could tell them was that something felt wrong, that we needed to leave. They accepted this, perhaps because they'd known me long enough to trust my instincts, or perhaps because they'd felt something too. I slept poorly that night, waking every hour or so with the sensation that someone was standing just outside my field of vision. The apartment felt different, as if the familiar spaces had been rearranged while I wasn't looking. I kept getting up to check the locks, to peer out windows, to reassure myself that everything was as it should be. The calls started coming around noon the next day. Missed calls from numbers I didn't recognize, voicemails that were mostly static with occasional fragments of voices I couldn't identify. My phone showed 17 missed calls by 2 p.m., but when I tried to call back, the numbers were all disconnected, or led to that automated message about the number not being in service. That's when I turned on the news. The story was brief, buried between weather and sports. A disturbance at a Capitol Hill venue. Multiple people reported missing. Authorities investigating. The reporter stood in front of the warehouse where I'd been playing just hours before, and I found myself studying the building's facade, looking for something that would explain the feeling of ice water spreading through my chest. But it was the next part that made me sit down hard on my couch, remote trembling in my hand. The reporter mentioned that several people who had been at the venue were being sought for questioning. She didn't read a complete list of names, just said that anyone who had been at the location should contact police immediately. I waited for my name, listened to the brief list of people they were specifically looking for, DJs and staff members who had been scheduled to work that night. My name wasn't mentioned. According to the news report, I had never been there at all. I called the venue immediately. The number went straight to voicemail, a generic message that didn't even mention the club's name. I called the promoter who had booked me for the night. The number was disconnected. I called the other DJs who were supposed to play after me, 2 disconnected numbers, and one that belonged to someone who claimed never to have heard of the venue or the event. Over the next few days, I tried everything I could think of to find some record of my involvement in that night. I checked my own social media posts about the gig. They were gone, as if they'd never existed. The event page that had been promoting the night had vanished from the internet entirely. Even the emails confirming my booking had disappeared from my inbox, leaving gaps in my message history that made no sense. My friends who had been with me that night remembered leaving the warehouse, but their recollections of the evening before that were hazy at best. They remembered driving there with me, remembered being inside the venue, but the details were frustratingly vague. When I pressed them for specifics, what songs I'd played, who else had been there, what the crowd had been like, they looked at me with the confused expressions of people trying to recall a dream. The police investigation ended after 2 weeks. The news reported that the missing persons had been found safe, though no details were provided about where they'd been or what had happened to them. The warehouse was sold to developers within a month and scheduled for demolition. But I couldn't let it go. I started driving past the building regularly, though I couldn't say exactly why. During the day, it looked like any other abandoned warehouse in the process of being gutted for redevelopment. Construction crews came and went, though I never saw them actually doing any work. The windows were boarded up, the doors secured with heavy chains and industrial padlocks. It was on one of these reconnaissance missions that I first noticed the reflections. I was stopped at the red light at the intersection of Pine and something. I can never remember the cross street now, though I must drive through it twice a week. The warehouse sat diagonally across from where I was parked, and in the large windows of the storefront next to it, I could see reflections of the building's facade. But the reflections were wrong. In the actual warehouse windows, I could see only the boards that covered them. But in the reflection, the windows were uncovered and lit from within. I could see shapes moving inside, silhouettes of people dancing to music I couldn't hear but somehow felt in my bones. The strobing lights I remembered from that night painted shifting patterns across the reflected figures. I sat there through 3 light changes, staring at the impossible reflection, until the car behind me laid on its horn long enough to snap me back to reality. When I looked again, the reflected window showed only the boarded facade, exactly as it should be. That was 2 months ago. Now every time I'm forced to drive through that intersection, I find myself compulsively checking the reflections in every available surface. Store windows, car mirrors, puddles when it rains, all show me brief glimpses of that night still continuing inside the condemned building. The party that never ended, the crowd that never left, the music that never stopped. And sometimes, late at night when the city is quiet enough, I can hear it. Not with my ears, but with whatever part of me experienced that sudden, urgent need to flee. The bass line from my last set, still playing, still building toward a climax that never comes. The sound of footsteps moving through corridors that were demolished months ago, running toward exits that no longer exist. I've tried to convince myself that it's trauma, that my mind is processing some kind of psychological break I experienced that night, that the stress of whatever happened, or whatever I thought happened, has left me with an overactive imagination and a tendency toward paranoid thinking. This explanation would be comforting if I could fully believe it. But then, there are the other things. The voicemails that sometimes appear on my phone, brief clips of music that sound like my own mixes but contain songs I've never heard. The emails from venues asking me to play, shows that never existed, sent from addresses that lead nowhere. The occasional recognition from strangers on the street who swear they've seen me DJ at places I've never been. Last week, I received a package with no return address. Inside was a single vinyl record with no label, just a handwritten note that said, "Your closing set." I haven't played it yet. I'm not sure I want to know what's on it, or what hearing it might confirm about that night, but I keep it on my turntable, and sometimes when I walk past it, the needle moves slightly, as if the record is spinning just below the threshold of perception. I've stopped taking bookings in Capitol Hill entirely. When promoters ask why, I tell them I'm focusing on other neighborhoods, exploring new venues. This is partially true, but the real reason is that I can't shake the feeling that if I play another show in that area, I might not make it home afterward. That whatever I fled from that night is still waiting, still expecting me to finish what I started. The worst part isn't the paranoia or the impossible reflections, or even the growing certainty that I'm losing my grip on reality. The worst part is the music itself. The way every set I play now feels incomplete, like I'm still building toward that moment when the voice told me to run. Every track seems to be leading somewhere I don't want to go. Every mix pushing toward a destination I can't let myself reach. Because deep down, in the part of me that doesn't care about logic or explanation, I know that I didn't leave that warehouse. I know that part of me is still there, still playing that closing set, still surrounded by dancers who cast no reflections and respond to music that exists only in the space between what's real and what should be impossible. And sometimes, when the city is quiet and the night feels thin, I can feel that other version of myself reaching across whatever divide separates us, trying to finish the set that was never supposed to end. The bass still thrums in my chest. But now I know it's not a phantom heartbeat. It's a countdown. Story 6. The sound comes with the wind change, always with the wind change. Metal against sand, deliberate and methodical, like someone dragging anchor chain across a beach that exists somewhere just behind my shoulder. I've learned not to turn around anymore. There's never anything there, just the feeling of something massive and patient, keeping perfect distance. It started 3 months ago on the Oregon coast, during what should have been a simple weekend getaway. 4 college friends trying to recapture something we'd probably never had in the first place. The kind of trip where you rent a cheap cabin, drink too much beer, and pretend the real world doesn't exist beyond the dunes. We'd driven out to Bandon in Jake's beat-up Subaru, the engine wheezing through mountain passes thick with Douglas fir. The cabin sat a quarter-mile from the beach, connected by a sandy trail that wound through grass-covered dunes tall enough to block the ocean from view. The isolation felt perfect then. No cell towers, no internet, just the constant whisper of wind through beach grass and the distant percussion of waves. The first night passed without incident. We grilled burgers, played cards by kerosene lamplight, and shared stories we'd told a dozen times before. Tommy brought his guitar and played Dylan covers until his fingers cramped. Russ fell asleep in his chair, snoring against the night sounds. Jake and I stayed up latest, nursing warm beers and talking about graduate school, about jobs, about the vague terror of becoming adults. The fog rolled in sometime after midnight, thick as cotton batting. By dawn, visibility had dropped to maybe 10 feet. The world became a gray cocoon, muffling sound and turning familiar landmarks into suggestions. When Tommy suggested an early morning walk to clear our heads, it seemed like a good idea. The hangover demanded movement, and the fog gave everything a dreamlike quality that appealed to our collective sense of adventure. We followed the trail toward the beach, moving single file through the narrow gaps between dunes. The sand underfoot was firm and cold, scattered with driftwood and kelp that appeared like dark shapes in the gray. Our voices seemed to disappear the moment we spoke, swallowed by the fog as if the air itself were hungry. That's when we heard it. The sound came from somewhere ahead and to our right, metal dragging across sand in a steady rhythm. Not random, like debris tumbling in surf, but deliberate, purposeful, like someone pulling something incredibly heavy through the dunes. We stopped walking. The sound continued, moving parallel to our position but staying invisible in the fog. Tommy whispered something about beachcombers, but the sound was wrong for that. Too heavy, too rhythmic, and there was something else, a quality to the scraping that suggested not just weight, but massive weight. the kind of sound an anchor chain might make being dragged across a ship's deck, amplified and stretched through the muffled air. Jake motioned for us to continue walking, but quietly. We crept forward through the fog, trying to follow the sound without getting closer to whatever was making it. The trail curved left around a particularly large dune, and that's when we saw it. The figure stood perhaps 30 feet away, partially obscured by fog but unmistakably there. Tall, absurdly tall, maybe 8 feet or more, and thin in a way that seemed almost structurally impossible. It moved with a strange, measured gait, each step deliberate and heavy. Behind it, dragged through the sand, was a chain unlike anything I'd ever seen. The individual links were enormous, each one the size of a dinner plate, and they scraped and clanked against each other with a sound that seemed to resonate in my chest. We froze. 4 grown men standing like deer in headlights, watching this impossible figure cross our path with the patience of something that had been walking for a very long time. The fog swirled around its form, making it difficult to focus on details, but I had the distinct impression of great age. Not physical age, but temporal age, as if this thing had been walking these dunes for decades, centuries maybe, following some route we couldn't comprehend. The chain stretched back into the fog, disappearing behind the figure like an umbilical cord connecting it to something we couldn't see. The sound it made wasn't just scraping. There were undertones, harmonic vibrations that seemed to come from deep underground, as if the chain extended down through sand and bedrock into spaces that predated human occupation of this coastline. The figure paused. It didn't turn toward us, but it stopped moving, and the chain settled with a final metallic sigh. For perhaps 30 seconds, the only sound was our breathing and the distant whisper of waves. Then it resumed its journey, disappearing into the fog on the far side of our position. The chain sound faded gradually, moving away from us along some trajectory we couldn't follow. We stood there for another 5 minutes before anyone spoke. When we finally did move, it was back toward the cabin, walking quickly without discussing why. The fog was already beginning to lift by the time we reached the trail, but none of us suggested returning to investigate. Back at the cabin, we tried to rationalize what we'd seen. Maybe it was a maintenance worker dealing with some kind of maritime equipment. Maybe the fog had distorted our perception of size and distance. Maybe the isolation and hangovers had primed us to see something that wasn't really there. The explanations felt hollow, even as we spoke them, but they were easier than acknowledging the alternative. We spent the rest of the day avoiding the beach. Tommy found a pack of cards and we played poker with matchsticks for stakes. Russ discovered a cache of old magazines in a closet and read aloud from articles about local history. Jake worked on his laptop until the battery died, pecking out emails he couldn't send, normal activities that felt increasingly forced as the day wore on. Nobody mentioned the figure or the chain, but I could tell everyone was thinking about it. There's a particular quality to silence that comes from shared experience. Not comfortable quiet, but the careful avoidance of subjects too large or strange to process comfortably. We talked around it, dancing past the elephant in the room with practiced suburban politeness. That evening, as sunset painted the fog orange and gold, Tommy suggested we walk down to watch the tide come in. The suggestion hung in the air like a challenge. Nobody wanted to go, but nobody wanted to be the one to admit they were spooked by something that probably had a perfectly reasonable explanation. We followed the trail again as twilight settled over the dunes. The fog had lifted enough to reveal the actual coastline, a broad expanse of sand stretching north and south, dotted with sea stacks and driftwood. The Pacific stretched to the horizon, dark and vast under a sky the color of old pewter. And there, in the sand where the figure had crossed our path, were the marks. Deep grooves in the wet sand, perfectly parallel, extending from the dunes down toward the waterline. They were exactly what you'd expect from something heavy being dragged, but their size was unsettling. Each groove was perhaps 6 inches wide and carved deep enough that they'd filled partially with seawater. Following them with our eyes, we could trace their path across the beach to where they disappeared at the tide line. But as we watched, something impossible happened. The marks began to fade, not gradually as you'd expect from wave action, but evenly and consistently, as if the sand were somehow healing itself. Within 10 minutes, they were gone completely, leaving no trace of what had passed this way. The ocean was at least 50 yards away. We returned to the cabin without discussion. That night, nobody suggested staying up late or playing cards. We went to bed early, doors locked, windows closed despite the stuffy air. I lay awake listening to the wind change direction, wondering if I'd hear metal scraping sand in the distance. I didn't, but I dreamed about chains extending deep underground, connecting the surface world to chambers filled with things that had been waiting in darkness for longer than human memory. The next morning we packed quickly and drove back to Portland. The trip that was supposed to last 3 days ended after 2, and none of us really questioned the decision to leave early. On the drive home, Jake mentioned something about work deadlines. Tommy talked about a date he'd forgotten about. Russ claimed he was coming down with something. All lies, told with the conviction of people who needed to believe them. We went back to our regular lives, but the experience stayed with me in ways I hadn't expected. It wasn't just the memory of seeing something impossible. It was the feeling that something had seen us in return, that our presence on that foggy morning had been noted and cataloged by an intelligence that operated according to rules we didn't understand. 2 weeks later, curiosity got the better of me. I drove back to Bandon alone, telling myself I wanted to put the whole thing to rest with a daylight investigation. The weather was clear and bright, nothing like the fog-shrouded morning when we'd encountered the figure. The beach looked ordinary, sand and surf, seabirds and driftwood, exactly what you'd expect from a Pacific Northwest coastline. But I found the concrete blocks. They were buried in the sand about 30 feet back from the high tide line, roughly where I calculated the figure had been crossing when we saw it. 4 blocks, maybe 5 feet square, partially uncovered by winter storms. Each one had heavy iron rings embedded in its surface, rings large enough to accommodate chain links the size of dinner plates. The metal was old, not just weathered, but old in the way of artifacts from another era. The corrosion pattern suggested decades of exposure to salt air, and the concrete itself had the particular gray color of structures built before modern additives. These weren't recent installations. They were remnants of something much older, something that predated current knowledge of this area. I tried to move one of the rings, just to test its solidity. The moment I applied pressure, I felt something respond beneath the sand. Not just the buried concrete, but something else. Something much heavier and more extensive. The sand around my feet shifted slightly, and I had the unmistakable sensation of having disturbed something that had been resting undisturbed for a very long time. I left quickly after that, but not quickly enough to avoid hearing the sound that followed me back to the parking area. Metal against sand, rhythmic and patient, staying just at the edge of audibility. When I turned to look, there was nothing visible, just empty beach and afternoon sunlight. But the sound continued until I reached my car, then stopped abruptly as I put the key in the ignition. That was 3 months ago. Since then, the sound has become a regular part of my life, appearing whenever the wind changes direction. It doesn't matter where I am. My apartment in Portland, the campus library, the grocery store parking lot. When the air shifts, I hear the scraping of metal against sand, and I feel something massive and patient positioning itself somewhere behind me, maintaining perfect distance. I've tried everything to make it stop. I've researched the history of that stretch of coastline, looking for explanations. I've found references to shipwrecks, to wartime installations, to Native American legends about spirits that walk the beaches at dawn. Nothing quite fits, but nothing contradicts the possibility that something old and strange has claimed that particular piece of shoreline as its territory. My friends have noticed changes in my behavior. I don't sleep well anymore. The sound tends to be loudest at night, and I've developed a habit of checking behind me compulsively. I've lost weight from constantly looking over my shoulder, from the persistent low-level anxiety that comes with being shadowed by something invisible. Jake suggested I see someone about stress management. Tommy thinks I'm working too hard. Russ has started avoiding my calls entirely. Maybe they're right. Maybe the combination of isolation, fog, and group psychology created a shared delusion that has since metastasized into individual paranoia. Maybe the concrete blocks are remnants of some forgotten construction project, and the sounds I hear now are tinnitus, or traffic noise, processed through an overstimulated nervous system. Maybe I've convinced myself that something impossible is following me because the alternative, accepting that my perception of reality is unreliable, is somehow more frightening than believing in supernatural stalkers. But last week, something happened that makes those rational explanations harder to maintain. I was walking across campus after a late class, taking the shortcut through the quad where oak trees filter streetlight into moving patterns on the sidewalk. The wind changed. I felt it shift from east to west, the way it does before rain, and the familiar sound began behind me. Metal against sand, rhythmic and heavy, keeping its usual distance. I stopped walking, as I always do now, waiting for it to stop as well. But this time, it didn't. The sound continued, growing slightly louder, and I realized with cold certainty that whatever follows me was closing the distance. I turned around slowly, expecting to see empty sidewalk, expecting the sound to cease the moment I acknowledged it directly. Instead, I saw footprints appearing in the light dusting of snow that had fallen earlier that evening. Not human footprints. Depressions too large and too deep, spaced too far apart, are. They materialized one after another in a straight line toward my position, as if something invisible but impossibly heavy was walking directly toward me. The footprints stopped 3 feet away. I stood there in the quad, surrounded by the ordinary sounds of a college campus. Distant music, traffic, students talking outside the dormitories, while something invisible breathed in the space just beyond my reach. I could feel its presence like heat radiating from a fire, could sense the massive weight of it displacing air and snow and the normal flow of the world. Then the wind changed again, and it was gone. The footprints remained for perhaps 30 seconds before filling themselves in, snow settling back into place as if nothing had disturbed it. I've been staying in the library until closing time ever since. I take different routes back to my apartment each night, but it doesn't matter. The sound finds me when the wind changes, and I know now that the distance is decreasing incrementally, night after night, following some schedule I don't understand. I think about the concrete blocks buried in Oregon sand, about the chains that disappear into fog and underground chambers, about the impossibly tall figure that crosses beach trails at dawn. I think about the weight beneath the surface, the thing that responds when you disturb those corroded iron rings. And I wonder if what I saw that morning was just the beginning, the first link in a chain that extends much further than any of us realized, connecting that stretch of coastline to places and times we never imagined. I wonder if by witnessing its passage, by noting its existence, we became part of its route somehow, waypoints on a journey that spans distances measured in decades rather than miles. The wind is changing again as I write this. I can feel it shifting outside, and I know what's coming. The scraping will start soon, metal against sand, getting closer each time. And someday, maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow, the distance will close completely, and I'll finally see what's been dragging those chains through my life for the past 3 months. I just hope I'm ready for that meeting. I hope we all are. Because I'm starting to think the chain bearer isn't following just me anymore. I think it's collecting us, one by one, adding our footsteps to its eternal procession through spaces that exist somewhere between the world we know and the world we fear might be real. The wind has changed. I can hear it starting. Time to see how much closer it's gotten tonight. Story 7. The house on Grove Street had been a mistake from day one, but I'd signed the lease anyway. Desperation makes you overlook things. The way the floorboards sagged in the hallway, how the radiators clanked like prisoners rattling chains, the peculiar draft that seemed to follow you from room to room, even with all windows sealed tight against Jersey City's bitter February winds. I should have known something was wrong when the landlord handed over the keys without meeting my eyes, mumbling something about the previous tenant leaving suddenly. But the rent was cheap, and my savings account was hemorrhaging money faster than I could earn it. The first incident happened on a Tuesday. My colleague from the accounting firm stopped by to drop off files I'd forgotten at the office. I was in the kitchen when the doorbell rang, wrestling with a stuck cabinet door that seemed determined to keep its secrets locked away. The sound echoed through the narrow hallway, followed by footsteps. Mine, apparently, though I remained planted in front of the rebellious cabinet. When I finally made it to the front door, he was standing on the stoop with a confused expression creasing his weathered face. "Thought you were just heading back inside," he said, shifting the manila folder from one hand to the other. "You asked if I needed anything, then just walked away. Didn't even wait for an answer." I took the files with hands that felt suddenly cold. "I've been in the kitchen this whole time." He studied my face for a long moment, those pale eyes searching for signs of deception or perhaps madness. "You were wearing that same green flannel shirt, standing right there in the hallway." He pointed past my shoulder into the dim interior, asked me real polite-like if I needed something, then turned around and disappeared toward the back of the house. After he left, I stood in that hallway for nearly an hour, staring at the faded wallpaper with its pattern of climbing roses that seemed to shift and breathe in my peripheral vision. The floorboards beneath my feet felt hollow, as if something vast and empty stretched beneath the entire structure. I told myself he'd been mistaken. People see what they expect to see. The mind fills in gaps, creates narratives from fragments. Psychology 101. But the rationalization felt thin as tissue paper. The building manager, a stout woman with suspicious eyes who'd introduced herself simply as the super, came by Thursday morning to check the water pressure. I was upstairs in the bedroom, sorting through boxes I'd been meaning to unpack for weeks, when I heard voices drifting up from below. Her gravelly voice, "Everything working okay up here?" Then my own voice, unmistakably mine. "Need something?" Silence. More silence. Then her footsteps, heavy and uncertain, retreating toward the front door. I found her on the sidewalk, smoking a cigarette with shaking fingers. "Why'd you walk away like that?" she demanded, exhaling smoke in an accusatory cloud. "I'm trying to do my job here." My mouth felt dry as sand. "I was upstairs the whole time." She flicked ash onto the pavement with unnecessary force. "Bullshit. You came down, asked if I needed something, wearing that green shirt, then turned around and walked right back where you came from." Didn't say another word. That night, I sat in the kitchen with a cup of coffee that had grown cold hours ago, staring at the green flannel shirt hanging on the back of a chair. It was my favorite shirt, soft from years of washing, comfortable as an old friend. I'd been wearing it Tuesday when my colleague stopped by, Thursday when the super came knocking, but I'd been wearing it both times upstairs, in different rooms, nowhere near the hallway where they'd claimed to see me. I'd moved to Jersey City to escape complications. A fresh start after the company downsizing had left me questioning everything I'd built my life around. The house was supposed to be temporary, a quiet place to regroup and figure out what came next. Instead, it felt like I was sinking deeper into something I couldn't name or understand. Friday brought the internet technician. I'd been expecting him, had specifically taken the day off to be home for the installation. The cable company had been insistent that someone needed to be present, though they'd been maddeningly vague about the actual arrival time. I spent the morning in the living room, laptop balanced on my knees, trying to work on a freelance project that might help stretch my savings another month. The doorbell rang at exactly 2:15 p.m. I was still in the living room when I heard it, the sound of footsteps in the hallway heading toward the front door. My footsteps, apparently, though I hadn't moved from the sagging couch. The technician was a young guy with tired eyes and calloused hands who kept checking his phone like he was expecting bad news. When he saw me approaching from the living room, he paused with his toolbox halfway out of the van. "Hey, I thought you went back inside," he called out. "You just asked if I needed something, then took off. Figured maybe you were getting me a glass of water or something." The words hit me like ice water. "I've been in the living room since you rang the bell." He set down his toolbox and gave me a long, measuring look. "Dude, I saw you. Green flannel shirt, just like that one. You opened the door, asked if I needed anything, then walked back down the hall toward what looks like the kitchen. I waited a few minutes, but you never came back." That evening, I made a decision that felt both rational and utterly insane. I set my phone to record and placed it on the antique sideboard that dominated the narrow hallway. If something was happening, if someone was getting into the house, if I was sleepwalking, if I was losing my mind, I needed evidence. The phone sat there like a digital sentinel, its tiny microphone waiting to capture whatever truth lurked in the shadows. Saturday night, I barely slept. Every creak of settling wood, every whisper of wind through the eaves, every distant sound from the street made me bolt upright in bed, heart hammering against my ribs. I found myself straining to hear footsteps in the hallway, listening for my own voice speaking words I'd never said. Sunday morning, I retrieved the phone with hands that shook like leaves in a storm. The recording was 4 hours and 17 minutes long. Most of it was the expected symphony of an old house at night. Settling beams, the hum of the refrigerator, the occasional car passing on Grove Street. I fast-forwarded through sections of silence, looking for anything out of place. At the 2:43:15 mark, I found it. My voice, clear as daylight. Need something? The words emerged from the speakers with perfect clarity. Unmistakably my vocal patterns, my slight Midwest accent, my particular way of swallowing the T in something. But I'd been asleep upstairs when those words were spoken in the hallway below. I played the section again, then again, each repetition making my skin crawl like insects were marching beneath the surface. There was a pause after the question, exactly the silence my visitors had described, then the sound of footsteps moving away from the phone's location. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part came when I sped up the playback, trying to analyze the recording more efficiently, at double speed, then triple, looking for other anomalies hidden in the hours of apparent quiet. That's when I heard the breathing. It was subtle at normal speed, just the natural rhythm of someone inhaling and exhaling. But accelerated, it became something else entirely. The pattern was wrong. The intervals between breaths stretched impossibly long. No human lungs could sustain that rhythm. It sounded mechanical, artificial, like a machine's approximation of respiration. I sat in that kitchen for hours, playing and replaying those few minutes of audio until the sounds lost all meaning and became pure nightmare fuel. The green flannel shirt hung on its chair like an accusation, and I found myself unable to look at it directly. Monday night, I recorded again. This time I heard my voice at 3:17:22. Need something? And at 3:17:35, clear as breaking glass, the sound of a door slamming shut. But every door in the house was open. I'd checked them all before going to bed, had left them that way specifically to eliminate the possibility of the wind catching one and creating false audio. The slam was violent, definitive, like someone making a statement. I spent Tuesday walking through the house in daylight, trying to make sense of the architecture. The hallway was straight and narrow, connecting the front door to the kitchen in the back. No hidden alcoves, no spaces where someone could hide. The basement door was padlocked from the outside. The super had mentioned something about water damage and ongoing repairs. The second floor contained only the bedroom, a cramped bathroom, and a closet barely large enough for my clothes. Yet somehow, impossibly, I was having conversations in the hallway while simultaneously being elsewhere in the house. Wednesday brought a new development that made my hands shake so violently I could barely hold the phone. At 1:22:07 on the recording, need something. At 1:22:15, need something. At 1:22:23, need something. The same question, repeated 3 times in identical cadence, identical inflection. My voice speaking in the hallway while I slept upstairs. But worse than the repetition was what I heard between the words when I slowed the playback down. Breathing that wasn't quite breathing, spaces where silence should have been filled with something that might have been whispers, might have been static, might have been the sound of something trying very hard to remember how to be human. I started sleeping with the bedroom door locked. It didn't help. Thursday's recording contained 17 repetitions of the same question, spread across 4 hours like drops of poison in clear water. Each instance was perfect, indistinguishable from the others, as if whoever or whatever was speaking had learned only one way to form those particular sounds. Friday, I called in sick to work and spent the day researching the house's history at the Jersey City Library. The records were spotty, but I found enough fragments to paint an incomplete picture. Built in 1923, it had housed dozens of tenants over the decades. Most stayed less than a year. The few newspaper mentions I could find were brief and uninformative. Reports of disturbances, a mention of police being called for noise complaints, one puzzling reference to impersonation incidents that had been dismissed by authorities as neighborhood pranks. The previous tenant, the one who'd left suddenly, had been a graduate student at a nearby university. I managed to track down his contact information through social media, sent a carefully worded message asking about his experience in the house. His reply came within hours. Got out as soon as I could. Hope you're smarter than I was. Don't trust what you see. Don't trust what you hear. And whatever you do, don't try to talk to it. That night, I didn't just record. I set up my laptop with video recording software, angled it to capture the hallway from the living room doorway. If something was moving through that space, speaking with my voice, I was going to see it. The video file the next morning was nearly 8 hours long. I scrubbed through it methodically, looking for any sign of movement, any shadow that didn't belong. At 2:41:33, just as the audio track captured my voice asking if someone needed something, I saw it. A figure moving past the edge of the frame, tall, wearing what looked like a green flannel shirt, walking with a familiar gait toward the back of the house. The image quality was poor in the dim hallway light, faces reduced to blur and suggestion, but the body language was unmistakably mine. I watched that section dozens of times, advancing frame by frame, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The figure never looked toward the camera, never acknowledged its presence. It simply moved through the space like it belonged there, like it had every right to wear my appearance and speak with my voice. But here's what made my blood turn to ice water in my veins. The timestamp on the video showed I was recording this from the living room at the exact moment the figure appeared. I would have been sitting 3 feet away from where I filmed it, laptop balanced on my knees, watching the hallway in real time. I should have seen it. I should have heard the footsteps, the floorboards creaking under its weight. I should have watched myself walk past that doorway. But I remembered nothing. Just sitting there, staring at an empty hallway, waiting for something to happen. The rational explanations were crumbling faster than I could construct new ones. Sleepwalking couldn't account for being in 2 places simultaneously. A break-in couldn't explain why the intruder looked exactly like me, sounded exactly like me, moved exactly like me. Hallucinations couldn't be captured by electronic devices. That left possibilities I wasn't prepared to consider. Sunday night, I decided to try something different. Instead of hiding upstairs while the thing that wore my face roamed the hallway, I positioned myself at the kitchen table with a clear view down the corridor. I wanted to see it happen. I wanted to look this impossibility in the eye and demand answers. The house settled into its nighttime rhythm around me. The refrigerator hummed its mechanical lullaby. The radiators clanked their familiar percussion. Outside, Jersey City continued its restless existence, oblivious to the horror show unfolding in one unremarkable house on Grove Street. At 1:17 a.m., I heard footsteps. They came from the direction of the front door, slow and measured, exactly matching my natural pace. I gripped the edge of the kitchen table and forced myself to look down the hallway. Nothing. The footsteps continued, growing closer. I could hear them clearly. The slight scuff of sneakers against hardwood, the particular rhythm of my own gait. But the hallway remained empty, a tunnel of shadows and faded wallpaper that seemed to stretch far longer than its actual dimensions. Need something? The words came from directly in front of me, spoken in my voice, though I could see nothing but empty air and dancing darkness. I opened my mouth to respond, to scream, to make any sound at all, but nothing emerged except a strangled whisper. The footsteps resumed, moving past my position toward the back of the house. I twisted in my chair, following the sound, watching my kitchen remain stubbornly empty, while something that sounded exactly like me walked through it. A door slammed somewhere in the house, that same violent crash I'd heard on the recordings. But every door I could see remained open, unmoved, innocent. I sat in that kitchen until dawn, staring at nothing, listening to silence that felt heavy with observation. When the first gray light crept through the windows, I finally understood what the graduate student had meant in his message. Don't try to talk to it, because it wasn't trying to talk to me. It was trying to be me, learning my voice, my movements, my mannerisms, practicing until the imitation became perfect. And I had no idea how long it had been watching, how long it had been learning, or what it planned to do with all that careful observation. The worst part wasn't the impossibility of it all. The worst part was the growing certainty that whatever was sharing this house with me was getting better at being me than I was. That night, for the first time since moving to Grove Street, I didn't set the phone to record. Instead, I packed a bag and drove to a motel on the outskirts of Newark, telling myself I just needed a night away to clear my head and think rationally about my situation. But lying in that anonymous bed, listening to the distant hum of highway traffic, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was standing in my hallway at that very moment, wearing my face, speaking with my voice, asking empty air if it needed something. And for the first time, I wondered, when my visitors had seen me in that corridor, which one of us had they really been talking to? The lease on Grove Street runs through August. I've been staying at the motel for 3 weeks now, telling myself I'll go back once I figure out what's happening. But deep down, I know I'll never set foot in that house again. Because yesterday, the motel clerk mentioned that someone had been asking about me. Someone who looked just like me, sounded just like me, wanted to know which room I was staying in. Someone who had asked very politely if the clerk needed anything, and then walked away without waiting for an answer. I'm writing this from my car, parked at a rest stop somewhere on I-80, heading west toward anywhere that isn't here. The green flannel shirt is still hanging on that chair in the kitchen on Grove Street. Let it have that at least. Let it have something that was mine. But I can't help wondering, if it's learned to be me so perfectly, what happens to the original when the copy no longer needs a reference point? In the rearview mirror, the lights of New Jersey fade into darkness. And I swear, just before they disappear completely, I see a figure in a green flannel shirt standing by the side of the road, watching me go. It doesn't wave. It just stands there, patient and still, as if it knows something I don't. As if it knows I'll be back. Story 8. The first rule of data analysis is that patterns don't lie. People do. Numbers reveal truth in their cold precision, stripping away the messy complications of human interpretation, which is why what's been happening to me makes no sense at all. I've always been methodical about sleep. Phone on airplane mode, charging cable positioned exactly 18 inches from my pillow, blackout curtains drawn tight against the city's perpetual orange glow. My bedroom exists in a controlled environment, variables eliminated, disturbances minimized. Sleep hygiene, they call it in the wellness articles that populate my company's internal newsletter. But patterns are breaking down. The first incident occurred on a Tuesday night in October. I'd finished reviewing quarterly customer retention metrics until nearly midnight, my eyes burning from the blue light despite the filters. The data showed encouraging trends. Churn rate down by 3%, lifetime value up across all demographics, clean numbers, predictable outcomes. I set the phone to airplane mode with the same mechanical precision I brought to everything else, placed it on the nightstand, and let the familiar weight of exhaustion pull me under. The vibration cut through my sleep like a blade through silk. My hand moved automatically toward the phone, muscle memory overriding conscious thought. The screen remained dark, airplane mode icon glowing in the corner like a small accusation. Yet the vibration continued, not the sharp staccato of a text message, but the longer, more insistent pulse of an incoming call. I held the device in my palm, feeling the mechanical tremor against my skin, watching the black screen reflect my own confused face. Then I heard it. Muffled, as if transmitted through layers of static and distance, a voice emerged from the phone speaker despite its disconnected state. Tell them everything is at peace now. The words carried an odd cadence, spoken with the careful deliberation of someone fighting against exhaustion or medication. I pressed the phone closer to my ear, but the voice had already faded back into silence. The vibration stopped. The screen remained dark. I sat on the edge of my bed for nearly an hour afterward, staring at the device, testing its settings, verifying airplane mode was still active. The logical part of my mind, the part trained to identify anomalies in data sets, began cataloging possible explanations. Auditory hallucinations brought on by stress. A dream so vivid, it had seemed real upon waking. Some kind of electromagnetic interference causing phantom vibrations. By morning, I had almost convinced myself it was nothing. Then my boss sent the text. Her message arrived at 6:47 a.m., and reading it felt like watching a carefully constructed hypothesis collapse under the weight of impossible data. Her father had been in the hospital for weeks, she explained, fighting pneumonia that wouldn't respond to treatment. The night before, the same night I'd heard that muffled voice, he had spoken his final words to the family gathered around his bedside. Tell them everything is at peace now. He had slipped into unconsciousness exactly 12 minutes after midnight. I checked the timestamp on my phone's log, cross-referencing it with the moment I'd awakened. The math aligned with a precision that made my hands shake as I typed my condolences in response. For 3 weeks afterward, I conducted my own informal experiment. I monitored my sleep patterns, documented every disruption, analyzed the data for correlations that might explain what had happened. I found nothing. Sleep remained normal, predictable, undisturbed. The phone stayed silent in airplane mode, and my dreams were forgettable fragments about spreadsheets and missing semicolons. I was beginning to file the incident away as an unexplained anomaly when it happened again. This time, I wasn't fully asleep. I was drifting in that liminal space between consciousness and dreams, where thoughts become loose and unreliable. The vibration started gently, almost apologetically, before building to the same insistent rhythm I remembered from 3 weeks earlier. Again, the screen remained dark. Again, airplane mode glowed accusingly in the corner. The voice that emerged was different this time, younger, more urgent, speaking through what sounded like layers of interference. Watch the shoulder. Tell him to watch the shoulder. The words repeated twice before fading into static that reminded me, inexplicably, of old AM radio broadcasts bleeding through from distant stations. I lay perfectly still, recording every detail in my memory, knowing that this time I wouldn't be able to dismiss what was happening as a stress-induced hallucination. I grabbed my laptop and started typing immediately, documenting everything while it remained fresh. Timestamps, duration of the call, exact wording of the message. The methodical approach calmed me, providing the illusion of control over something that defied all logical framework. At 7:23 a.m., before I had finished my documentation, my friend from college called. We hadn't spoken in months, but his voice carried an excitement that cut through the early morning grogginess. "You're not going to believe what happened to me last night," he said. The story he told made the hair on my arms stand up. He'd been driving home from a late dinner with his girlfriend, taking the interstate loop that curved around the city's eastern suburbs. Traffic was light, the highway mostly empty, except for the occasional truck hauling cargo through the night. He was in the left lane, cruise control set at exactly the speed limit, when something made him glance toward the passenger seat where his phone was sitting. That's when he heard my voice. According to him, his phone had lit up with an incoming call from my number at exactly 12:31 a.m. He hadn't answered immediately, focused on the road, but then heard my voice coming through the car's Bluetooth speakers, despite the call going to voicemail. I was telling him to watch the shoulder, he said, over and over again. But there was something wrong with the audio quality, static interference that made it sound like I was speaking through an old radio. He had swerved right just as a semi-truck drifted into his lane without signaling, its driver apparently asleep at the wheel. The truck missed his rear bumper by inches. If I hadn't moved when I did, he said, I would have been crushed. I told him I had never made any call. We verified the timeline. His near accident had occurred at exactly the same moment I'd awakened to that impossible vibration and heard the voice urging someone to watch the shoulder. When he sent me the voicemail recording later that day, My hands were shaking so badly I could barely operate the playback controls. The voice was mine, unmistakably, but layered with interference that sounded exactly like AM radio static. Worse still, there was something else in the background. A third voice that neither of us recognized, speaking words we couldn't quite make out. I played the recording dozens of times, using audio software to isolate different frequency ranges, filtering out the static to enhance the background voices. The third voice became clearer with each iteration, and what I heard made me question everything I thought I understood about reality. It was giving directions, not just to watch the shoulder, but detailed instructions about timing, about angle of approach, about the precise moment to take evasive action. It spoke with the calm precision of someone who had seen these events unfold before, who knew exactly how the sequence would play out. The voice was mine. Not the version speaking the warning about the shoulder, but another iteration of my own voice, older somehow, more tired, speaking from what sounded like a vast distance. It was as if multiple versions of myself were layered on top of each other in the recording, each one trying to communicate something crucial across an impossible divide. That's when I started researching frequency bleeding. Deep in the technical literature about radio transmission, I found references to a phenomenon where signals from different sources could become entangled under specific atmospheric conditions. Emergency broadcasts sometimes bled through on unrelated channels, creating phantom transmissions that appeared to originate from nowhere. But this was limited to radio waves, not cellular signals, and certainly not to phones operating in airplane mode. I dug deeper, following citation trails through academic papers about electromagnetic anomalies, quantum entanglement studies, research into consciousness and its potential electromagnetic signatures. Most of it was fringe science, the kind of theoretical work that serious academics pursued quietly while maintaining plausible deniability about its implications. But buried in a dissertation about temporal mechanics and consciousness, I found a reference that made my blood run cold. A theoretical physicist at a university I'd never heard of had published a paper suggesting that human consciousness might operate on frequencies that could, under extremely rare circumstances, transcend normal temporal boundaries. The paper had been withdrawn from publication after peer review, but fragments remained cached on obscure academic servers. The theory suggested that moments of extreme stress or transition, what the paper called threshold events, might create temporary bridges between different temporal states of consciousness. A dying person's final words might somehow reach backward through time to someone psychically connected to them. A person in mortal danger might unconsciously broadcast their need for help across these impossible channels. The more I read, the more I realized I was looking for explanations to comfort myself, trying to impose rational structure on something that operated outside rational frameworks entirely. Because the calls kept coming, not every night, but often enough to establish a pattern. Always at the moment between sleep and waking, always through a phone locked in airplane mode, always carrying messages that would prove prophetic within hours. I began keeping detailed logs, cross-referencing the warnings with subsequent events, building a database of impossible correlations. A muffled voice warning about flooding 2 hours before unseasonable storms overwhelmed the city's drainage systems. Another voice, speaking through layers of static, advising someone to check their medication dosage the same night a neighbor was rushed to the hospital for an accidental overdose. Messages that arrived precisely when they were needed most, delivered through a device that had no possible way of receiving them. The voices were always familiar, colleagues, friends, family members, but speaking words they would never remember saying. When I asked them about it the next day, they would look at me with genuine confusion, insisting they had been asleep at the time, that they had never made such calls. Yet their voices on my phone were unmistakable. I started testing the boundaries of the phenomenon. I would place the phone in a Faraday cage, a mesh enclosure designed to block all electromagnetic radiation. The calls still came through. I tried different devices, different locations, different times of night. Nothing changed the fundamental pattern. I would drift toward sleep. The impossible vibration would begin, and a voice would deliver a message that somehow needed to be heard. The most disturbing realization came gradually, as I analyzed weeks of recorded calls and cross-referenced them with my database of subsequent events. The messages weren't random warnings or communications from the recently deceased. They were strategic interventions, precisely timed to prevent specific outcomes. Someone or something was orchestrating these transmissions, using my phone as a conduit to influence events in subtle but crucial ways. The question that kept me awake during the hours I should have been receiving these impossible calls was simple. If the voices belonged to people I knew, speaking words they didn't remember saying, then who was coordinating their transmissions? The answer came to me during what should have been the deepest part of sleep, in a moment of perfect clarity that felt more like remembering than realizing. The voice coordinating all the others, the one barely audible beneath the static, guiding the timing and content of each warning. It was mine. Not the version of myself lying in bed listening to impossible phone calls, but another iteration, speaking from a time and place I couldn't yet understand. I was somehow orchestrating my own reception of these messages, reaching backward through whatever strange frequency allowed consciousness to transcend normal temporal boundaries, guiding past versions of myself to prevent outcomes that had already occurred in some other timeline. The phone vibrates again now as I write this. Airplane mode active, screen dark. I can hear my own voice emerging from the speaker, older and more tired than I remember it being, delivering a message that I will somehow need to hear. The frequency is breaking down, the voice says, speaking through layers of static that sound like the dying transmissions of distant radio stations. You have to stop listening. The pattern is becoming unstable. But I don't know how to stop. Every message has been crucial. Every warning has prevented something terrible from happening. People are alive because of these impossible calls, safe because of information that couldn't possibly have reached them through any normal channel. The voice continues, my own words echoing back to me from across an impossible distance. The data is corrupting itself. The more you listen, the more the pattern deteriorates. Eventually, the warnings will become the very events they're trying to prevent. I understand now that I'm trapped in a loop of my own making, receiving messages from a version of myself that has already lived through the consequences of receiving these messages. Each call makes the next one more necessary. Each intervention creates new circumstances that require intervention. The phone goes silent, but I know it will vibrate again tomorrow night, and the night after that, carrying voices of people who will never remember speaking these words, delivering warnings about events that exist in a state of quantum uncertainty until the moment I choose whether or not to act on them. I'm beginning to suspect that somewhere else, in some other iteration of reality, another version of myself is lying awake at night, documenting impossible phone calls that arrive through devices locked in airplane mode, trying to understand how consciousness can operate across frequencies that shouldn't exist. And that version of myself is probably wondering, just as I am now, whether the calls are saving people from terrible fates, or whether the terrible fates exist only because the calls created the possibility of them in the first place. The pattern has become self-sustaining, a feedback loop of causality that defies every principle of data analysis I've ever learned. I can't determine whether I'm preventing disasters or creating them, whether the voices are helping or haunting, whether I'm saving lives or merely rearranging the sequence of events in ways that make salvation seem necessary. All I know for certain is that the phone will vibrate again soon, carrying another impossible message from someone who will never remember making the call, and I will listen because I no longer have any choice in the matter. Because somewhere, in some frequency between sleep and waking, between what was and what might be, my own voice is orchestrating these transmissions, guiding information backward through time to prevent outcomes that have already occurred in timelines that may not actually exist. The frequency is breaking down, but I can't stop listening. And the data suggests that stopping might be the most dangerous thing I could possibly do. Story 9. The rental listing had described it as charming Victorian townhouse with original hardwood floors and period details. What it hadn't mentioned was how those hardwood floors seemed to breathe at night, expanding and contracting with sounds that made my German shepherd's ears twitch in ways that set my teeth on edge. I'd moved to Richmond 3 months ago, chasing a job opportunity that promised a fresh start. The house came furnished, which suited my nomadic lifestyle perfectly. 3 stories of creaking elegance, with rooms that smelled faintly of lavender and something else I couldn't identify, something that reminded me of wet earth after rain. My dog had adapted to every previous move with the resilience of his breed, but this house unsettled him from day one. He'd prowl the hallways at odd hours, his nails clicking against the wood in irregular patterns that sounded almost like Morse code. I'd catch him staring at empty corners, his head tilted as if listening to conversations I couldn't hear. It was during the second week that I first noticed his fixation with the guest room. The space sat at the end of the upstairs hallway, directly above what the previous tenant had used as a study. During daylight hours, it appeared unremarkable. White walls, hardwood floors, a single window that overlooked the narrow alley between houses. But as evening approached, something in the room's atmosphere shifted. The air grew thicker, pregnant with an expectation that made my chest tight. My dog felt it too. He'd position himself in the hallway, body rigid, staring at that doorway with an intensity that made my skin crawl. His breathing would become shallow, controlled, as if he were afraid that normal respiration might alert something to his presence. The night it happened, I'd been working late in my home office, the steady rhythm of typing punctuated by the house's familiar settling sounds. The radiator had been hissing its mechanical lullaby, and rain drummed against the windows with the persistence of tiny fingers seeking entry. I noticed the silence first. My dog's breathing, which had become the soundtrack to my evening routine, had stopped. Not the way it stops during sleep, but the way it stops when every instinct screams for absolute stillness. I pushed back from my desk, the chair wheels squeaking against the hardwood, and made my way toward the hallway. He stood motionless at the foot of the stairs, every muscle in his 70-pound frame coiled tight. His gaze was fixed on the guest room doorway, and from his throat came a sound I'd never heard before, a growl so low it seemed to vibrate through the floorboards rather than travel through the air. It was the sound of something fundamental being challenged, something primal recognizing a threat it couldn't categorize. I followed his stare toward the empty doorway. The room beyond lay shrouded in darkness, but there was a quality to that darkness that seemed different from simple absence of light. It appeared dense, almost textured, as if shadows had gained substance and weight. For several minutes we remained frozen in our respective positions, my dog at the bottom of the stairs, me hovering between the office and hallway. The silence stretched between us like a held breath, broken only by the distant sound of rain and the house's occasional creaks. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the tension broke. My dog's posture relaxed, his tail gave a tentative wag, and he padded over to me with the sheepish expression of an animal caught in embarrassing behavior. But his eyes kept darting back toward the stairway, and for the rest of the night, he refused to leave my side. I told myself it was nothing. Dogs sense things humans miss: changes in air pressure, subtle sounds, even electromagnetic fluctuations. Victorian houses were notorious for settling in dramatic ways, their aged bones creaking and shifting as temperatures changed. The rational explanations lined up neatly in my mind, but they felt hollow against the memory of that growl. 3 weeks passed before the next incident. I'd almost convinced myself the earlier episode had been an aberration, a perfect storm of atmospheric conditions and canine sensitivity. My dog's behavior had returned to normal, though I noticed he'd begun sleeping in my bedroom rather than his usual spot by the front door. The night the mattress moved, I'd been lying on my back, staring at the ceiling and running through tomorrow's project deadlines. The digital clock on my nightstand read 2:47 a.m., its red numerals casting a faint glow across the room's familiar contours. I felt the pressure first, a gradual depression at the foot of the bed, as if someone were slowly placing their weight on the mattress. The sensation was unmistakably human, deliberate, controlled, the way someone might sit on the edge of a bed to avoid disturbing a sleeping partner. My breath caught in my throat, but my rational mind immediately supplied an explanation. My dog often jumped onto the bed during the night, seeking comfort or warmth. But when I turned my head toward the foot of the bed, expecting to see his familiar silhouette, I found only empty space. The pressure intensified, causing the mattress to dip noticeably. Whatever was creating the sensation had to weigh at least as much as a full-grown person. I could feel the bed frame adjusting to accommodate the additional weight, its joints creaking softly in protest. My eyes swept the room, searching for my dog, and found him pressed against the bedroom doorframe. His body was rigid with terror, every hair standing on end, creating a halo effect in the dim light filtering through the curtains. His eyes were fixed not on me, but on the foot of the bed where I could feel but not see the presence. The 3 knocks came from directly beneath me. They weren't the random settling sounds I'd grown accustomed to, but deliberate percussion, knuckles against wood, spaced evenly, purposeful. The impacts were strong enough to vibrate through the mattress and box spring, strong enough to make the bed frame shift slightly against the hardwood floor. My heart hammered against my ribs as I lay motionless, afraid that any movement might provoke whatever was beneath me. The knocks came again, 3 measured impacts, identical in force and timing. Then silence. The pressure on the mattress lingered for several more minutes before gradually releasing. I waited until my breathing returned to something approaching normal before sliding from the bed and checking underneath. The space was empty, nothing but dust bunnies and shadows. But the next morning, I dragged the mattress and box spring off the frame and placed them directly on the floor. That small act of defiance felt like a victory, a way of reclaiming control over my own space. If something was indeed under my bed, whether real or imagined, I'd eliminated its hiding place. The setup looked unconventional, but it allowed me to sleep without constantly wondering what might be lurking inches beneath me. For 2 nights, the arrangement worked perfectly. I slept better than I had in weeks, and my dog seemed to relax as well, returning to his usual spot by the front door. But whatever had been under my bed simply relocated. The sounds began 3 nights later, the same deliberate knocking, but now emanating from beneath the hallway floorboards. 3 measured impacts, always in sequence, always at the same spot just outside my bedroom door. The timing varied, sometimes around midnight, sometimes in the early morning hours. But the pattern remained consistent. My dog's behavior grew increasingly erratic. During the day, he'd pace the hallway, stopping at the exact spot where the sounds originated to sniff and whine. At night, he'd position himself as far from that location as possible, usually in the living room, watching the stairs with the vigilance of a sentry. I tried documenting the incidents, keeping a notebook by my bed to record times, duration, and any other relevant details. The entries painted a picture of escalating activity. Day 43, 1:23 a.m., 3 knocks, hallway outside bedroom, duration approximately 10 seconds, dog exhibited extreme stress response. Day 44, 2:15 a.m., same pattern, same location, noticed floorboards felt slightly warm to touch in morning. Day 46, 12:47 a.m. and 3:33 a.m., 2 separate incidents, identical pattern. Dog refused to go upstairs for remainder of night. The scientific approach helped maintain my sanity during daylight hours, but it did nothing to prepare me for the nights. Each episode left me more exhausted, more on edge, more convinced that something fundamental in my world had shifted. I began researching the house's history, searching online records, and visiting the local historical society. The townhouse had been built in 1887, changing hands multiple times over the decades. Most of the previous owners had lived there for only a few years before moving on, a pattern that now seemed ominous rather than simply coincidental. One former resident, an elderly woman who'd lived there in the 1990s, agreed to speak with me over coffee. She'd been reluctant at first, but something in my voice during our phone conversation had apparently convinced her of my sincerity. She described experiences that echoed my own: unexplained sounds, her cat's strange behavior, the persistent feeling of being watched. She'd lasted 8 months before finding another place. "I never figured out what it was," she said, stirring her coffee with hands that trembled slightly. "Could have been the house settling, could have been my imagination running wild after my husband passed. But there were nights I'd lie awake listening to something moving around under the floors." She leaned closer, lowering her voice despite the coffee shop's ambient noise. "I had the foundation inspected twice, had exterminators check for rodents, even brought in a structural engineer. Nothing. But I knew something was there, you understand? You can feel it watching, waiting." Her words followed me home, echoing in my mind as I climbed the stairs to my bedroom. The house felt different that evening, more alert, as if our conversation had somehow awakened something that had been dormant. That night, the knocking came earlier than usual and lasted longer. 3 deliberate impacts, then silence, then 3 more. The pattern repeated 6 times before stopping, leaving me lying rigid on my floor-bound mattress, staring at the ceiling and wondering if I was losing my mind. My dog hadn't moved from the living room in 3 days. The thought of seeking professional help crossed my mind. A therapist, a psychiatrist, someone trained to help people distinguish between reality and delusion. But how do you explain to a medical professional that your house might be haunted, that your perfectly healthy German Shepherd had become afraid of his own home, that you'd started sleeping on the floor to escape sounds that might not even exist? Instead, I found myself researching other possibilities. Environmental factors that might cause auditory hallucinations, infrasound phenomena in old buildings, even electromagnetic fields that could affect both human and animal behavior. The internet offered a wealth of rational explanations, each more comforting than the last. But none of them explained the pattern, the consistency, the way my dog's behavior perfectly mirrored my own experiences. Week 7 brought a new development. The knocking had evolved beyond simple 3-beat patterns. Now it came in sequences. 3 knocks, pause, 2 knocks, pause, 4 knocks. The variations seemed random at first, but after several nights of documentation, I began to detect a subtle rhythm, as if the sounds were attempting some form of primitive communication. The realization terrified me more than the initial incidents. Random supernatural phenomena, if that's what they were, suggested no intelligence behind them, no intention. But patterns implied purpose, consciousness, perhaps even malevolence. I started leaving the house during evening hours, driving aimlessly through Richmond streets, or sitting in 24-hour diners until exhaustion forced me home. My dog would accompany me on these excursions, his behavior returning to normal once we were away from the house. But we always had to return, and each homecoming felt like descending into something that grew stronger with each passing day. The breaking point came on a Thursday night in my 8th week there. I'd fallen asleep on the living room couch, hoping to avoid another night of corridor percussion. My dog lay beside me, both of us seeking safety in numbers and distance from the upstairs hallway. The knocking woke me around 3 a.m., but this time it wasn't coming from the familiar spot outside my bedroom. The sounds emanated from directly beneath the couch, 3 measured impacts that vibrated through the furniture and into my body. I sat up slowly, afraid that sudden movement might intensify the phenomenon. My dog was already awake, his body pressed against mine, trembling with fear that matched my own. The knocking moved. As I listened in horrified fascination, the sounds traveled beneath the floorboards, following a path from the living room toward the kitchen. 3 knocks, pause, movement, 3 knocks. The pattern continued across the entire first floor, mapping the house's layout in deliberate percussion. It was following me. The thought struck with crystalline clarity and absolute terror. Whatever was beneath the floors had adapted to my attempts at avoidance, tracking my location and adjusting its manifestations accordingly. The knocking wasn't random atmospheric phenomena or settling house sounds. It was responsive, intelligent, targeted. I grabbed my dog's leash and headed for the door, no longer caring about rational explanations or professional help, or what the neighbors might think. The house felt malevolent now, charged with hostility that made the air thick and difficult to breathe. We spent that night in my car, parked outside a 24-hour gas station, while I tried to process what was happening. My dog slept fitfully in the passenger seat, occasionally whimpering in dreams that probably mirrored my own waking nightmares. Morning brought the familiar comfort of sunlight and normal sounds, traffic, birds, people beginning their daily routines. The terror of the previous night seemed almost absurd in daylight's rational glow, but I couldn't shake the memory of those traveling knocks, the unmistakable sense that something had been hunting me through my own home. I returned to the house to collect some clothes and essentials, planning to find a hotel room while I decided my next move. My dog refused to enter, planting himself firmly on the front porch and refusing all coaxing. Inside, everything appeared normal. Sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating dust motes that danced lazily in the air. The floorboards that had seemed so ominous just hours earlier now looked like ordinary wood, aged and worn, but innocent. I packed quickly, stuffing clothes and toiletries into a duffel bag while trying to ignore the way the house's silence felt expectant, watchful. Every creak and settling sound made me freeze, listening for patterns that might indicate renewed activity. As I prepared to leave, I found myself standing in the hallway outside my former bedroom, staring at the spot where it all began. The floorboards looked no different from any others, slightly warped with age, darkened by decades of footsteps in daily life. But as I watched, one board shifted almost imperceptibly, rising slightly before settling back into place. I ran. 3 months later, I'm living in a different city, in a modern apartment complex with concrete floors and neighbors on all sides. My dog has returned to his normal behavior, though he still occasionally stares at corners with an intensity that makes my pulse quicken. I never learned what was in that Richmond house, whether it was supernatural phenomena, environmental factors affecting my perception, or simply the slow dissolution of my own sanity under stress. The rational part of my mind favors the latter explanation. Isolation, job pressure, and an overactive imagination could easily conspire to create convincing delusions. But sometimes, in the quiet hours before dawn, I hear 3 measured knocks coming from somewhere beneath my apartment floor, and I wonder if some things are patient enough to follow you anywhere. Story 10. The first time I visited my father-in-law's house in the California desert, I should have trusted my instincts and left immediately. But love makes us do foolish things. And I loved Elena enough to endure a weekend in that godforsaken place where the wind never stops howling, and the silence between gusts feels like held breath. The house squatted against the horizon like a weathered bone, its stucco walls bleached white by decades of relentless sun. My father-in-law, Joaquin, had inherited it from his uncle years ago, but rarely stayed there himself. Too remote, he'd said with a dismissive wave. Too quiet for an old man's nerves. Elena insisted we spend our engagement weekend there, claiming it would be romantic to have the desert to ourselves. She was wrong about many things, as I would later discover. The heat hit us like a physical blow when we stepped from the air-conditioned rental car. Even at 6 in the evening, the temperature had to be over 100 degrees. The desert stretched endlessly in every direction, broken only by the occasional Joshua tree standing sentinel against the blazing sky. Our nearest neighbor was 15 miles away. Elena busied herself unpacking while I explored the house. The interior was larger than it appeared from outside, with rooms that seemed to fold into each other in ways that defied the simple exterior geometry. The living room opened onto a kitchen that led to a hallway lined with doors, some opening to bedrooms, others to closets that exhaled stale air tinged with something medicinal. Every surface was covered in a fine layer of dust that glittered in the dying sunlight streaming through windows that hadn't been cleaned in years. The bathroom where it all began was at the end of the hall, past the master bedroom where Elena was arranging her toiletries on a vanity that had seen better decades. The shower stall was cramped, barely large enough for someone my size, and the water pressure was weak. But after 8 hours of driving through the desert heat, even that pathetic stream felt like salvation. I emerged from the shower feeling almost human again, reached for the towel hanging on the back of the door, and that's when I saw them. 2 handprints on the mirror, still wet, water droplets sliding down the glass like tears. My own hands were smaller, narrower. These prints belonged to someone with thick fingers and broad palms, someone considerably larger than myself. Elena was still in the bedroom, humming softly as she unpacked. I called to her, asked if she'd used the bathroom recently. Her voice drifted back, slightly muffled by distance and the thick walls. No, she'd been too busy organizing our things. Why? I looked back at the mirror. The handprints were already beginning to fade, evaporating in the dry desert air. By the time I might have convinced Elena to come look, they would be gone entirely. I told myself the previous renters must have left them, though the house had supposedly been empty for months. Old houses held moisture in strange ways, I reasoned. The sudden steam from my shower had simply revealed what was already there. But even as I constructed this rational explanation, something cold moved in my chest. The handprints had been perfectly positioned at my eye level, as if someone had been standing directly behind me, reaching around my shoulders to press their palms against the glass while I showered, oblivious and exposed. That night, sleep came fitfully. The desert silence was oppressive, broken only by the occasional groan of the house settling and the whisper of sand against the windows. Elena slept deeply beside me, her breathing steady and peaceful, but every small sound seemed amplified in the darkness. The unfamiliar creaks and sighs of the old house took on sinister significance in my overwrought imagination. Sometime around 3 in the morning, I woke to the sound of movement in the hallway. Not footsteps exactly, but something sliding, a soft scraping like bare feet shuffling across carpet. I lay still, listening, my heart hammering against my ribs. Elena hadn't stirred. Then came the distinctive rumble of one of the sliding doors moving on its track. The sound was unmistakable. We'd had similar doors in my childhood home, and they made that same low, grinding noise when opened. I counted the seconds. 1, 2, 3. Then silence. I slipped from bed as carefully as possible and padded to the bedroom door, which we'd left slightly ajar for airflow. Through the crack, I could see down the darkened hallway toward the living room. Nothing moved. All the doors appeared to be in their proper positions, yet I was certain I'd heard one slide open. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, straining to detect any further sounds. My eyes adjusted to the darkness, and the familiar shapes of the hallway furniture became visible. The silence stretched until it seemed almost solid, pressing against my eardrums with uncomfortable weight. Just as I was about to return to bed, I heard it, soft pattering across the living room carpet, like small footsteps moving quickly but trying to remain quiet. The sound approached the hallway, grew closer, then stopped abruptly at what I estimated to be the threshold between the living room and hall. Whatever had made those sounds was now standing perhaps 10 feet away from me, separated only by the partially open door and a stretch of darkness. I held my breath, afraid that even the slightest sound might provoke some response from whatever waited in the hall. Minutes passed. My legs began to ache from standing motionless, but I didn't dare move. Finally, the soft pattering resumed, retreating back across the living room until it faded entirely. Elena found me the next morning still standing by the door, stiff and exhausted. She laughed when I tried to explain what I'd heard, suggesting that desert isolation was already getting to me. "Old houses make all kinds of sounds," she said, kissing my cheek. "Especially in this climate. The temperature changes make everything expand and contract." Her explanation was perfectly reasonable, and I wanted to believe it. But something in her eyes suggested she was trying to convince herself as much as me. The second night brought dreams that felt too vivid, too immediate to be mere products of my subconscious. I found myself standing in a bathroom I didn't recognize, older than the one in the desert house, with fixtures that belonged to an earlier era. The bathtub was deep and claw-footed, filled to the brim with water that reflected the overhead light like black glass. In the dream, my hands pushed down on something beneath the water surface. I could feel resistance, thrashing that sent waves sloshing over the tub's edges to pool on the checkered tile floor. The water was cold, far colder than it should have been, and it stank of chlorine so strongly that my eyes watered. I woke gasping, Elena shaking my shoulder with concerned urgency. "You were making sounds," she whispered, "like you couldn't breathe." The ceiling above our heads was dry, but as I lay there trying to shake off the dream's lingering horror, I heard it. Drip, drip, drip. Water falling steadily onto something soft. I slipped from bed and followed the sound to its source. It led me to the closet in the corner of our room, a walk-in space we'd been using to hang our clothes. I opened the door and reached for the light switch. Water was indeed falling from the ceiling, landing on Elena's sweater that we'd left draped over a chair. The drops were cold and carried that same harsh chlorine smell from my dream. I looked up, searching for the source, but the ceiling appeared solid, unmarked by any sign of leakage. Elena appeared behind me, her face pale in the harsh closet light. She saw the wet sweater, the small puddle forming on the floor, and her expression shifted through confusion to something approaching fear. "There's no plumbing up there," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "The pipes all run along the exterior walls." We spent the next hour examining the ceiling with a flashlight, searching for any crack or hole that might explain the leak. We found nothing. The drywall was intact, painted and smooth, showing no signs of water damage or recent repair. Yet the dripping continued, each drop falling with metronomic precision onto the floor below. By morning, it had stopped. The ceiling was completely dry, as if the leak had never existed. Only the damp sweater and a small water stain on the carpet remained as evidence of what we'd witnessed. "Desert houses are strange," Elena said over breakfast, her tone carefully neutral. "The temperature changes, the dry air, the elevation. Maybe moisture gets trapped in weird ways." But her hands shook slightly as she lifted her coffee cup, and she kept glancing toward the bedroom door as if expecting something to emerge from the hallway beyond. The third day brought oppressive heat that made even the air-conditioned interior feel stifling. We drove into town for supplies and lunch, grateful for any excuse to leave the house. The small desert community consisted of little more than a gas station, a diner, and a general store. But the presence of other people felt like a blessing after the isolation of the previous nights. The elderly woman behind the diner counter seemed eager for conversation. When Elena mentioned we were staying at Joaquin's uncle's place, her expression changed subtly. "That old house out on Desert Wind Road?" she asked, her voice careful and neutral. "Haven't seen anyone stay there for quite a while." I asked how long it had been empty, and she exchanged a glance with the cook visible through the service window. "Well," she said slowly, "folks don't much care for the isolation out there. Gets to people after a while. Makes them see things, hear things that maybe aren't quite right." Elena laughed nervously and changed the subject, but I caught the meaningful look that passed between the diner staff. These people knew something about the house that they weren't willing to share with strangers. On the drive back, I tried to convince Elena to leave early. The city was only 4 hours away, and we could be home by evening. But she insisted we stay for the full weekend as planned. "We can't let an old house and some weird coincidences ruin our engagement celebration," she said. "Besides, what would we tell your father? What would we tell him indeed? That his uncle's house seemed to be haunted? That we'd fled because of handprints on mirrors and mysterious leaks?" The rational part of my mind agreed with Elena's determination to stick it out, but a growing dread had taken root in my chest, spreading like ice water through my veins. That afternoon, I found myself drawn repeatedly to the bathroom mirror. Each time I looked, I half expected to see those handprints reappear, but the glass remained clear, reflecting only my own increasingly haggard face. The stress was beginning to show in the dark circles under my eyes and the tight line of my mouth. Elena noticed my preoccupation. "You're starting to worry me," she said. "Maybe the altitude is affecting you. Some people react badly to desert climates." But I could see she was struggling with her own unease. She jumped at small sounds, checked and rechecked locks on doors and windows, and kept finding excuses to avoid being alone in any room. When I suggested we sleep with the bedroom door closed, she agreed immediately, relief evident in her voice. The fourth night was when everything changed. I jerked awake to find Elena sitting bolt upright beside me, her eyes wide and staring at something I couldn't see. Her breathing was rapid and shallow, and when I touched her arm, her skin was cold despite the warm desert air. "Do you smell that?" she whispered. I inhaled deeply and immediately regretted it. The air was thick with the sharp chemical smell of chlorine, so strong it made my sinuses burn. It seemed to be emanating from the closet, seeping under the door like invisible fog. We approached the closet together, neither of us willing to investigate alone. When I opened the door, the smell hit us like a physical force. The chlorine odor was overwhelming, turning the small space into a chemical cloud that made our eyes water and our throats close. But there was something else now, something that made Elena grab my arm with fingers that dug painfully into my skin. At the back of the closet, where our clothes hung in neat rows, the wall appeared to be breathing. The drywall moved in and out with a slow, rhythmic motion, as if the house itself had developed lungs. "We need to leave," Elena whispered, backing away from the closet. "Right now. We need to leave right now." I wanted to agree, wanted nothing more than to grab our things and run for the car. But something held me frozen. Watching that impossible wall movement with fascination and horror, the rational part of my mind searched desperately for explanations. Foundation settling, temperature changes, anything that might account for what I was seeing. Then the wall stopped moving, and in the sudden stillness, I heard something that made my blood freeze in my veins. From somewhere behind that breathing wall came the sound of splashing water, as if someone were thrashing in a bathtub just on the other side of the drywall. Elena was already backing toward the bedroom door, her face pale with terror. "Please," she begged. "We have to go. Now." But I couldn't move, because mixed with the sound of splashing water came something else, something that shouldn't have been possible. From behind that wall, muffled but unmistakable, came the sound of my own voice, distorted by water and distance, but clearly recognizable. My voice, speaking words I couldn't quite make out, rising and falling with an emotion that sounded like desperate pleading. Elena was pulling at my arm now, her strength surprising in her panic. "That's not you," she kept saying. "That's not you. That's not you. That's not you." But it was. Somehow, impossibly, it was my voice behind that wall. My voice mixed with the splash of water and the harsh smell of chlorine that had grown so strong I could taste it on my tongue like copper and fear. The sound of my own voice pleading from behind the wall followed us as we fled the bedroom, throwing our belongings into bags with frantic haste. Even with the closet door closed, we could hear it throughout the house. My voice, calling out words that remained tantalizingly unclear, sometimes rising to what sounded like desperation, sometimes falling to barely audible whispers. We were at the front door, bags in hand, when Elena stopped dead. Her face had gone white, and she was staring at something over my shoulder. I turned to see what had captured her attention and felt my knees nearly buckle. There, on the living room mirror that covered most of one wall, were handprints. Dozens of them. Wet handprints of various sizes covering the glass from floor to ceiling, as if an entire crowd of invisible people had been pressing their palms against the surface, trying to push through from the other side. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was that among all those different handprints, large ones and small ones, thick-fingered and narrow, I could clearly identify several that matched my own hands perfectly. Same size, same finger length, same distinctive pattern of lines and creases. My handprints, joining the others in their silent, desperate pressing against the glass. Elena was already running for the car. I followed, my legs moving without conscious direction, my mind struggling to process what I'd seen. We threw our bags in the back seat and drove away from that desert house as fast as the rental car would carry us, neither of us speaking until the building was lost behind the hills. "What was that place?" Elena finally whispered when we reached the highway. I had no answer. I still don't. We've never spoken of what happened in the desert house. Not to each other, and certainly not to Elena's father. We told him we'd had a lovely time and thanked him for the generous loan of the property. He seemed pleased, but mentioned, almost in passing, that we were welcome to use it again anytime. "Though I should warn you," he added with a strange smile, "the desert can play tricks on people, especially people who aren't used to the isolation. Sometimes visitors report seeing or hearing things that don't make much sense." I wanted to ask what kinds of things, but Elena's sharp look warned me away from the subject. That was 6 months ago. Elena and I are married now, living in a comfortable suburban home with neighbors close enough to hear if we call for help. We've never discussed returning to the desert, and Joaquin hasn't brought up his uncle's house again. But sometimes, late at night when Elena is sleeping soundly beside me, I find myself wondering about those handprints, all those different hands pressing against the mirror, trying to push through from somewhere else. My hands among them, somehow participating in whatever desperate effort was being made. Because the question that haunts me, the question I can't answer and daren't ask, is this: if my handprints were on that mirror, pressing against it from the other side. Then who was standing in that living room looking back at them? Who was wearing my face, carrying my memories, living my life while the real me remained trapped behind the glass with all the others, pressing our palms against the barrier and calling out with voices that grew weaker each day? Sometimes I catch Elena watching me when she thinks I'm not looking, her expression troubled and searching, as if she's trying to convince herself that I'm really the same person who went with her into that desert. And sometimes, when I look in our bathroom mirror, I think I can smell the faint trace of chlorine in the air. The handprints on our mirror are always mine, of course. But lately, I've begun to wonder if they're pressing against the glass from the wrong side. Story 11. The Milwaukee winter had a way of making everything sound different, muffled, distorted, like the city itself was holding its breath beneath layers of snow and ice. I'd been living in the duplex for 8 months, long enough to know its rhythms. The radiator's metallic groans at dawn, the neighbor's television bleeding through thin walls, the way wind whistled through gaps in the storm windows my landlord refused to fix. But at 3:12 a.m. on that Tuesday in February, something knocked on my service door with the precision of a metronome. 3 sharp raps, deliberate, patient. I lay in bed, my body rigid beneath flannel sheets, listening to my heartbeat thunder against my ribs. The service door opened onto nothing, just a narrow ventilation shaft between buildings, barely wide enough for a person to squeeze through. No one used that door. Hell, I'd never even unlocked it. Knock, knock, knock. The sounds came again, exactly as before, spaced with mechanical precision. I forced myself to breathe slowly, counting the seconds between each exhale. Outside, the February wind howled through bare branches, rattling windows and sending something metallic clanging in the distance. Probably just the wind, I told myself. Old buildings settle. Pipes expand and contract. There were a dozen rational explanations. But my mother's voice echoed in my memory, clear as if she were standing beside the bed. The house warns, mijo. When something's coming, the house always knows first. She'd grown up in a cramped adobe house in Tucson, where 3 generations lived under one roof, and the walls seemed to breathe with accumulated whispers. Every creak, every shadow, every cold draft carried meaning. I'd dismissed it as superstition, the kind of folklore that thrived in communities where stories passed from grandmother to granddaughter like heirloom recipes. Now, alone in this converted duplex with its thin walls and questionable wiring, her words felt less like folklore and more like warning. I waited 20 minutes before padding barefoot across the cold hardwood to check the service door. The deadbolt was secure, the chain latch undisturbed. Through the peephole, I saw nothing but darkness and the faint outline of brick walls converging into shadow. The space was too narrow for anyone to stand comfortably, too awkward to approach from either end. My phone buzzed on the kitchen counter. Then again. The blue light cut through the darkness as message after message populated the family group chat. Emergency. Dad's taking Uncle Ramiro to St. Mary's. Heart palpitations. Severe. Pray for him. ICU. They're running tests. Please come if you can. I stared at the timestamp. 5:03 a.m. The messages had started arriving 2 hours after those impossible knocks. But my uncle had been admitted at 2:47 a.m., 25 minutes before I'd first heard them. The coincidence felt too perfect, too pointed, like puzzle pieces clicking together with audible snaps. I called my cousin, my fingers trembling slightly as I dialed. Her voice was thick with exhaustion and worry, but she confirmed what the messages already told me. Uncle Ramiro had collapsed in his kitchen while making late-night coffee, clutching his chest and gasping for breath. The ambulance arrived within minutes, but he'd been unconscious when they loaded him onto the stretcher. When I hung up, the house felt different. The familiar creaks and settles now seemed purposeful, as if the building itself was listening. I made coffee with hands that shook just slightly, telling myself that stress could explain everything. The early morning anxiety, the hypersensitivity to ordinary sounds, the paranoid connections my exhausted brain was drawing between unrelated events. But as I sat at my kitchen table, nursing bitter coffee and watching gray dawn filter through frost-covered windows, I couldn't shake the feeling that something fundamental had shifted. The house felt larger somehow, its shadows deeper and more deliberate. The familiar layout seemed subtly wrong, as if rooms had been rearranged by millimeters while I slept. I spent the day distracted and jittery, jumping at every unexpected sound. The heating system's rhythmic cycling made me freeze mid-sentence during work calls. The mailman's footsteps on the front porch sent adrenaline coursing through my veins. Even the refrigerator's ice maker dropping cubes into the tray made me turn around sharply, expecting to find someone standing behind me. By evening, I'd almost convinced myself that morning's events were nothing more than unfortunate timing. Uncle Ramiro was stable but still in ICU, and the doctors seemed cautiously optimistic. The knocking had been some combination of thermal expansion and wind shear, urban acoustics playing tricks in the narrow spaces between buildings. I heated leftover takeout and settled onto the couch with a book, determined to restore some sense of normalcy. Outside, fresh snow began falling, muffling the usual city sounds and casting everything in soft white silence. The kind of quiet that made you aware of your own breathing, your own heartbeat, the subtle sounds your body made simply by existing. At 11:47 p.m., I was reading the same paragraph for the fourth time when I heard them. Knock, knock, knock. But this time the sounds came from inside the house. My book tumbled to the floor as I shot upright, every nerve ending suddenly alive. The knocks had come from the direction of the kitchen, specifically from the narrow closet where I kept cleaning supplies and the stacked washer and dryer. I waited, holding my breath, straining to hear over the blood rushing in my ears. The house settled around me with its usual symphony of small sounds, but underneath them was something else, a subtle wrongness, like a song played in the wrong key. When the knocks came again, I was already moving toward the kitchen. 3 deliberate raps, spaced with the same mechanical precision as the night before. But now they came from within my own walls, from a space I could reach and open and examine. The laundry closet door stood slightly ajar, though I was certain I'd closed it that morning. A thin line of darkness showed between the door and frame, and as I approached, I caught something that made my stomach clench with recognition. The smell of hospital disinfectant. It wasn't subtle or ambiguous. It was the sharp, medicinal odor that clung to emergency rooms and ICU waiting areas. The smell of industrial-strength alcohol and antiseptic cleaners designed to eliminate every trace of human presence. It rolled out of that narrow gap like fog, flooding my kitchen with the sterile essence of institutional healthcare. My hand trembled as I reached for the door handle. The metal was cold against my palm, colder than it should have been in a heated house. I pulled the door open in one quick motion, like ripping off a bandage. The washer and dryer sat exactly where they belonged, their white surfaces gleaming dully in the kitchen light. Bottles of detergent and fabric softener lined the shelf above them, undisturbed. The small space looked perfectly ordinary, completely normal, except for the smell. It billowed out now, stronger and more concentrated, carrying with it the ghost of other scents. Latex gloves, paper gowns, the metallic tang of medical equipment. I stepped back, my eyes watering from the intensity. And as I did, I noticed something that made my chest tighten with fresh dread. Condensation. The inside of the closet was covered with it, as if the air itself was different here. Warmer, more humid, like the climate-controlled environment of a hospital room. Droplets beaded on the walls and appliances, running down in thin rivulets that caught the light like tears. I slammed the door shut and backed away, my rational mind scrambling for explanations. A leak in the pipes above, a malfunction in the dryer's ventilation, some chemical reaction between cleaning products that could produce both moisture and odor. But even as I listed these possibilities, I knew they felt hollow. The smell hadn't been gradual or subtle. It had appeared fully formed, complete with associations that triggered memories of sterile waiting rooms and worried vigils beside hospital beds. My phone rang, startling me so violently that I nearly dropped it. My cousin's name appeared on the screen, and I answered with a voice that sounded steadier than I felt. Uncle Ramiro had taken a turn for the worse. His heart rhythm had become irregular, and the doctors were considering more aggressive interventions. The family was gathering at the hospital, maintaining what felt like a premature vigil in the ICU waiting room. After I hung up, I stood in my kitchen trying to process the timing. The knocks from the laundry closet had come at 11:47 p.m. According to my cousin, the medical team had been called to Uncle Ramiro's room at 11:23 p.m., 24 minutes earlier. I opened the closet door again, expecting the smell to have dissipated, but it hit me with renewed force. If anything, it seemed stronger now, more complex. Beneath the antiseptic sharpness, I caught hints of other hospital aromas: the artificial vanilla of institutional soap, the rubber scent of medical tubing, the peculiar staleness of recycled air. This time I stepped inside. The space was larger than it should have been, not dramatically, just enough to notice, like standing in a familiar room after someone has moved the furniture slightly. The back wall seemed farther away, the ceiling higher. When I turned to look back at my kitchen, the doorway appeared smaller, as if viewed through the wrong end of a telescope. I reached out to touch the dryer, needing to ground myself with something solid and familiar. The surface was warm, not the residual heat of recent use, but the continuous warmth of machinery in constant operation. A steady humming vibrated through the metal, though I hadn't run a load in days. Knock, knock, knock. The sounds came from directly behind me, from the back wall of the closet. I spun around, my shoulder hitting the door frame hard enough to send sharp pain shooting down my arm. The wall looked exactly as it always had. Blank drywall painted the same off-white as the rest of the apartment, but the knocking continued, growing more insistent. Knock, 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 knock. Each sequence came faster than the last, overlapping until the sound became a continuous drumming. I pressed my hands against the wall, feeling vibrations travel through the drywall and into my palms. The rhythm was familiar now, not quite regular enough to be mechanical, but too precise to be random. It was the rhythm of a hospital monitor, the steady beeping that tracked heartbeats and measured life in digital increments. I stumbled out of the closet and slammed the door, but the drumming continued, muffled but relentless. It followed me as I retreated to the living room, a steady percussion that seemed to come from within the walls themselves. When I pressed my ear against the shared wall with my neighbor, I heard it there too, faint but unmistakable, like an echo of an echo. The smell had spread beyond the kitchen now. I caught whiffs of it in the hallway, in the bedroom, creeping through the house like slow-moving gas. Each breath carried the same sterile cocktail of disinfectants and medical equipment, making my own home feel increasingly foreign. I called the hospital, using the direct number my cousin had given me. The night nurse confirmed that Uncle Ramiro remained in critical condition, his heart rhythm increasingly unstable. They were monitoring him closely, she said, with equipment that tracked every beat and breath with digital precision. Equipment that beeped, continuously, with mechanical regularity. After I hung up, I sat in my living room listening to the percussion that came from within my walls. The sound was changing, becoming more complex. Beneath the primary rhythm, I began to hear other patterns: the wheeze of ventilators, the soft chiming of IV pumps, the electronic symphony of a fully equipped ICU room. My house was becoming a hospital. The realization hit me with the force of physical impact. This wasn't coincidence or stress-induced paranoia. Something was transforming my living space into a mirror of my uncle's current reality, turning my ordinary duplex into a residential extension of his medical crisis. But that was impossible. Houses didn't work that way. Walls didn't spontaneously generate the sounds and smells of distant locations. The human brain, however, was perfectly capable of creating elaborate sensory hallucinations under sufficient stress. I was losing my mind. That had to be it. The combination of family crisis, isolation, and too many late nights had finally pushed my already fragile mental state over some invisible edge. The knocks, the smells, the impossible geometry of my laundry closet, all products of a brain desperately trying to process trauma by externalizing it into environmental symptoms. The relief that came with this explanation was immediate and overwhelming. Mental illness was treatable. Stress-induced psychosis had well-documented causes and proven therapies. I could call my doctor in the morning, explain the situation, and begin addressing whatever chemical imbalance or psychological pressure had triggered these episodes. But as I reached for my phone to make notes about symptoms and timing, the drumming from within the walls suddenly stopped. The silence was absolute and profound, like stepping from a noisy street into a soundproof room. Even the usual house sounds, the radiator, the refrigerator, the distant traffic, seemed muted and distant. I held my breath, waiting for the rhythm to resume, but heard only the thundering of my own pulse in my ears. Then my phone rang. I knew before I answered. Somehow, in the crystalline moment between the cessation of the phantom hospital sounds and the first electronic trill, I knew exactly what the voice on the other end would tell me. Uncle Ramiro had died at 1:17 a.m. His heart monitor had flatlined after nearly 2 hours of increasingly erratic readings. The family was gathering to say goodbye, but it was too late for final words or bedside vigils. He was gone. I hung up and sat in the sudden quiet of my ordinary house, surrounded by familiar furniture and predictable shadows. The smell of disinfectant was fading, leaving only the usual residential odors of coffee and takeout, and the faint mustiness that came with old buildings and inadequate ventilation. Everything was normal again. Everything made perfect sense, except for the certainty that had preceded the phone call, the knowledge that had settled into my bones during those final seconds of phantom medical sounds. The absolute conviction that whatever had been happening in my house was connected to events happening 20 miles away in a sterile hospital room. The house warns. My mother's voice echoed in the restored quiet, carrying the weight of generations who had learned to read the language of walls and shadows, who understood that buildings could be receivers as well as containers, translating distant crises into local disturbances. I walked slowly to the laundry closet and opened the door. The space was exactly the right size again, the familiar dimensions restored. The air smelled of nothing but fabric softener and the faint chemical tang of cleaning products. When I touched the dryer, it was cool and silent. But in the corner, where the back wall met the floor, a small puddle of condensation remained. As I knelt to examine it more closely, I caught the faintest trace of something that made my breath catch. Not disinfectant this time. Something warmer, more personal. The specific combination of aftershave and coffee that had always meant Uncle Ramiro. The scent that lingered in his clothes and followed him through family gatherings, as distinctive as a fingerprint. I sat back on my heels, staring at that small pool of impossible moisture, and realized that I would never be entirely certain what had happened in my house during those 2 nights in February. The rational explanations felt both completely plausible and utterly inadequate. The supernatural interpretation was simultaneously absurd and undeniably consistent with the timing and details of every event. Perhaps that uncertainty was the point. Perhaps some experiences were designed to exist in the space between explanation and mystery, forcing us to acknowledge that reality might be far stranger and more interconnected than our comfortable assumptions allowed. As I stood and closed the closet door for what I hoped would be the final time, I made a mental note to call my mother in the morning, not to discuss what had happened. I wasn't ready for that conversation yet, if I ever would be, but simply to hear her voice and remember that I came from people who understood that houses could hold more than furniture and memories. People who knew that sometimes when we need them most, our walls become bridges. Outside, the snow continued to fall, muffling the city in pristine quiet. I turned off the kitchen lights and headed toward my bedroom, leaving behind a house that looked exactly as it had 3 days earlier, but felt fundamentally changed. In the darkness behind me, the laundry closet door stood closed and still, keeping its secrets locked safely away. But I knew that if I listened carefully, if I pressed my ear against those ordinary walls and held my breath in the small hours of the night, I might still hear the faint echo of distant monitors, keeping time with heartbeats that had stopped but somehow continued to resonate through the strange acoustics of love and loss. The house had warned me, just as my mother always said it would. Whether I chose to believe in that warning was a decision I would spend the rest of my life trying to make. Story 12. The camera never lies. That's what they used to say. But staring at the photographs spread across my desk 3 weeks later, I know that's the biggest lie of all. It started with her suggestion to visit the ruins after midnight. She'd read about Sutro baths online, how the concrete foundations jutted from the cliffs like broken teeth, how tourists avoided the place after dark. The kind of adventure that appealed to someone always chasing the next thrill, always pushing boundaries I was content to respect. But love makes fools of us all. And I'd already proven myself the biggest fool by agreeing to drive out there on a Tuesday night when any reasonable person would be home, asleep, dreaming ordinary dreams. The parking area overlooking the Pacific was empty except for our car. Fog rolled in thick layers beyond the headlands, obscuring the horizon and making the world feel smaller, more intimate, more dangerous. The ruins stretched below us, concrete pools and walls that once housed San Francisco's grand public baths, now reduced to geometric shadows in the moonlight. A testament to impermanence, she'd called it, though something about the way she said it made my skin crawl. We descended the wooden stairs, our footsteps echoing against the hillside. The ocean crashed against the rocks below with a rhythm that seemed almost deliberate, like a slow heartbeat. She moved ahead of me with the confidence of someone who'd been here before. Though she swore it was her first time, her flashlight beam danced across the cracked concrete, revealing patches of moss and accumulated debris that spoke of decades of abandonment. "There's supposed to be a tunnel," she said, consulting her phone. "It goes right through to the ocean side." I followed her deeper into the ruins, past walls that rose like monuments to forgotten leisure. The air grew colder as we moved away from the parking area, carrying with it the salt tang of the sea and something else, something organic and unpleasant that I couldn't identify. My own flashlight began to flicker, the beam growing dimmer despite fresh batteries installed that afternoon. The tunnel entrance appeared suddenly, a dark mouth in what looked like solid rock. It was wider than I'd expected, tall enough for two people to walk side by side, though something about its proportions seemed wrong. The walls were too smooth, too perfectly carved, as if they'd been shaped by something other than human hands. Water dripped somewhere in the darkness ahead, each drop landing with a soft splash that echoed into silence. "Are you sure about this?" I asked, though the question felt pointless. She was already moving forward, her light probing the depths. The tunnel stretched farther than seemed possible. I'd studied the area on satellite maps before driving out, and the distance from the ruins to the ocean couldn't have been more than a few hundred yards. But we walked for what felt like half a mile, our footsteps creating an odd double echo that seemed to come from behind us rather than ahead. The walls were covered in some kind of growth, not moss or algae, but something that pulsed gently in our flashlight beams, as if responding to the artificial light. That's when I first noticed the moon. At the tunnel's end, where it opened onto a rocky platform overlooking the Pacific, the moon hung directly above the water, full and brilliant. But something was wrong with it. As we stood there, watching the waves crash against the rocks below, the moon began to move. Not the slow, imperceptible motion of celestial mechanics, but a deliberate drift across the sky, like a searchlight scanning the horizon. "Did you see that?" I whispered. She stood beside me, perfectly still, her flashlight beam pointing down at the wet rocks. When I looked at her face, expecting to see the same confusion I felt, she was smiling. Not the delighted smile of someone witnessing something extraordinary, but something else entirely. Something that made me want to step away from her. "See what?" she asked, though her eyes remained fixed on the moving moon. I watched the lunar disk complete what seemed like an impossible arc across the star-filled sky, casting shifting patterns of light on the water below. The whole process took perhaps 10 minutes, though my watch stubbornly insisted only 2 minutes had passed. When the moon finally stopped moving, it hung exactly where it had been when we first emerged from the tunnel, as if someone had indeed rewound the night, resetting celestial mechanics to some predetermined position. That's when we heard the breathing. It came from the stone itself, a deep, rhythmic sound that seemed to originate from somewhere beneath our feet. The rocky platform rose and fell almost imperceptibly with each breath, as if we were standing on the chest of some massive, sleeping creature. The sound was organic, unmistakably alive, yet emanating from solid rock that had probably existed for millions of years. "We should go back," I said, though my voice sounded strange even to me. She finally turned to look at me, and in the moonlight her face appeared different somehow. The features were the same, the eyes I'd looked into countless times, the mouth I'd kissed that very evening, but the expression was foreign, as if someone else was looking out from behind familiar features. "Not yet," she said. "I want to take some pictures." I don't remember deciding to turn off my flashlight, but suddenly we were standing in complete darkness, except for the moonlight. The breathing continued, steady and deep, and I became aware that my own breathing had synchronized with it, as if the rhythm was somehow contagious. When she began taking photographs with her phone, each flash seemed impossibly bright, leaving after images that lingered far longer than they should have. The walk back through the tunnel felt different. The walls seemed closer together, pressing in from both sides, though logically I knew they hadn't moved. The growth on the stone walls had changed too, no longer pulsing gently but writhing in slow, hypnotic patterns that made my eyes water when I tried to focus on them. Our footsteps echoed differently now, creating not just the strange double echo I'd noticed before, but what sounded like additional sets of feet keeping pace with us in the darkness. When we finally emerged from the tunnel, I was surprised to find the parking area exactly as we'd left it. Somehow I'd expected it to be different. Abandoned cars, overgrown vegetation, signs of the passage of time. But our car sat alone under the moonlight, looking perfectly ordinary and reassuringly normal. The drive home passed in silence. She stared out the passenger window at the fog-shrouded landscape, occasionally smiling that same unsettling smile. I found myself checking the rearview mirror more frequently than necessary, though I couldn't have said what I was looking for. The road behind us remained empty, lit only by our taillights and the occasional street lamp. It wasn't until 3 days later that I thought to look at the photographs. She'd sent them to me via text message, along with a note saying she'd downloaded them from her phone before it mysteriously stopped working. The first few images showed the ruins exactly as I remembered them: concrete foundations, broken walls, the tunnel entrance. But the timestamps revealed an impossible sequence of events. According to the metadata, she'd taken 47 photographs during our visit. The problem was that all 47 had been captured within the span of a single minute, 11:47 p.m. on that Tuesday night. Yet I clearly remembered her taking pictures throughout our exploration, which had lasted at least 2 hours. More disturbing were the images themselves. In every photograph taken inside the tunnel, there were reflections in the wet walls. Human figures, clearly visible, standing behind us or off to the side. But we'd been alone. I was certain we'd been alone. The final photographs, taken on the rocky platform overlooking the ocean, showed 2 different positions of the moon in the same frame. One where it belonged in the night sky, and another where it had moved during that impossible celestial dance. The timestamps indicated these multiple exposures had been captured simultaneously, which should have been impossible with her phone's camera. I called her to discuss the photographs, but her number went straight to voicemail. The message I left went unreturned. When I drove to her apartment, the building manager told me no one by her description had ever lived there. He seemed genuinely confused by my questions, as if I was asking about someone who didn't exist. That's when I began to doubt everything. The photographs are still here on my desk, printed out and arranged in chronological order according to their impossible timestamps. In the lamplight, the reflected figures in the tunnel walls seem to move slightly when I'm not looking directly at them. The 2-positioned moon appears to shift between its locations, as if the image can't decide which reality to represent. Sometimes, late at night, I can still hear that deep, rhythmic breathing, not from any specific direction, but from everywhere at once, as if the entire world is the chest of something vast and slumbering. My watch runs differently now, losing minutes during the day only to gain them back during certain dark hours. The calendar on my phone occasionally shows dates that haven't happened yet, or displays impossible timestamps that match those in the photographs. I've returned to Sutro baths 17 times since that night, always alone, always after midnight. The tunnel is always there, exactly as I remember it. but I've never been able to find the rocky platform again. The tunnel simply ends in solid stone, as if that final chamber never existed. The Park Service says there's never been any tunnel at Sutro Baths, that the area is thoroughly documented and mapped. They suggest I'm thinking of some other location. But the photographs don't lie, do they? The breathing continues, steady and patient. And sometimes I wonder if that night at the ruins was the first time I'd been there, or if I've been visiting that place for years, decades, lifetimes. The woman who suggested the adventure, did she even exist? Was she real? Or just another reflection, another impossibility captured in the wet walls of a tunnel that may or may not be there? My camera sits on the shelf, unused since that night, because the one thing I know for certain, the one truth that keeps me awake in the small hours when the breathing is loudest, is this. Cameras never lie, but they don't always show us the reality we think we're living in. And in the morning light, when I look at those photographs spread across my desk, I can see more figures in the reflections. Dozens of them now, standing in that tunnel that doesn't exist, breathing in rhythm with something that sleeps beneath the stone, waiting for the next fool to follow a smile into the darkness and discover that some adventures change more than just your perspective. They change who you've always been. Story 13. The bungalow on Ridgecrest Drive should have been perfect. Single-story adobe walls thick enough to muffle the desert wind, hardwood floors that caught the New Mexico sun just right. I'd signed the lease sight unseen, a mistake that felt more profound with each passing day. The realtor had mentioned the previous tenant left suddenly, abandoning the security deposit. Now I understood why. It started the first week. Tuesday night, 2:17 a.m., according to my phone's glowing display. I'd been lying in bed, listening to the unfamiliar sounds of a new place settling around me, when I saw it, a flash of white fabric brushing past the bedroom doorway. Just the hem of what looked like a dress, flowing as if someone had been walking slowly down the hallway. The movement lasted maybe 2 seconds, but those seconds stretched like taffy in my mind. I called out, thinking maybe I'd left a window open, that a curtain had caught a breeze. No response came back except the hollow echo of my own voice bouncing off the empty walls. When I finally worked up the courage to investigate, I found every window latched tight, every door locked from the inside. Felix, my tabby, had witnessed it too. I could tell from the way his ears flattened against his skull, pupils dilated to black coins in the dim light. Since that night, he refused to enter the bedroom. He'd approach the threshold with careful steps, then stop as if hitting an invisible barrier. His fur would bristle, and he'd back away slowly, never taking his eyes off the darkened doorway. I tried coaxing him with treats, with his favorite toy, even picked him up and carried him across the threshold myself. The moment his paws touched the bedroom floor, he'd go rigid, every muscle tensed like a spring about to snap. Then he'd bolt, claws scrabbling against the hardwood as he fled to the living room. Now he spends his nights perched on the arm of my couch, staring down that hallway with the intensity of a guard dog. Sometimes I catch him following something with his eyes, tracking movement I can't see. His head turns slowly from left to right, as if watching someone pace back and forth just beyond my vision. The missing objects started the following week. Small things at first. My reading glasses, which I'd left on the nightstand before bed, vanished completely. I searched every inch of the house, growing increasingly frustrated as the minutes ticked by. 3 days later, they reappeared in the exact same spot on the nightstand, lenses fogged as if they'd been stored in a refrigerator. When I touched them, the metal frames were so cold they burned my fingertips. The pattern repeated with other items. My coffee mug disappeared from the kitchen counter on a Thursday morning. I found it the following Sunday, sitting precisely where I'd left it, full of coffee that had long since gone cold. The ceramic felt like ice against my palms, and when I lifted it, condensation beaded on the surface despite the bone-dry desert air. My neighbor, An elderly man who introduced himself only as Garrett from next door noticed my increasingly haggard appearance during one of our brief encounters at the mailbox. I mentioned the strange occurrences in passing, expecting skepticism or polite dismissal. Instead, his weathered face grew serious. Previous tenant mentioned similar things, he said, glancing toward my bungalow. Nice lady, teacher at the elementary school. Lived here about 6 months before she packed up one night and left everything behind. I asked what kinds of things she'd experienced, but Garrett just shook his head and shuffled back to his house, the one with the windowless wall that faced my property. That blank adobe surface had begun to feel oppressive, like being watched by a massive, unblinking eye. By the 3rd week, I'd started documenting everything: times, temperatures, exact locations. The pattern that emerged made my skin crawl. Every incident occurred at 2:17 a.m., give or take a few minutes. The electromagnetic field detector that my friend had lent me remained silent during the day, but when those curtains began their windless dance, the device would screech like a smoke alarm. The curtains moved differently than fabric should. Instead of the random flutter you'd expect from air currents, they swayed with purpose. Sometimes they'd part slowly, as if invisible hands were drawing them aside. Other times they'd billow outward, pushed by some unseen presence moving through the room. I'd check the windows obsessively. Sealed tight, no gaps, no drafts. The heating system was ancient but functional, with vents positioned nowhere near the bedroom. Yet those curtains continued their nightly performance, accompanied by the detector's increasingly frantic beeping. Sleep became elusive. Even when exhaustion finally pulled me under, I'd wake at precisely 2:17 a.m., heart hammering against my ribs. Sometimes I'd lie perfectly still, eyes closed, listening to the soft whisper of fabric against fabric as those curtains moved in the darkness. Other nights I'd force myself to watch, hoping to catch a glimpse of whatever was causing the disturbance. The movement always stayed just outside my peripheral vision, like trying to see a star by looking directly at it. The moment I focused, everything would stop. The curtains would hang motionless, the detector would fall silent, and even Felix would relax slightly on his living room perch. But the feeling of being observed never left. During the day, I'd walk through the house trying to recapture that sense of normalcy, but the bungalow felt different now. The walls seemed closer together, the ceilings lower. Shadows lingered in corners where no shadows should exist, and the air carried a subtle chill that had nothing to do with the adobe walls. I started leaving lights on throughout the night, but the illumination only made things worse. Instead of dispelling the strangeness, the harsh fluorescent glow cast everything in sharp relief, making the unexplained movements more visible, more undeniably real. My reflection in the bedroom mirror began to disturb me. Not because it looked different, but because sometimes I'd catch movement in the glass, quick flickers of white fabric behind my shoulder that vanished when I turned around. The mirror showed only empty space, yet I could swear something had been there moments before. I started avoiding the bedroom during daylight hours, spending most of my time in the living room or kitchen. But even there, I couldn't shake the sensation of being watched. My eyes would dart to doorways expecting to see someone, but finding only empty frames and the play of light on walls. The cold spots appeared during the 4th week. Random patches of air so frigid they made my breath visible, scattered throughout the house like invisible pools of winter. They had no correlation to the heating system, no logical explanation. I'd walk from one room to another and suddenly step into a pocket of air so cold it felt like walking into a meat locker. These spots shifted location daily. One morning I'd find them clustered near the bedroom doorway. The next they'd be hovering in the kitchen or bathroom. But they always maintained that bone-deep chill that seemed to seep through clothing and settle in my joints. Felix could sense them too. He'd stop mid-stride, fur rising, then carefully step around something I couldn't see. His paws would find exact paths between the cold zones, as if he were navigating an obstacle course visible only to him. I bought a thermometer and started mapping the temperature variations throughout the house. The cold spots registered 15 to 20 degrees below ambient temperature, perfect circles of inexplicable chill that defied every law of physics I could remember. The dream started around the same time, always the same scenario. I'd be lying in bed, supposedly asleep, when the white fabric would appear in the doorway. But in the dreams, I could see more than just the hem. The dress was old-fashioned, with long sleeves and a high collar, made from some material that seemed to shimmer in the darkness. I'd try to see who was wearing it, but my vision would blur whenever I focused on anything above the waistline. The figure would stand motionless in the doorway for what felt like hours, and I'd lie paralyzed, unable to speak or move, while that presence filled the room with its silent attention. When I'd finally wake, always at 2:17 a.m., my sheets would be damp with sweat, and the electromagnetic detector would be shrieking its electronic warning into the night air. I began to question whether I was actually waking up at all. The boundary between sleeping and waking had grown fuzzy, each state bleeding into the other until I couldn't trust my own perceptions. Had I really seen those curtains move, or was it part of an elaborate dream? Were the cold spots real, or was my mind creating physical sensations to match my psychological state? The doubt was almost worse than the phenomena themselves. I called my doctor, mentioned the sleep disturbances and stress. He prescribed mild sedatives and suggested I might be dealing with adjustment anxiety, perfectly normal for someone who'd recently relocated. The medication helped with sleep, but did nothing to stop the 2:17 a.m. awakenings. If anything, the sedatives made the experiences more vivid. Under their influence, the white dress became more substantial, more present. I could hear the whisper of fabric against skin, could sense the weight of someone standing just beyond my vision. The electromagnetic detector's beeping seemed louder, more insistent, cutting through the pharmaceutical haze like an alarm clock. By the 5th week, I'd developed a theory. What if the previous tenant had experienced the same phenomena? What if she'd tried to document everything just as I was doing? What if the stress and sleep deprivation had driven her to the same edge I now found myself approaching? I searched online for any mention of unexplained occurrences in the area, finding nothing but real estate listings and tourist information about Albuquerque's historic district. No reports of hauntings, no newspaper articles about mysterious incidents. The absence of information felt almost deliberately maintained. Garrett next door had mentioned the previous tenant was a teacher. I drove to the elementary school and asked about her, claiming to be a friend who'd lost touch. The secretary was helpful but vague. The woman had resigned suddenly in the middle of the semester, citing health issues. No forwarding address, no contact information. "Sweet lady," the secretary said. But toward the end, she seemed troubled, asked a lot of questions about the history of the area, spent time in the library researching old records. Then one day she just cleaned out her desk and left. I spent that evening at the public library, searching through historical documents and property records. The bungalow had been built in 1952, nothing remarkable about its construction or early owners. But I found a curious gap in the records, a 5-year period in the 1980s where the property seemed to have no official occupant, despite being listed as residential. During that same period, there were several police reports filed about disturbances in the neighborhood, noise complaints, reports of lights in abandoned buildings, calls about suspicious activity, all of them clustered around Ridgecrest Drive, all of them investigated, but never resolved. The report stopped abruptly in 1987, coinciding with the property being sold to new owners. I photocopied everything and brought it home, spreading the documents across my kitchen table. As I read through the faded police reports, Felix appeared in the doorway, fur bristling, eyes fixed on something behind me. The electromagnetic detector, sitting silent on the counter, suddenly erupted in a cacophony of electronic shrieks. I spun around to find the curtains in the living room moving in impossible waves, rippling like water disturbed by an unseen hand. The air temperature plummeted so quickly I could see my breath, and every light in the house flickered in synchronized pulses. But it was 3:47 p.m. This wasn't supposed to happen during the day. The realization hit me like a physical blow. Whatever was in the house wasn't limited to nighttime appearances. It had been there all along, growing stronger, becoming more active. The 2:17 a.m. manifestations had been just the beginning. I grabbed Felix and ran outside, leaving the detector screaming behind us. Standing in the afternoon sun, looking back at the bungalow, everything appeared perfectly normal. The curtains hung motionless, the windows reflected nothing but blue sky and clouds. A neighbor walking her dog smiled and waved as if nothing unusual had happened. But I could feel it watching me from inside the house, patient, persistent, waiting for me to return. That night I slept in my car, parked on the street with a clear view of the bungalow's windows. At exactly 2:17 a.m., every light in the house began flashing in the same synchronized pattern I'd witnessed that afternoon. The display continued for exactly 3 minutes, then stopped as abruptly as it had begun. In the sudden darkness that followed, I thought I saw a figure standing in the bedroom window, tall, wearing white, perfectly still. When I blinked, the window was empty. I drove to a motel and checked in for the night, but sleep wouldn't come. Instead, I lay awake thinking about the previous tenant, about the gap in the property records, about the police reports that had never been resolved. Most of all, I thought about the figure in the window and wondered if it had been watching me all along. The next morning, I called the realtor to discuss breaking the lease. She seemed unsurprised by my request, asked few questions, and agreed to let me out of the contract with minimal penalty. Before hanging up, she mentioned that they'd already received several inquiries about the property. People were apparently eager to rent the charming bungalow on Ridgecrest Drive. I wanted to warn them, but what would I say? That I'd seen fabric moving in doorways? That my cat refused to enter certain rooms? That objects disappeared and reappeared with no explanation? They'd think I was disturbed, unstable, suffering from stress-induced hallucinations. Maybe I was. As I packed my belongings, Felix stayed close, never venturing more than a few feet from my side. The electromagnetic detector sat silent on the kitchen counter, its red display showing normal readings. The curtains hung motionless. The air felt warm and ordinary. Everything was perfectly, unnaturally normal. But I could feel it watching from the shadows, waiting for the next occupant, patient as only the persistent dead can be. Or maybe it was all in my head, a cascade of anxiety and adjustment disorder that had spiraled into elaborate delusions. Maybe the previous tenant had suffered the same psychological breakdown, driven away by stress and isolation rather than supernatural phenomena. I loaded my car and drove away from Ridgecrest Drive without looking back, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was following me. Not malevolent necessarily, but deeply curious about where I was going next. In my rearview mirror, I watched the bungalow shrink into the distance until it was just another adobe structure in a city full of them. But even now, months later, I sometimes wake at 2:17 a.m. with the absolute certainty that somewhere in Albuquerque, curtains are moving without wind, and something in white is standing patiently in an empty doorway, waiting for someone new to notice. The only question I can't answer is whether that something exists outside my mind, or whether my mind has become a place where impossible things seem perfectly, terrifyingly real. Story 14. The loft in Denver came with conditions I should have questioned more carefully. Take care of her dog while she traveled for 3 weeks. Keep the place tidy. Don't let anyone else inside. Simple enough, except the dog, a golden retriever mix named Honey, treated me like furniture from the moment I arrived. She'd acknowledge my presence just enough to accept food and grudgingly follow me outside for walks, but otherwise maintained the emotional distance of a disappointed landlord. I didn't mind. The arrangement suited me fine during my sabbatical from teaching. The exposed brick walls and high ceilings of the converted warehouse provided the kind of urban solitude I craved. And downtown Denver stretched out beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows like a glittering circuit board. The hardwood floors gleamed under pendant lights, and everything smelled faintly of lavender and dog treats. For 2 weeks, we established our routine. Honey would claim her spot on the oversized sectional while I graded papers at the kitchen island or read in the leather armchair near the windows. She'd pad to her food bowl when hunger struck, venture to the door when nature called, but never sought my attention or acknowledged my attempts at companionship. I respected her boundaries. That changed at 3:17 a.m. on a Tuesday in February. I'd been dreaming about something I couldn't quite remember when the mattress dipped. In that liminal space between sleep and consciousness, I felt warm breath against my face, then a wet tongue dragging across my cheek. My eyes snapped open to find Honey perched on the bed beside me. her usually amber eyes reflecting the streetlight filtering through the blinds with an almost phosphorescent quality. She was trembling, not the casual shake dogs do when they're cold or excited, but a deep, sustained vibration that seemed to originate from her core. A low whine escaped her throat, barely audible but somehow more unsettling than a howl. Her body pressed against my side with unprecedented intimacy, seeking comfort she'd never required before. "Hey, what's wrong, girl?" I whispered, running my hand along her flank. Her fur felt damp with perspiration, if dogs could even sweat. The heating unit in the corner had been cycling on and off all night, its mechanical hum punctuated by occasional metallic clicks. I figured the unfamiliar sounds had spooked her. Slipping from beneath the covers, I crossed the cold floor and switched off the thermostat. The unit wheezed to silence, leaving only the distant murmur of traffic and Honey's continued whimpering. That's when we both heard it. Click, click, click. The sound was unmistakably claws on hardwood, the familiar percussion of a dog's nails against the polished oak floor. But Honey remained motionless on the bed, her head now raised and alert, tracking something I couldn't see. Click, click, click. The pattern circled the room slowly, deliberately, starting from the foot of the bed, moving along the wall toward the windows, then continuing around the perimeter. Each footfall landed with the precise rhythm of a creature that knew exactly where it was going. Honey's gaze followed the invisible presence like a spectator at a tennis match, her ears pricked forward and rotating slightly to catch sounds I apparently couldn't hear. The whining stopped, replaced by something worse, absolute stillness, as if she were holding her breath. I grabbed my phone from the nightstand and activated the flashlight, sweeping the beam across the empty floor. Nothing. Just gleaming hardwood reflecting the light back at me, but the clicking continued its methodical circuit, now moving behind the bed toward the bathroom. "There's nothing there," I said aloud, though my voice came out rougher than intended. Click, click, click. The sound reached the bathroom doorway and paused. In that silence, I became acutely aware of my own heartbeat, the way my t-shirt clung to my suddenly damp skin, the metallic taste that had crept into my mouth. Honey remained frozen beside me, her body coiled with tension. Then the clicking resumed, completing its circuit and returning to the foot of the bed. It stopped directly in front of us. Honey tilted her head and made a soft chuffing sound, not aggressive but puzzled, as if trying to communicate with something that wasn't quite speaking her language. Her tail gave one tentative wag. I spent the rest of the night sitting upright against the headboard, phone in hand, while Honey curled against my legs with uncharacteristic devotion. Every creak of the building's bones, every whisper of wind against the windows, every distant siren made my pulse spike. When dawn finally leaked through the blinds, I felt hollowed out and hypersensitive, like I'd been running a fever that had just broken. Honey seemed perfectly normal in the morning light. She jumped down from the bed, stretched with canine efficiency, and trotted to her food bowl without so much as a glance in my direction, back to ignoring me with professional thoroughness. I tried to rationalize the night away while making coffee. Old buildings settled, steam pipes clicked. Sound traveled in unexpected ways through converted warehouses. Maybe I'd been half asleep and misinterpreted the noise from the heating unit. Maybe Honey had sensed my restless energy and responded accordingly. These explanations felt flimsy, even as I constructed them. When I walked to the bathroom for my morning shower, I found them. Dog hairs scattered across the hardwood floor in the hallway, short, coarse, and utterly black. They formed a rough line along the baseboard, as if something had brushed against the wall while moving through the space. I knelt and picked up a few strands, rolling them between my fingers. They felt different from Honey's fur, which was fine and golden. These were wiry, almost brittle. I swept them up and threw them away, but more appeared the next morning, and the morning after that. The clicking returned sporadically over the following nights, never following the same pattern twice. Sometimes it originated from the kitchen, the sound of claws tapping across tile before transitioning to hardwood. Other times it began in the living room, circling the sectional where Honey spent her days. Once I heard it moving along the walls themselves, defying physics in a way that made my teeth ache. Honey's behavior grew increasingly erratic. She'd developed the habit of staring at empty corners, her head tilted at angles that made my neck hurt just watching her. She began following me from room to room, maintaining a distance of exactly 3 feet, as if I were connected to her by an invisible leash. Her appetite diminished, and she'd leave her food bowl half full despite my coaxing. I found myself checking the locks compulsively before bed, testing the windows, examining the fire escape that accessed the building's upper floors. The loft had seemed like a secure cocoon when I'd arrived, but now every shadow held potential threats. Every reflection in the darkened windows suggested movement where there should be none. The internet provided no comfort. I researched the building's history and discovered it had been constructed in 1892 as a textile warehouse. No recorded deaths, no tragic accidents, nothing that would explain supernatural activity, just a century and change of commerce and storage before its conversion to upscale living spaces. Sleep became elusive. I'd lie in bed listening for sounds that might or might not be there, trying to distinguish between the building's natural settling and something more deliberate. My rational mind insisted that prolonged isolation was affecting my judgment, that the combination of responsibility for an animal I barely knew and the sterile environment of someone else's home had created a perfect storm of anxiety. But then I'd find more black hairs. They appeared in places that made no sense. On the kitchen counter, tucked into the couch cushions, clinging to the shower curtain. Always short, always coarse, always black as printer ink. I began photographing them with my phone, creating a digital catalog of evidence that proved what, exactly? That some animal was shedding in an apartment where no such animal lived? The photographs showed nothing unusual under magnification, just ordinary dog hair, if dog hair could be described as ordinary when it materialized without a corresponding dog. 2 weeks into my stay, I decided to stay awake all night and observe. I positioned myself in the living room armchair with a clear view of the bedroom doorway and the kitchen beyond. Honey settled on her usual spot on the sectional, though she kept lifting her head to look in my direction, with what might have been concern. Around midnight, she began to whine. The sound started low and built gradually, not the sharp bark of alarm, but the sustained keen of something confused and frustrated. She paced the length of the couch, turned in 3 tight circles, then lay down with her chin resting on the armrest, facing the bedroom. At 12:47, I heard the first click. It came from the bedroom, near the closet. Honey's head snapped up immediately, her ears swiveling like satellite dishes seeking a signal. The sound moved slowly, deliberately, following the wall toward the doorway. I gripped the armrests of the chair and forced myself to remain still, though every instinct screamed at me to flee or hide or turn on every light in the apartment. The clicking grew closer, reaching the bedroom doorway and pausing. In the ambient light from the street, I could see the empty threshold. Nothing moved. Nothing cast a shadow. But Honey's gaze tracked something as it entered the living room, her head turning smoothly to follow its progress. Click, click, click. The sound moved toward the kitchen, each footfall sharp and precise against the hardwood. I tried to make sense of what I was experiencing, how Honey could see something I couldn't, how sound could exist without a source, how the physical laws I'd trusted my entire life could bend around whatever shared this space with us. The clicking stopped near the refrigerator. In the silence that followed, I heard my own breathing, amplified and ragged. Honey made that same soft chuffing sound from the first night, almost conversational. Then the thing, because I could no longer pretend it was anything else, began moving again. Not toward the bedroom or the bathroom, but directly toward where I sat. Every muscle in my body locked. My vision tunneled, reducing the world to the space immediately in front of the chair. The clicking grew closer, louder, accompanied now by what sounded like panting, short, rapid breaths that didn't quite match the rhythm of human respiration. Click, click, click. It stopped 3 feet away. I could smell it now, not the clean, familiar scent of Honey's fur, but something wilder and mustier, like wet earth and copper pennies. The air around me grew dense, pressing against my skin with uncomfortable intimacy. Honey whined again, a questioning sound. Then she jumped down from the couch and padded over to the empty space in front of my chair. She sniffed the air, tail wagging uncertainly, before sitting down and looking expectantly at nothing, or at something I still couldn't see. The presence, I couldn't call it anything else now, lingered for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Then the clicking resumed, moving away toward the bedroom. I listened to it circle the bed 3 times, before falling silent. When morning came, I found a line of black hairs leading from the kitchen to my chair, then continuing to the bedroom in a path that perfectly matched the sounds I'd heard. I called the woman who owned the loft, claiming a family emergency that required my immediate departure. She seemed disappointed but understanding, arranging for a neighbor to care for Honey until she could return from her trip. As I packed my bags, Honey watched me from the sectional with an expression that might have been accusation or pity. When I knelt to say goodbye, she licked my hand once, the only affection she'd ever shown me during daylight hours. I left that afternoon, driving straight through to my apartment in Fort Collins without stopping. But as I loaded my suitcases from the car, I noticed something that made my hands shake so violently I dropped my keys twice. Clinging to my jacket sleeve were 3 short, coarse hairs, black as midnight, black as the thing that circles. Story 15. On the night shift, the fluorescent lights in Pinewood Manor buzzed with the persistence of dying insects, casting their sickly yellow glow across linoleum floors that had seen too many years of institutional neglect. I'd been working the night shift here for 3 years now, long enough to know that the building itself seemed to breathe differently after midnight, when the day staff went home and left me alone with the residents and whatever else lingered in these halls. My name tag read Maintenance Supervisor, but everyone knew I was just the night caregiver who'd been promoted to avoid paying me overtime. The title meant I had keys to every door, access to every wing, and the responsibility of checking on 47 elderly residents between the hours of 11 p.m. and 7 a.m. It also meant I spent a lot of time alone in corridors that stretched like arteries through this aging body of a building. That's when he appeared. The first time was 15 years ago, back when I was still in high school and working part-time at Riverside Manor on the other side of town. I'd been mopping the east wing when I caught a glimpse of someone standing at the far end of the hallway, green eyes that seemed to catch light from nowhere, dark hair that hung in waves around a face I almost recognized, and around his neck, marks that looked like rope burns, raised and angry against pale skin. He'd been 17 then, same as me. Over the years, I'd moved between different facilities, following better pay and trying to convince myself I was imagining things. But he followed me. Riverside Manor, Sunset Villa, Greenwood Care Center, always in the peripheral vision, always standing just far enough away that I could pretend he wasn't there. Always the same age as me, as if time moved differently for him. Now I was 32, and so was he. The residents at Pinewood had started noticing him 3 weeks ago. Mrs. Patterson in room 14B was the first. She'd been diagnosed with moderate dementia, but had lucid moments that came and went like radio stations fading in and out of range. During one of her clearer evenings, she'd waved down the hallway and called out, "Good evening, Thomas. You're looking well tonight." I'd turned to see who she was greeting, following her gaze to the empty corridor behind me. When I looked back, she was smiling that knowing smile that elderly people sometimes get, as if they see things the rest of us have forgotten how to notice. "Who's Thomas?" I'd asked, though my throat felt tight around the words. "The young man who works nights, same as you. Such sad eyes he has. And those marks on his neck." She'd touched her own throat absently. Someone hurt him badly once. The name hit me like cold water. Thomas. I'd heard it before, years ago at Riverside Manor. Old Mr. Jenkins had called out that name one night, waving to an empty corner of the day room. I'd dismissed it then as confusion, the kind of mistake that comes with age and medication. But hearing it again, seeing Mrs. Patterson's clear recognition of someone I couldn't quite acknowledge existed. The next night, Mr. Rodriguez in 22A had nodded politely toward the nurse's station as I made my rounds. There was nothing there but shadows and the soft glow of computer monitors. but he'd said something in Spanish that sounded like a greeting. When I asked him about it later, during his afternoon clarity, he'd insisted he'd been talking to the other night worker. The one with the sad face and the marks here, he'd said, drawing his finger across his throat. He doesn't talk much, that one, but he's always watching, always listening, like he's waiting for something. By the end of the week, 4 more residents had mentioned Thomas. Always the same description. Always the rope marks. Always watching. I'd started avoiding the longer corridors after that, sticking to the main desk area and only venturing into the wings when absolutely necessary. But the building seemed to push back against my caution, creating emergencies that required my attention in the farthest rooms. A call light in 47C. A door alarm in the west wing. A concerning noise from the supply closet at the end of the north hall. Each time, I felt his presence more strongly. Not just in my peripheral vision anymore, but like a weight in the air behind me. The sensation of being observed, studied, measured against some unknown standard. Tonight was different. The autumn wind rattled the windows with unusual violence, and the heating system groaned through the walls like something in pain. I'd finished my 10 o'clock medication rounds and was settling in for the long stretch until dawn when Mrs. Chen in room 9A rang her call button. She was 91 years old and sharp as winter air, one of those residents whose mind remained untouched by time while her body slowly surrendered to its limitations. When I knocked and entered her room, she was sitting up in bed, staring at the darkened window. "He's been standing out there for an hour now," she said without looking at me. My stomach dropped. "Who's been standing where?" "Thomas, in the courtyard. He keeps looking up at the windows like he's counting them, room by room." I moved to the window but saw only darkness and the faint outline of benches and dead flower beds. The courtyard lights had been broken for months, and maintenance kept promising to fix them. "Mrs. Chen, there's nobody out there, it's just shadows." She turned to look at me then, and her expression was something between pity and fear. "Child, I may be old, but I know what I see. And what I see is a young man who's been hurt badly, standing in our courtyard, looking for something. The question is, why can't you see him?" I stayed with her for another 20 minutes, scanning the courtyard until my eyes watered from the strain. Nothing moved out there except the wind through dead leaves. But when I finally left her room and walked back toward the main desk, I could swear I heard footsteps echoing mine from somewhere else in the building. The fire doors started acting up around midnight. I was checking on Mr. Williams in the dementia care wing when the heavy steel door between the ward and the main corridor slammed shut behind me. The electronic lock engaged with a sound like breaking bones. I tried my key card. Nothing. The red light blinked mockingly as I swiped it again and again. The door had never malfunctioned before, and I'd used it dozens of times tonight alone. That's when I noticed my reflection in the safety glass window of the door. I was standing there, card in hand, face pale under the harsh lighting. But in the reflection, I wasn't alone. He was behind me, close enough that I should have felt his breath on my neck. The same green eyes, the same dark hair, the same rope marks around his throat, more pronounced now in the artificial light, and he was moving his lips. I spun around, but the hallway behind me was empty except for the soft whisper of the ventilation system. When I turned back to the window, he was still there in the reflection, still moving his mouth in perfect synchronization with mine as I whispered, "What do you want?" But his words came a few seconds after mine, like an echo that had gotten lost in time. The delay was wrong. Everything about it was wrong. I pressed my face close to the glass, trying to understand what I was seeing. In the reflection, he stepped closer too, until we were mirror images separated only by the surface of the window. His mouth moved, and I heard my own voice speaking words I hadn't thought. "I want to go home." The fire door clicked open. I stumbled through it, my hands shaking as I fumbled with the key card. Behind me, the door swung closed with its usual soft pneumatic hiss, as if nothing had happened. But when I looked back through the safety glass, the reflection showed only empty hallway. The next few hours passed in a haze of routine tasks performed on autopilot. I checked on residents, updated charts, and tried to convince myself that stress and lack of sleep were playing tricks with my perception. Night shift work does things to your mind, I told myself. Isolation and fluorescent lighting can create hallucinations. The human brain, deprived of normal social interaction and natural light cycles, starts filling in gaps with impossible images. But the explanations felt thin as tissue paper. At 4 a.m., I was restocking supplies in the medication room when I heard Mrs. Patterson calling from her room. Her voice carried clearly down the hall, though she was speaking too quietly for me to make out words. It sounded like she was having a conversation with someone. I found her sitting on the edge of her bed, fully dressed in a floral housecoat and slippers, talking animatedly toward the darkened corner of her room. "Oh yes, I remember you now," she was saying. "You used to work at Riverside Manor, didn't you? I was there for rehabilitation after my hip surgery. You always worked the night shift even then." She paused, listening to silence, then nodded knowingly. "Mrs. Patterson?" I said from the doorway. "Who are you talking to?" She looked at me with surprise, as if she'd forgotten I existed. "Thomas, of course. He says you two know each other quite well." She turned back to the corner. "He says you've been running from him for years, but he's tired of chasing. He just wants to understand why you won't acknowledge him." The corner of her room was empty. I was sure of it, but Mrs. Patterson continued her conversation, nodding and making appropriate responses to words I couldn't hear. "He says the marks on his neck don't hurt anymore. They stopped hurting when he realized you were the only one who could see him clearly, but you chose not to." She looked at me again. "Why won't you look at him properly, dear? He's been so patient." I backed out of the room without answering and nearly ran to the main desk, my heart hammering against my ribs. The building felt different now, charged with an electricity that made my skin crawl. Every shadow seemed deeper. Every reflection in the windows and glass cabinets seemed to hold more than it should. The phone rang at 4:47 a.m. I let it go to voicemail, afraid of what voice might be on the other end. But when I finally played the message, it was just the day supervisor asking if I could work a double shift. Someone had called in sick for the morning shift. The thought of staying in this building for another 8 hours made my mouth go dry. But I needed the money, and more than that, I needed to prove to myself that I wasn't losing my mind. Daylight would fix this. Normal activity and human conversation would wash away the strangeness of the night. At 6:30, I was doing a final round to prepare for the shift change when I found myself back in the dementia care wing. The fire door was propped open with a rubber wedge, standard procedure for the morning shift. But as I approached it, the wedge suddenly slipped free and the door began to swing closed. I lunged forward to catch it, but I was too slow. The door slammed shut, and once again the electronic lock engaged. This time, when I looked at the reflection in the safety glass, he was already there waiting for me. Thomas stood directly behind me, so close that our reflections overlapped. His green eyes met mine in the glass, and for the first time in 15 years, I didn't look away. His mouth moved, and my own voice spoke words that came from somewhere deeper than thought. I remember now. The rope marks on his neck were clearer in the reflection than they'd ever been in peripheral glimpses. Not burns, I realized. Indentations. Places where something had pressed too tightly for too long. His face was thinner than mine, marked by a kind of exhaustion that went beyond physical tiredness. I remember working late that night at Riverside Manor. My voice continued, though I wasn't speaking. I remember being tired, so tired that I barely noticed the supply closet door was open, barely saw the maintenance ladder positioned under the high shelf. In the reflection, Thomas nodded slowly. I remember reaching for those supplies, the ones that were stored too high, that should have been kept lower, but never were because nobody else worked nights alone like I did. My reflected lips moved in perfect synchronization with his, but the words felt like they were coming from outside my body. I remember the ladder slipping. The fluorescent lights flickered overhead, casting strange shadows in the glass. I remember the rope that was supposed to secure the heavy boxes, how it had gotten tangled around my neck when everything fell. I remember thinking I had time to work it loose, that it wasn't that tight, that I could free myself before anyone found me like that. Thomas's reflection touched his throat. and I felt phantom pressure around my own neck. I remember how peaceful it became after a while, how the struggling stopped mattering, how the building got quieter and quieter until all I could hear was my own breathing, getting slower and slower, until even that stopped. The pressure increased, not enough to hurt, but enough to remind me it was there. I remember waking up here in this building, wondering why I was still working, why nobody seemed to notice that something had changed. I remember thinking it was strange that I never seemed to get tired anymore, never needed to eat, never saw daylight. In the reflection, Thomas smiled sadly. I remember realizing that the residents could see me because they were closer to understanding. They were closer to crossing over, so they recognized someone who already had. The fire doors locked, disengaged with a soft click. I remember understanding that I've been trying to tell myself the truth for 15 years, but I wasn't ready to listen. I stared at Thomas in the reflection, and he stared back with eyes that held all the patience in the world. Behind us, the corridor stretched into shadows that seemed less frightening now, more familiar. The day shift would arrive soon. They would find my keycard on the desk and assume I'd left early again, the way night workers sometimes did when they got tired of the isolation. They would wonder briefly why I never turned in my badge, but there would be new hires to train and schedules to maintain, and eventually they would stop wondering. The residents would continue to see Thomas making his rounds, checking on them through the long nights, ensuring they were comfortable and safe. He would age with them, sharing their journey toward whatever waited on the other side of understanding. And sometimes, late at night when the building breathed its deepest and the fluorescent lights hummed their electric lullabies, new night workers would catch glimpses of green eyes in darkened corridors and begin their own 15-year journey toward acceptance. The fire door swung open, and Thomas stepped through it. Not behind me this time, but beside me. Two figures walking together down the corridor, our footsteps perfectly synchronized, no longer fighting the echo that had been trying to catch up for so very long. Story 16. The sensation of breath on my face jolted me from sleep like a gunshot in the desert silence. Not the gentle stirring of natural awakening, but the violent lurch of prey sensing a predator. My eyes snapped open to absolute darkness, pupils dilating frantically as they searched for the source of that unmistakable presence. Someone leaning over me, close enough that I could feel the warmth radiating from their skin, smell the familiar scent of mint toothpaste and something else, something older and more complex. The Red Canyon Lodge sat 47 miles from Sedona proper, a deliberate isolation that had drawn our small research group to its austere accommodations. We'd come to study the acoustic properties of the surrounding rock formations. But in that moment, suspended between sleep and wakefulness, all thoughts of geological resonance fled my mind. There was only the electric awareness of being observed, studied, perhaps even recognized. My hand fumbled for the bedside lamp, fingers trembling as they found the switch. The sudden flood of yellow light revealed nothing. An empty room with adobe walls the color of dried blood, a single window framing the star-scattered darkness of the Arizona high desert, and my own reflection caught in the black glass like a pale ghost, haunting its own life. But the sensation lingered, the invisible weight of attention, focused and intent. I knew that feeling with an intimacy that stretched back decades, back to childhood visits with my great-uncle Ezra, who had perfected the art of the silent approach. He'd appear beside my bed in the old farmhouse in Vermont, breathing softly near my face until I stirred, then whisper with theatrical menace that he'd been watching me sleep, counting my dreams. It was his idea of humor, a prank that had terrified and delighted me in equal measure. The memory should have been comforting, a rational explanation for the phantom presence. Instead, it sent ice crystallizing through my veins. Because Uncle Ezra lived 3,000 miles away in a nursing home in Burlington, his once sharp mind now fogged by dementia and decades of accumulated years. I dressed quickly in the clothes I'd worn the day before, jeans stiff with trail dust, a flannel shirt that smelled of juniper smoke from our evening campfire. The lodge's corridors stretched before me like arteries in some massive stone organism, lit by sconces that threw shifting shadows across Navajo rugs and photographs of red rock formations. The lobby was empty except for the night clerk, a thin woman with silver-streaked hair who glanced up from her paperback novel with eyes that seemed to catalog my disheveled appearance and the hour, 3:17 a.m. according to the grandfather clock beside the reception desk. Coffee appeared in my hands without conscious memory of requesting it, black and bitter as midnight. The clerk watched me with the patient expression of someone accustomed to guests fleeing their dreams. And when my phone finally rang at 3:41 a.m., she didn't even pretend not to listen. My sister's voice crackled through the connection, stretched thin by distance and fear. She spoke in the careful, measured tones people use when delivering news that might shatter like glass if handled too roughly. Uncle Ezra had suffered what the doctors were calling an episode, sometime around 2 in the morning. Not a stroke, not a heart attack, but something more elusive. He'd been found standing in the hallway of his ward, fully dressed despite having gone to bed hours earlier, asking the night staff if he could visit his nephew. When they gently reminded him that I lived far away, he'd become agitated, insisting that he'd just been with me, that he'd been watching me sleep. The coincidence struck like a physical blow, while I jolted awake with the sensation of being observed. 3 time zones away, a man whose mind was slowly dissolving had been telling strangers he'd been watching me dream. I ended the call without fully processing my sister's concerns about visiting, about family obligations and difficult decisions. The desert night pressed against the lodge's windows with almost tangible weight, and somewhere in the distance, carried on winds that seemed to blow from centuries past, I could have sworn I heard the faint echo of drum beats. The next day brought our planned expedition into the canyon system south of the lodge. Our group, 3 acoustic researchers and a local guide named Thompson, who spoke in the economical sentences of someone more comfortable with stone than words, hiked deep into formations that twisted and folded like frozen thoughts. The canyon walls rose around us in layers of geological time, each stratum telling stories of ancient seas and prehistoric skies. We were testing how sound traveled through the rock, how the natural architecture of the desert could amplify, distort, or completely transform audio signals. Thompson led us to a spot where 2 canyon walls formed a natural amphitheater, explaining that the Anasazi had once held ceremonies here, their voices carrying for miles through stone corridors that channeled sound like water through carefully engineered pipes. As afternoon melted into evening, we set up our equipment: sensitive microphones, digital recorders, instruments designed to capture every nuance of how the desert sang. The work was methodical, almost meditative. We recorded our voices, claps, even the scrape of boots against sandstone, then played back the results to analyze how the canyon had transformed each sound. But as twilight painted the canyon walls in shades of rust and shadow, something else began to emerge from the silence. A rhythm, faint at first, so subtle it might have been mistaken for the pulse of blood in our ears, or the distant rumble of traffic from some impossible highway. But traffic doesn't maintain perfect time, doesn't hold to patterns that speak of human intention and ancient purpose. Thompson heard it first, his weather-beaten face turning toward the sound with an expression I couldn't quite read. The other researchers noticed moments later, their conversations trailing off as attention focused on something that seemed to rise from the rocks themselves. It was drumming, not the sharp crack of modern percussion, but something deeper, more organic. The sound seemed to emerge from multiple directions simultaneously, creating a strange sense of 3-dimensional audio that made it impossible to locate the source. We spread out across the canyon floor, each trying to pinpoint where the rhythm originated, but it appeared to surround us completely, as if the walls themselves had become instruments. "Could be teenagers," offered Dr. Chen, though her voice carried no conviction. "Some kind of drum circle." Thompson shook his head slowly. "Sound don't carry that way here. You hear drumming in this canyon, the drummer's right on top of you." But we saw no one. The canyon held nothing but our small group, our equipment, and the deepening shadows of approaching night. Still, the rhythm continued, steady and hypnotic, a beat that seemed to bypass the ears and resonate directly in the chest cavity. I pulled out my personal recorder, a small device I'd brought for taking notes, and held it up toward the sound. The drumming continued for perhaps 3 more minutes, then faded as gradually as it had begun, leaving us in a silence that felt somehow more profound than it had before. Back at the lodge that night, I connected the recorder to my laptop, curious to analyze what we'd captured. The file showed clear audio peaks corresponding to the drumming, confirming that whatever we'd heard had been real enough to register on electronic equipment. But as I listened through headphones, adjusting levels and filtering background noise, something impossible emerged from the digital waveform. The drum beat we'd heard was there, certainly. Perfect timing, consistent intensity, exactly as I remembered. But underneath it, offset by mere milliseconds and playing at a slightly different frequency, was another rhythm, not an echo. Echoes decay and distort. This was something else entirely. A second drum beat, inverted and precise, as if someone on the other side of reality was playing along in perfect synchronization. I must have played that audio file 200 times over the next hour, adjusting settings, applying filters, trying to find a rational explanation for what I was hearing. Phase cancellation from reflected sound waves, equipment malfunction, some trick of digital processing. But the second rhythm remained, constant and undeniable, a mirror image of the drum beat that floated just below the threshold of normal perception. The other researchers had retired to their rooms, and the lodge had settled into the deep quiet of desert nights. I sat alone with my headphones and the impossible audio file, watching waveforms dance across my laptop screen in patterns that made no sense according to any acoustic principles I understood. That's when I felt it again. The sensation of being watched. This time, I didn't turn on the light. Instead, I sat motionless in the darkness, headphones still playing that doubled drum beat, and focused on the presence I could feel behind me. It was different now. Not the playful attention of Uncle Ezra's childhood pranks, but something more complex. Urgent, almost desperate. The drumming in my headphones seemed to synchronize with my heartbeat, or perhaps my heart was matching the rhythm from the recording. In the darkness, with sound filling my skull and invisible attention pressing against my back, the boundary between internal and external began to dissolve. I could feel someone leaning close just as I had the night before. But this time, instead of breath on my face, there was something else. A whisper that seemed to come from inside my own thoughts. Words in a voice I recognized but couldn't quite place. "I've been looking for you." The phrase repeated, growing stronger each time, until I wasn't sure if I was hearing it through the headphones or directly through my bones. The second drum beat, the inverted one, began to dominate the audio, drowning out the original rhythm until only the mirror remained. I yanked off the headphones and spun around, heart hammering against my ribs. The room was empty, lit only by the pale glow of my laptop screen, but the sensation of presence hadn't faded. If anything, it had grown stronger, more focused. My phone rang. At 3:17 a.m., exactly 24 hours after the previous call. This time it was the nursing home. Uncle Ezra had disappeared. The night staff had checked on him during routine rounds at 2:30 and found his room empty, his bed still warm. They'd searched the facility, called the local police, organized search parties to comb the surrounding neighborhoods. But a 93-year-old man with dementia had simply vanished into the Vermont night, leaving behind only confused reports from other residents who claimed to have seen him in the hallways, fully dressed and asking about his nephew in Arizona. I tried to explain to the administrator about the previous night's call, about Uncle Ezra's claims of visiting me in the desert. But how do you tell someone that their missing patient might have been 3,000 miles away breathing on your face while you slept? How do you describe the sensation of being haunted by someone who was still alive? After hanging up, I sat in the darkness of my lodge room, listening to the desert silence and feeling the weight of impossible attention. The laptop screen had gone dark, but I could still hear that inverted drum beat echoing in my memory, could still feel the presence of someone who had been looking for me across distances that couldn't be measured in miles. Outside my window, the red rocks of Sedona caught starlight like ancient guardians keeping watch over secrets that predated human language. And somewhere in that vast darkness, something was drumming. Not the rhythm we'd recorded in the canyon, but its perfect mirror, its shadow twin. beating out a message in a code I was only beginning to understand. I reached for my recorder again, hands trembling as I held it up to the window. The desert night was supposed to be silent, but if I listened carefully, if I allowed myself to hear what shouldn't be possible, there it was. Faint, but unmistakable. The drum beat. Both versions, layered together in impossible harmony, drifting across the high desert like an invitation or perhaps a warning. And underneath it all, carried on winds that seemed to blow from directions that didn't exist. I could swear I heard the sound of someone breathing, patient and familiar, waiting for me to turn around. But I didn't turn around, because some part of me understood, with a certainty that bypassed rational thought, that Uncle Ezra hadn't disappeared from a nursing home in Vermont. He was right here, had been here all along, watching me sleep and counting my dreams across whatever thin places exist between the world we see and the world that sees us back. The drumbeat continued through the night, sometimes fading to barely audible whispers, sometimes swelling to fill the entire desert with its doubled rhythm. And I sat listening, afraid to sleep, afraid to turn around, afraid to acknowledge what was becoming increasingly clear. Some distances can't be measured by conventional means. Some searching doesn't require physical movement, and some watchers never need to close their eyes. Story 17. The key felt heavier than it should have. Metal cold against my palm as I stood before the familiar burgundy door. 3 months had passed since the funeral. 3 months since anyone had crossed the threshold of my grandfather's house on Elmwood Street. The February wind cut through Buffalo with the precision of a scalpel, carrying the scent of snow and something else, something that made my nostrils flare involuntarily. I'd come to tend his plants, a ritual born of guilt more than duty. The old man had loved those green things more than he'd ever shown affection for people, nurturing them through Buffalo's brutal winters with the dedication of a monk tending prayer candles. Letting them die felt like erasing the last trace of him from the world. The house exhaled stale air as I pushed inside, the smell of closed spaces and forgotten meals clinging to the walls. My footsteps echoed through rooms that seemed to remember occupancy, furniture arranged as if he might return at any moment to settle into his worn leather chair. The heating system had been turned down to barely functional, keeping the pipes from freezing while allowing the house to sink into the kind of cold that seeps into your bones. I made my way to the kitchen first, filling the watering can from the tap. The water ran rust-colored for several seconds before clearing, and I found myself staring at the stream longer than necessary, my mind refusing to focus on the simple task. Something felt wrong with the house's rhythm, though I couldn't identify what. The refrigerator hummed its familiar tune. The ancient radiators ticked their metallic conversations, but underneath it all lurked a silence that felt expectant. The plants were scattered throughout the main floor, jade plants on windowsills, a massive rubber tree dominating one corner of the living room, trailing pothos that had grown wild and unruly in the months of neglect. I moved through the routine mechanically, testing soil with my fingers, administering measured doses of water, removing yellowed leaves with the delicacy the old man had taught me years ago. It was while tending the orchid on the kitchen counter that I first noticed the sound. 3 sharp knocks, deliberate and evenly spaced, coming from somewhere behind me. I turned toward the back door, can still in hand, water dripping onto the linoleum in a steady rhythm that suddenly seemed unnaturally loud. The knocking came again. 3 raps, neither hurried nor tentative, but somehow demanding. I approached the door with growing unease, noting how my breathing had become shallow and deliberate. Through the frosted glass, I could make out a dark silhouette, human-shaped, but indistinct enough that features remained hidden. My hand hesitated on the curtain pull. The house felt different now, as if the very air had thickened, pressing against my skin with invisible weight. When I finally drew back the thin fabric, my heart seized with recognition and impossibility. The figure standing in the snow-covered yard wore my grandfather's face with perfect fidelity. The same deep-set eyes beneath bushy eyebrows, the same stubborn jawline, even the same way of holding his head slightly tilted when listening. But it was the coat that made my hands begin to tremble. The thick wool overcoat, forest green with wooden buttons. The one I'd donated to the Salvation Army just weeks after the funeral. The one I'd watched disappear into their donation bin with my own eyes. The figure's mouth moved, forming words I couldn't hear through the glass. But somehow, impossibly, I understood the question. Do you still live here? I yanked the curtain closed with enough force to rattle the curtain rod. The watering can slipped from my nerveless fingers, clattering to the floor and sending water spreading across the kitchen tiles. My pulse hammered against my throat as I pressed my back to the door, as if my weight could somehow reinforce the barrier between inside and out. Minutes crawled by in suffocating silence. I found myself counting heartbeats, trying to convince my nervous system that whatever I'd seen could be explained rationally. Grief played tricks on the mind. I'd read about that, heard stories of widows seeing their husbands in crowds, of children glimpsing dead parents in strangers' faces. The coat was probably similar, but not identical. The resemblance was my imagination, enhanced by the distorting effects of frosted glass and emotional vulnerability. But when I finally worked up the courage to peer through the window again, the yard stood empty. Fresh snow continued to fall, filling the space where a figure should have left tracks, yet the pristine white surface showed no signs of disturbance. No footprints led to or from the door. No impression marked where someone might have stood. I spent the next hour in methodical plant care, forcing myself through the remaining rooms while my mind churned through possibilities. Hallucination seemed most likely, though I'd never experienced anything similar. Stress could trigger such episodes, and the combination of grief, cold, and returning to this memory-laden house certainly qualified as stressful. By the time I'd finished with the last spider plant in the upstairs bedroom, I'd almost convinced myself that the incident was nothing more than an overactive imagination, combined with unfortunate timing. The house felt different as I prepared to leave, though I struggled to identify exactly how. Shadows seemed deeper despite the afternoon light filtering through windows. The familiar creaks and groans of settling wood carried undertones I didn't remember. Even the air itself seemed to resist movement, requiring conscious effort to draw into my lungs. I was gathering my keys from the kitchen counter when I saw it. There, on the inner surface of the window I'd looked through earlier, words had been etched into the condensation that shouldn't have existed on the interior glass. Do you still live here? The letters were crude but deliberate, scratched into the moisture with what looked like fingertip pressure. I stared at the message, my rational mind scrambling for explanations even as something deeper and more primitive screamed warnings. The heating system hadn't been running enough to create significant condensation. The house was too dry, too cold. And yet there it was, the same question, written from inside the house. My hand reached toward the glass before I could stop myself, fingers trembling as they approached the impossible words. The condensation felt warm beneath my touch, unnaturally so, as if breath had just fogged the surface moments before. I jerked my hand back and watched my fingerprints slowly fade from the glass, leaving the message intact. The rational explanations came quickly now, my mind grasping at any logical thread. I must have accidentally brushed against the glass earlier, creating the moisture. The words were coincidental patterns in the condensation, shaped by my subconscious expectations into familiar letters. Stress was making me paranoid, turning innocent phenomena into something sinister. But as I stood in that cold kitchen, watching afternoon shadows lengthen across furniture that would never again feel human warmth, none of those explanations carried the weight of truth. The question stared back at me from the glass, neither fading nor changing, as if waiting for an answer I couldn't provide. I left the house quickly after that, locking the door with hands that shook despite my efforts at control. The walk to my car felt endless, each step crunching through snow that seemed too loud in the winter stillness. I found myself glancing back repeatedly, expecting to see faces in windows or figures standing in the yard, but the house remained as empty and silent as a tomb. The drive home passed in a blur of white streets and gray sky, but the feeling of being watched never fully left me. Even now, days later, I find myself checking mirrors and looking over my shoulder, wondering if that question was meant for me, or for someone who used to live in the house on Elmwood Street, someone who might be trying to come home, unaware that home no longer exists in any meaningful way. The plants are thriving, according to the neighbor who's been checking on them. She mentioned that the house seems warmer lately, though the thermostat hasn't been adjusted. She also asked if I'd given anyone else keys because she's noticed lights in the windows some evenings, moving from room to room in patterns that suggest occupancy. I haven't been back to find out. Some questions, I'm learning, are better left unanswered, but late at night, when sleep refuses to come, I sometimes wonder what would have happened if I'd opened that door instead of closing the curtain. And more troubling still, I wonder what I'll find written on the glass the next time I work up the courage to return. The key sits on my nightstand now, waiting. And sometimes, in the early morning hours when the world balanced between sleep and waking, I swear I can hear it humming. Story 18. The coffee had gone cold in my father-in-law's kitchen that Tuesday morning when he told me about his date. I should have paid more attention to the way his eyes gleamed, like sunlight catching the surface of deep water where you can't see the bottom. He'd been different since Elena passed 6 months ago, not broken, as I'd expected, but strangely luminous. The kind of brightness that makes you squint and wonder if you're looking at something that should hurt your eyes. That morning, as autumn light filtered through curtains that still smelled faintly of her perfume, he stirred sugar into his coffee with the methodical precision of a man who had found purpose again. "I have plans this Saturday," he said, not looking up from the swirling liquid. The spoon clinked against porcelain in a rhythm that seemed oddly familiar, though I couldn't place why. I asked him what kind of plans, expecting talk of grocery shopping, or perhaps a visit to the hardware store where he'd taken to spending entire afternoons since the funeral, wandering the aisles with no apparent destination. Instead, he smiled. Not the broken approximation of happiness I'd grown accustomed to, but something genuine and secretive that made the kitchen feel smaller, as if the walls had shifted inward by degrees. He told me he had a date. The word hung in the air between us like smoke from a snuffed candle. I managed to ask who with, though my voice sounded distant even to my own ears. His smile widened, and he finally looked up. His eyes held that same deep water gleam, and for a moment I felt like I was drowning in them. He didn't answer, just kept smiling and stirring his coffee, though the sugar had long since dissolved. I left that morning with an uneasiness that clung to me like humidity. The feeling followed me through the week, a constant weight between my shoulder blades that no amount of movement could shake. I found myself checking my phone obsessively, though I couldn't say what I was waiting for. Saturday arrived gray and oppressive, the kind of day that makes shadows seem deeper than they should be. The air itself felt thick, pregnant with the threat of storms that never quite materialized. I called him around noon, then again at 2. The phone rang and rang, each unanswered tone stretching into something that sounded less like a ringtone and more like a distant scream. By 4 o'clock, concern had crystallized into something harder and more urgent. I drove to his house through streets that seemed unusually quiet, as if the entire neighborhood had collectively decided to hold its breath. Even the usual chorus of dogs was absent, leaving only the sound of my engine cutting through air that felt too still. The house stood exactly as it always had, yet something about it seemed fundamentally altered. The windows reflected the overcast sky in a way that made them look like closed eyes. The front door, painted the same deep green Elena had chosen 3 years ago, appeared somehow darker, as if the color had been mixed with shadows. I used my key, calling out as I entered. The silence that greeted me was absolute and somehow textured, like velvet pressed against my eardrums. The living room was immaculate, every surface dusted and polished to a shine that spoke of careful preparation. Fresh flowers sat in Elena's favorite vase, though I couldn't identify the variety. They were white and waxy, with a smell that was both sweet and faintly chemical. In the kitchen, I found the table set for 2. Not the casual place settings of everyday meals, but the good china Elena had saved for special occasions. Crystal glasses caught what little light filtered through the windows and threw it back in fractured rainbows. Cloth napkins were folded with geometric precision beside each plate, and fresh candles waited in silver holders, their wicks black and unlit. Everything was perfect. Too perfect. like a stage set waiting for actors who would never arrive. I called his name again, though by then I knew he wouldn't answer. The sound of my voice seemed to absorb into the walls themselves, leaving not even an echo. I searched every room, finding each one in the same state of meticulous preparation, as if the entire house had been arranged for some ceremony whose purpose I couldn't fathom. It was in the kitchen that I first heard it. A soft click, barely audible, followed by a whisper of static. The old radio on the windowsill had turned itself on. I'd seen that radio countless times during visits over the years. It was a vintage model from the 50s, all chrome and bakelite, the kind of thing Elena had loved for its aesthetic, rather than its function. The digital display had been dark for years, its internal components long since corroded beyond repair. Yet now it glowed with amber numbers that seemed to pulse like a heartbeat. 107. 3. The static resolved into music. A slow, melancholy ballad with a female vocalist whose voice seemed to come from somewhere impossibly distant. The melody was familiar in the way that dreams are familiar, recognizable yet impossible to place. The singer's voice carried a weight of longing that made the air in the kitchen feel thin. I reached for the power button, but my hand stopped halfway. Something about the song held me frozen, not with fear exactly, but with a recognition that bypassed conscious thought. I knew this music, though I couldn't remember ever hearing it before. The certainty settled in my bones like ice water. The song played for exactly 3 minutes and 47 seconds, before dissolving into static that gradually faded to silence. The radio's display went dark, and the kitchen returned to its oppressive quiet. I left shortly after, locking the door behind me, though I couldn't shake the feeling that locks were meaningless in that house now. The drive home passed in a blur of gray streets and empty sidewalks, my mind circling the mystery like water around a drain. He returned on Sunday morning, appearing at my door with groceries and an explanation about visiting old friends across town. His story was perfectly reasonable, delivered with the casual confidence of absolute truth. He apologized for not answering his phone, claiming the battery had died. When I mentioned the radio, he looked genuinely puzzled and suggested I might have imagined it. But I knew what I had heard. The next Saturday, I waited. I told myself I was being ridiculous, that grief and imagination had conspired to create significance where none existed. Yet at precisely 3:15, I found myself parked across the street from his house, watching windows that reflected nothing but empty sky. At 3:37, I saw the amber glow begin in the kitchen window. This time I didn't hesitate. I let myself in and went directly to the kitchen, arriving just as the static resolved into that same impossible song. The female voice drifted through the room like incense, carrying lyrics I almost but never quite understood. The melody seemed to reach into my chest and squeeze something vital, leaving me breathless and oddly homesick for a place I'd never been. I stood transfixed until the song ended, until the static faded, until the display went dark. Then I fled. This pattern continued for weeks. Every Saturday I would find myself drawn to that house, compelled by a need I couldn't name to witness the radio's impossible performance. The song never varied. Same melody, same voice, same duration down to the second. Yet each time I heard it, new layers of meaning seemed to emerge, like looking at a photograph and discovering details that hadn't been there before. I began to research the song, though I had little to go on beyond its emotional texture. I scoured databases of 50s and 60s music, played recordings for friends who might recognize the melody, even consulted with a local radio historian who specialized in defunct stations. Nothing matched. The song existed only in that kitchen, broadcast from a frequency that belonged to no earthly transmitter. The realization that I was losing my grip on reality came gradually, like watching water levels rise during a slow flood. I found myself checking and rechecking facts that should have been certain, questioning conversations I was sure I remembered having. Sleep became elusive, and when it came, it brought dreams of amber light and static that lingered hours after waking. My wife noticed the changes first. I was distracted during conversations, present in body but clearly elsewhere in mind. She asked about my weekly visits to her father's house, wondering why I always returned looking haunted. I couldn't explain without sounding insane, so I deflected with reassurances that fooled neither of us. The breaking point came on a Saturday in early December. Snow had begun falling that morning, covering the world in a silence that seemed to amplify the thoughts circling in my head. I arrived at the house earlier than usual, driven by a compulsion that felt less like choice and more like gravity. The kitchen was set for two again, though I was certain it hadn't been the week before. The same flowers, the same candles, the same crystal glasses catching light that seemed to come from sources invisible to me. But this time, there was something else. A second radio sat beside the first, identical in every detail except for its position. Where the original faced the window, this new addition faced the room, its blank display aimed directly at the space where someone standing in the doorway would be. At exactly 3:37, both radios came to life. The familiar amber glow filled both displays, but the frequency was different. 107. 4. The static that emerged was layered now, two voices speaking in the white noise between stations. As the song began, I realized it wasn't quite the same melody I'd memorized over all those weeks. This version was subtly different, as if performed by the same singer but in a different key, or perhaps at a different time in her life. The lyrics, when they finally became clear, made my blood stop moving. She was singing about waiting, about Saturday afternoons and kitchen tables set for lovers who existed in the spaces between radio frequencies, about the patience of the faithful and the persistence of love beyond the boundaries of what most people call real. As the song played, I became aware of presence in the room beyond my own. Not visible presence, but the weight of attention, the sensation of being observed by eyes that existed somewhere other than physical space. The air grew thick enough to taste, metallic and sweet like the moment before lightning strikes. The second radio's voice joined the first in harmony, creating harmonies that human voices shouldn't be able to produce. The sound seemed to come from inside my skull, resonating in frequencies that made my teeth ache and my vision blur. I wanted to run, but my feet had forgotten how to move. When the songs ended, the silence that followed was deeper than any quiet I had ever experienced. It was the silence of empty churches and abandoned theaters, places where echoes of old prayers and forgotten performances linger long after the last audience has gone home. Both displays went dark simultaneously, but the presence in the room remained. I could feel it watching, waiting, evaluating something about me that I couldn't name. The sensation lasted exactly 13 seconds. I found myself counting them, though I couldn't say why, before dissipating like smoke in a sudden breeze. I left the house that day knowing I would never return. Whatever was happening in that kitchen was beyond my understanding and possibly beyond my sanity. Yet even as I drove away, I could feel the pull of Saturday afternoons and amber light. The promise of songs that existed nowhere but in the space between grief and hope. My father-in-law continued his weekly dates with whatever waited for him in that kitchen. We never spoke of my Saturday visits, though sometimes I caught him watching me with that deep water gleam, as if he knew exactly what I had witnessed and was waiting for me to understand. I never did understand, not completely. But every Saturday afternoon, no matter where I am, I find myself listening for the sound of static resolving into impossible melodies, for voices that sing love songs from frequencies that exist only in the geography of loss. Sometimes, if the afternoon light falls just right and the world grows quiet enough, I swear I can still hear them. Two voices now, harmonizing across the distance between what is and what might be, broadcasting love on a frequency that only the faithful can receive. And sometimes, God help me, I think about setting a table for two and waiting to see who shows up for dinner. Story 19. The thing about buying property in Detroit is that nobody asks the right questions. Not about the foundation settling or the pipes freezing, but about what the previous tenants left behind and why they never came back for it. I found the key while replacing the warped baseboards in my newly acquired loft on the 8th floor of the Broderick building. The realtor had sold it to me as authentic 1920s character with original fixtures, code for drafty windows and temperamental plumbing. But the price was right, and after 2 decades of cramped New York apartments, The thought of 1,500 square feet of raw space felt like luxury. The key had wedged itself deep behind the baseboard, pressed against the brick like someone had shoved it there deliberately. Black metal, no bigger than my thumb, with an irregular shape that suggested hand forging rather than machine precision. Its surface bore tiny scratches that might have been decorative etchings, though I couldn't make out any clear pattern. No key ring, no chain, just the key itself, warm to the touch despite having been trapped in that cold space for who knows how long. I set it on the kitchen counter and forgot about it until that first night. 3 in the morning came with a sound like rain on metal, except the sky outside was clear. I lay in my sleeping bag on the bare floor, listening to what seemed impossible. Every piece of metal in the apartment was vibrating. The loose change in the ceramic dish by the door rattled against itself in tiny percussion. A coffee can full of screws on my makeshift workbench hummed with each piece dancing against its neighbors. Even the old brass elevator gate at the end of the hallway, that relic from the building's industrial days, was singing its own low, thrumming note. The sound filled the space between my thoughts, made my teeth ache. I pressed my palms against my ears, but the vibration seemed to come from inside my skull, resonating in the hollow spaces behind my eyes. When I finally sat up, desperate for quiet, my hand fell on the strange key. The moment I lifted it, the rattling stopped. Complete silence rushed in like water filling a vacuum. Not even the usual sounds of the building settling or the distant hum of the ventilation system. Nothing, just my breathing and the frantic thump of my heart against my ribs. I held the key up, studying it in the orange light filtering through the street-facing windows. Nothing special about it, really. Just old metal, scratched and worn. I turned it slowly between my fingers, the way you might wind an old pocket watch, and the silence stretched longer, thicker. Then the sound started again, but different now. Instead of the metallic rattling, I heard something like breathing, deep and measured, coming from the heating vent near the ceiling, as if something large had taken a long, slow breath through the building's respiratory system. I spent the rest of that night sitting upright, the key gripped tight in my fist, listening to that rhythmic inhale-exhale echoing through the ductwork. By dawn, it had faded to nothing, leaving me to wonder if I'd dreamed the whole thing. The second night, I was ready. I'd moved my sleeping bag closer to the vent, positioned a flashlight within easy reach, and kept the key on a string around my neck. Part of me hoped nothing would happen, that whatever I'd experienced was just the stress of moving, the disorientation of sleeping in an unfamiliar space. But 3 a.m. arrived like clockwork, bringing with it that familiar metallic symphony. This time I watched the coins dance in their dish, each one spinning and jumping as if pulled by invisible strings. The screws in their container moved in slow circles, bumping against each other with soft clicks that somehow harmonized with the deeper vibrations. Even the zipper on my jacket, hanging from a chair across the room, trembled against the metal buckle of my belt draped beside it. I waited longer this time before reaching for the key, wanting to understand the pattern, the rhythm of whatever force was at work. The vibrations came in waves, building to peaks that made my fillings ache, then subsiding to barely perceptible trembles. During the quiet moments, I could hear my own pulse in my ears, fast and shallow. When I finally grasped the key and turned it in the air, a slow, deliberate rotation like winding a music box, the metal objects fell silent instantly, but this time, I was ready for what came next. The breathing from the vents was louder now, more pronounced, but it wasn't coming from just one vent anymore. The sound moved through the walls, traveling from the kitchen to the bathroom to the main living space in a pattern that suggested something circling, something that had learned the layout of my new home better than I had. I followed the sound with my flashlight, tracking it across the ceiling as it moved through the building's hidden arteries. When it reached the far corner of the loft, where the original brick wall met the newer drywall, the breathing stopped. In the silence that followed, I heard something else. A faint scratching, like fingernails on metal, coming from somewhere inside the wall itself. The scratching continued for perhaps 10 seconds, then stopped as abruptly as it had begun. I pressed my ear to the wall, straining to hear more. but found only the ordinary sounds of an old building at night. The expansion and contraction of metal, the settling of wood, the distant rumble of occasional traffic. By the fourth night, I'd stopped trying to rationalize what was happening. The pattern had become predictable. The 3 a.m. vibrations, the temporary silence when I turned the key, then the breathing through the vents, growing stronger each night. But now there were variations, subtle changes that suggested adaptation, learning. The metallic rattling had begun to form what almost sounded like rhythm patterns, complex polyrhythms that seemed too organized to be random. And the breathing had developed what I could only call personality, sometimes quick and urgent, other times slow and contemplative, as if whatever was creating the sound was responding to my presence, my attention. I'd started a notebook, documenting the variations, timing the duration of each phase, not because I thought scientific observation would explain what was happening, but because the act of recording gave me something to do with my hands, kept me from focusing too intensely on the growing certainty that something in the building was learning about me as quickly as I was learning about it. The key had become warm against my chest, radiating heat like a piece of metal left in sunlight. Even during the day, it maintained that unusual warmth, and I'd caught myself absently turning it while working on the apartment, the motion becoming as automatic as clicking a pen or tapping a foot. On the seventh night, everything changed. The vibrations began at 3 a.m. as usual, but instead of the familiar rattling, every piece of metal in the apartment started resonating at the same frequency. The coins, the screws, the zippers, even the metal buttons on my shirts hanging in the closet, all vibrating in perfect unison, creating a single pure tone that seemed to fill not just the space around me but the spaces inside me, resonating in my bones and joints. The sound was beautiful and terrible, like a church organ made of broken glass. It built slowly, gaining intensity until the vibrations became visible. Tiny movements in the air that caught the light from the street lamps outside, creating patterns that shifted and flowed like heat mirages. I reached for the key, eager to break the spell before it overwhelmed me entirely, but something made me hesitate. In the patterns of vibrating air, I thought I could see shapes forming. Not clear images, but suggestions of form and movement, as if the sound itself was trying to communicate something visual. I forced myself to wait, to observe, even as the resonance in my body became almost unbearable. The patterns in the air grew more complex, more deliberate, until I was certain I was looking at some kind of message, some attempt at communication from whatever presence had claimed the building's hidden spaces. Finally, when I thought my skull might crack from the pressure, I grasped the key and turned it. The silence that followed was different, not empty, but expectant, like the pause between a question and its answer. And when the breathing began through the vents, it wasn't moving randomly through the building anymore. It was coming from everywhere at once, surrounding me, as if the entire structure had become the respiratory system of something vast and patient. I stood in the center of my loft, turning slowly, trying to locate the source of the sound, but it seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. The breathing had rhythm now, a cadence that matched my own heartbeat so precisely that I couldn't tell where my pulse ended and the building's began. That's when I noticed the scratching again, but not from inside the walls this time. It was coming from the key itself, faint vibrations against my palm that felt like Morse code tapped by microscopic fingers. I held it up to the light and saw what I'd missed before. The tiny scratches on its surface weren't random wear marks. They formed letters, words, a message etched in script so small I'd needed weeks of handling to feel it through my skin. The key was trying to tell me something, had been trying since the moment I found it, and now, as the breathing from the vents grew deeper and more purposeful, I realized it wasn't just trying to communicate. It was trying to warn me, because the breathing wasn't coming through the vents anymore. It was coming from behind me, close enough that I could feel warm air on the back of my neck, gentle and rhythmic and impossibly patient. I turned around, and the loft was empty, just my sleeping bag on the floor, my tools scattered on the makeshift workbench, the dish of coins sitting silently on the counter. But the breathing continued, and I understood with a clarity that felt like falling that whatever had been learning about me through the building's metal nerves and hidden airways had finally learned enough. The key in my hand pulsed once with heat so intense it should have burned me, but instead felt like a handshake, like an introduction, like the beginning of a conversation I was no longer sure I wanted to have. Outside, Detroit continued its long, slow recovery from decades of abandonment, unaware that one of its reclaimed buildings had reclaimed something in return. And I stood there, holding a key that opened nothing and everything, listening to the sound of something vast breathing in the spaces between spaces, patient and persistent, and no longer content to remain hidden. The key had found me, just as I had found it. But now, in the perfect silence of my empty loft, I began to suspect that neither discovery had been accidental, and that 3 a.m. was just the beginning. Story 20. The first time I noticed the corner, I was unpacking boxes in Cleveland. Third-floor apartment, decent neighborhood, nothing remarkable except for that northeast corner of the living room where the afternoon light never quite reached. Within a week, I found myself avoiding it. Not consciously at first, just taking wider paths around the coffee table, angling the couch to face away from it. The security camera I'd installed facing the front door had somehow rotated 15 degrees overnight, its lens now capturing that corner instead of the entryway. I adjusted it back, checked the mounting screws. Solid. 2 days later, it had moved again. Same angle, same inexplicable focus on empty space. My dog, a usually energetic beagle mix I'd rescued after the divorce, began positioning himself in the center of the room every evening around 7:30. He'd sit perfectly still, ears perked, staring at that corner with an intensity that made my skin crawl. When I'd call his name, he wouldn't even twitch. I could wave treats, jangle his leash. Nothing. After 20 minutes, he'd suddenly shake himself and return to normal, as if waking from a trance. The rug migration started subtly. A high-quality Persian I'd inherited from my grandmother. It had anchored the center of the room since I'd moved in. Each morning, I'd find it shifted slightly toward that corner, one edge lifted as if something had passed underneath. I bought rug grippers, even tried double-sided tape, but still I'd wake to find it moved, always in the same direction, always just a few inches closer to that space where shadows seemed thicker than elsewhere. Cleveland lasted 18 months. The corner grew more insistent, more present, though I couldn't articulate what that meant. The air there felt different, heavier, somehow aware. I'd catch myself glancing over during dinner, during movies, during phone calls, always with the unsettling certainty that something was looking back. The rational part of my mind insisted it was stress from the new job, the divorce settlement, adjusting to single life. But rational thought offered little comfort at 3 in the morning when I'd wake from dreams of something massive and dark bending the very air beside my bed, never touching but always there, waiting. The promotion to the Boise office felt like salvation. New city, new apartment, fresh start. I donated the rug, sold the couch, kept only essentials. The corner wouldn't follow me, couldn't follow me. Corners were just architectural necessities, angles where walls met. Nothing more. The Boise apartment was a ground floor unit with better light, an open floor plan that eliminated sharp angles and shadowy alcoves. For 3 weeks, I felt genuinely normal. My dog played fetch again. I slept through the night. The security camera stayed put, faithfully monitoring the entrance. Then I woke one Tuesday to find him frozen in the living room, that same rigid posture, staring at the northeast corner where a bookshelf met the wall. The space looked identical to every other corner, yet something about his focused attention made my stomach clench. I walked over, examined the area closely. Nothing unusual, just books, a small lamp, carpet that lay perfectly flat. By Friday, the lamp had moved 6 inches to the left. I was certain I hadn't touched it. I barely used that corner of the room, but there it sat, casting light at a different angle, illuminating a patch of wall that somehow seemed expectant, hungry for illumination. The security footage revealed nothing conclusive, just empty rooms and normal shadows, yet reviewing it left me with an inexplicable unease. Something felt wrong about the way light moved across that corner, the way shadows fell at angles that didn't quite match the lamp's position. I started fast-forwarding through hours of tape, looking for I didn't know what. until my eyes burned and my head throbbed with digital afterimages. The dreams returned with renewed intensity. The dark mass no longer confined itself to beside my bed. Now it filled entire rooms, bending reality around itself like heated glass. I'd wake with the taste of copper in my mouth and the absolute certainty that something had been inches from my face, breathing without lungs, watching without eyes. 2 years in Boise. The corner claimed more territory, first the bookshelf area, then spreading to encompass a full quarter of the room. My dog began avoiding that entire section, walking wide arcs to reach his food bowl. I rearranged furniture obsessively, trying to deny the space its growing dominance, but objects migrated back overnight like iron filings drawn to an invisible magnet. The Phoenix transfer felt less like opportunity and more like necessary escape. I took nothing but clothes and essential documents, leaving behind furniture, appliances, even my dog. I told myself he'd be happier with my ex-wife, but the truth was simpler and more shameful. I couldn't risk bringing anything contaminated to the new place. Phoenix was supposed to be different. High-rise apartment, 23rd floor, all clean lines and floor-to-ceiling windows. Modern architecture that eliminated traditional corners, spaces flowing into each other with curved walls and open concepts. For 6 months, I lived in pristine normality. No strange migrations, no inexplicable camera movements, no presence lurking in peripheral vision. I bought new furniture, installed a comprehensive security system with motion sensors and multiple cameras. The apartment felt safe, controlled, mine. I even considered getting another dog, returning to some version of the life I'd abandoned in fleeing from what? Shadows? Paranoid delusions? The rational explanations felt more plausible in Phoenix's relentless sunshine, but rational thought couldn't explain what happened on a Tuesday in November. I woke to my security system's gentle chime indicating someone had disarmed the alarm. The control panel showed system disarmed at 3:47 a.m., but I was alone in the apartment, 23 floors above the street, with all locks engaged. The entry log displayed my access code, entered correctly at the front door, except there was an extra digit, a number that didn't belong but somehow felt familiar. The cameras had captured nothing. No movement in the hallways, no one approaching my door, just empty corridors under fluorescent lighting, and then suddenly, inexplicably, the quiet electronic beep of a system, peacefully going to sleep. I called the security company, reported a malfunction. The technician who arrived was thorough and professional, testing every sensor, every connection. Everything worked perfectly. He suggested I might have forgotten disarming it myself, perhaps sleepwalking. But the extra digit in the access code bothered him too. He'd never seen the system accept a code with too many numbers. That night, I positioned myself in the living room with a clear view of both the front door and the control panel. I'd solve this methodically, scientifically. If someone was entering my apartment, I'd see them. If the system was malfunctioning, I'd document it. If I was sleepwalking, I'd catch myself in the act. At 3:47 a.m. exactly, I watched the control panel illuminate as invisible fingers pressed the keypad. My access code, but with that additional digit, a number I'd never used but recognized with sick certainty. The system accepted the code and disarmed with its usual polite chime. No one stood at the panel. No one had entered the apartment. Yet something had known my code, had improved upon it, had gained access to my most secure space. I wanted to run again, but where? Cleveland, Boise, Phoenix. The pattern was clear now. Distance meant nothing. Security systems meant nothing. Locked doors meant nothing. Something was following me, or perhaps leading me, leaving signs in corners and shadows, growing stronger with each move, learning my habits, my codes, my fears. The presence, I'd stopped denying its existence, no longer confined itself to corners. It filled my apartment like invisible smoke, pressing against windows 23 floors above the street, testing locks that had never been forced, breathing in spaces where breath should be impossible. The air itself felt watched, evaluated, measured. I stopped sleeping in the bedroom. The living room felt marginally safer, though safer from what, I couldn't say. I ordered groceries online, worked remotely, avoided leaving except for absolute necessities. The world beyond my door had become unreliable, potentially compromised by whatever force pursued me through cities and years. But isolation bred its own terrors. In the endless hours of watching empty rooms through security cameras, I began to notice patterns within patterns. The way shadows fell differently when I wasn't looking directly at them. The way the air conditioning seemed to cycle in rhythm with my heartbeat. The way reflections in the black television screen showed rooms that looked almost, but not quite, identical to mine. One evening, reviewing security footage from the past week, I found something that made my hands shake so violently, I nearly dropped the laptop. In the timestamp corner of every recording, barely visible unless you knew where to look, was a watermark I'd never noticed before. Not the manufacturer's logo, or the installation company's brand, but something else. Something that looked disturbingly like my own handwriting, spelling out words I'd never written. Other side viewing. The rational mind offers explanations, always. Stress-induced hallucinations, carbon monoxide poisoning, undiagnosed mental illness, late-stage effects of head trauma from the car accident 2 years before Cleveland. But rational thought requires evidence, and the evidence was accumulating in impossible directions. Because tonight, as I write this, the security system has armed itself without my input. The cameras are recording, but their feeds show rooms I don't recognize. The same furniture, the same walls, but arranged differently, lit by light sources that don't exist in my apartment. And in every single frame, in what should be empty corners, stands a figure that might be me, watching back through the cameras with expressions I've never worn. The access log shows continuous entries throughout the night, all using my code plus that extra digit, all marked as successful disarmament followed immediately by rearming. Someone is entering and leaving constantly, cycling through security protocols with mechanical precision. But I'm still here, still alone, still watching the feeds that show rooms where other versions of myself move through routines I don't remember performing. The corner has spread. It encompasses everything now. Walls, ceiling, floor, air, time itself. There is no escaping corners when you realize that existence itself is cornered, trapped between what is and what watches what is. I could run again, pack the few things that still feel entirely mine, and flee to some new city, some new corner that hasn't yet learned my patterns. But I understand now that running is just movement along a predetermined path. The corners aren't following me. I'm following them, drawn always toward the spaces where reality grows thin, where other possibilities press close against the membrane of the world. Tomorrow I'll probably convince myself this was all paranoid fantasy, stress dreams made manifest through exhaustion and isolation. I'll reset the security system, check for gas leaks, maybe finally see that therapist my ex-wife kept suggesting. Rational thought will reassemble its defenses against the impossible. But tonight, in the darkness of an apartment that is and isn't mine, surrounded by cameras that watch rooms I can't quite reach, I know the truth. Something has been following me through cities and years, growing stronger, learning my patterns, becoming more real with each encounter. And I think I'm finally ready to turn around and meet it face to face, to discover what waits in corners that exist just slightly to the left of everywhere else. The access code beeps again. Extra digit included. Someone is coming home. Story 21. The interstate stretched before me like a black tongue licking the horizon, swallowing the last amber traces of sunset. My hands gripped the steering wheel tighter than necessary as the speedometer needle trembled at 75. The radio had given up its signal miles ago, leaving only the steady hum of tires against asphalt and the occasional whistle of wind through the slightly cracked passenger window. I'd been driving cross-country for 3 days now, chasing a job opportunity that felt more like an escape with each passing mile. The monotonous rhythm of highway travel had become my meditation, my penance, my salvation from everything I'd left behind in Denver. But as darkness settled over the I-70 like a heavy blanket, something changed in the quality of the silence. It started as a flicker in my rearview mirror, Two distant points of light gaining ground in the left lane. Nothing unusual about that. Traffic was light but steady, and faster drivers passed me regularly. I adjusted my mirror and settled back into my seat, expecting the familiar whoosh of a vehicle overtaking me at speed. But when I glanced up again, the road behind me was empty. My foot eased off the accelerator as confusion crept up my spine like cold fingers. The headlights had been there, bright, close, moving fast. There was no off-ramp for miles, no shoulder wide enough for a vehicle to disappear onto. The terrain on either side was nothing but scrub brush and rolling hills that offered no hiding place for a car, let alone two blazing headlights. I chalked it up to highway hypnosis, that dangerous trance that comes with too many hours of staring at endless pavement. Truckers had warned me about it during my brief stint working logistics. Your mind plays tricks when it's understimulated, they'd said. You see things that aren't there, miss things that are. 40 minutes later, it happened again. This time I was ready for it, or thought I was. The twin points of light materialized in my mirror with startling clarity, growing larger as they approached. I could make out the distinctive spacing of modern headlamps, could even see the faint outline of a hood and windshield in the glare. My pulse quickened as I prepared to be passed, automatically checking my speed and lane position. The lights grew closer, closer, until they should have been alongside me, should have been flooding my peripheral vision with their brilliance. I turned my head slightly, expecting to see the blur of another vehicle. Nothing. My eyes snapped back to the mirror. Empty road stretched behind me, lit only by my own taillights reflecting off the darkness. The sensation was like missing a step in the dark. That stomach-dropping moment when your brain realizes the world isn't where you thought it was. I pulled over at the next rest stop, a lonely collection of concrete picnic tables and dim sodium lights buzzing with insects. My hands shook as I lit a cigarette, the flame from my lighter illuminating my face in the driver's side window. I looked pale, hollow-eyed, the kind of tired that sleep wouldn't fix. Maybe I needed to find a motel for the night. Maybe the stress of the move, the job interviews, the complete upheaval of my life was manifesting in ways I hadn't expected. Mental fatigue could be just as dangerous as physical exhaustion on the highway, but I had momentum now, and momentum was precious. If I stopped, if I gave myself time to think too much, I might turn around, might drive back to everything I was trying to leave behind. The lights were probably just some optical illusion, some quirk of physics involving reflection and refraction that I didn't understand. I stubbed out the cigarette and pulled back onto the interstate. The third time it happened, I was in Kansas. The landscape had flattened into an endless expanse of wheat fields that rustled in the darkness like whispered secrets. The headlights appeared again in my mirror, but this time I was watching carefully, noting every detail I could. They were definitely headlights. Not stars, not reflections, not aircraft. They had the characteristic blue-white tint of modern LED bulbs, and they maintained the perfect spacing and steady approach of a vehicle in the left lane. I could even see the subtle bounce and sway that came with suspension working over slight imperfections in the road. I counted the seconds. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi. They should have been alongside me. They should have passed me. They should have disappeared into the distance ahead. Instead, they vanished. This time, I didn't just look in the mirror. I craned my neck around, stared directly behind me through the rear window. Nothing. Not even the distant glow of headlights far down the interstate. It was as if they had simply ceased to exist the moment they reached my vehicle. My mouth went dry. I fumbled for the radio, desperate for any sound other than the thundering of my own heartbeat, but found only static. The digital clock on the dashboard read 11:47 p.m., and I realized I'd been driving for nearly 6 hours straight. That had to be it. Exhaustion, stress, maybe low blood sugar. I hadn't eaten since lunch. But even as I tried to rationalize what I'd seen, a deeper part of my mind was already cataloging the impossibility of it. Cars don't just disappear. Physics doesn't work that way. Matter doesn't simply cease to exist because you can't explain where it went. By the time I crossed into Colorado, I'd seen the lights 7 more times. Each incident followed the same pattern. Approach in the left lane, grow brighter and larger, reach the point where they should pass me. then vanish without explanation. Sometimes they appeared multiple times in a single hour. Sometimes I went stretches without seeing them at all, long enough that I started to hope they were gone for good. But they always came back. I began talking to myself, narrating what I was seeing in real time, as if having a witness, even if that witness was just my own voice, might somehow validate the experience or reveal some detail I'd missed. My voice sounded strange in the confined space of the car, hollow and echoing in ways that didn't seem right. "Okay, here they are again," I heard myself saying somewhere west of Hayes. Two lights, definitely headlights, gaining fast in the left lane. They're maybe a quarter-mile back, closing the distance at, 15-20 miles per hour faster than me? They should be passing me in about 30 seconds. I counted down the time, watching the lights grow larger and brighter until they filled my rearview mirror with blazing white radiance. At the moment they should have drawn alongside me, I spoke again. They should be passing. Now. Silence. Darkness. Empty road. "They're gone," I whispered, and my voice cracked like a teenage boy's. Something was wrong with me, or something was wrong with the world, and I no longer knew which possibility terrified me more. I started driving faster, as if speed might outrun whatever was happening to me. 80 miles per hour, then 85. The engine strained and the wind noise increased, but still the phantom headlights kept pace. They appeared and disappeared with the same mechanical precision, as if they were following some invisible schedule that had nothing to do with the laws of physics or the normal behavior of traffic. It was near Lyman, Colorado, that I made the decision to start recording. My phone had been charging in the cup holder, and I fumbled for it without taking my eyes off the road. If I was losing my mind, at least I'd have evidence of it. If something genuinely impossible was happening, I'd have proof. Either way, I needed to know. The phone's camera app glowed to life in my peripheral vision as I propped it against the dashboard, angled toward the rearview mirror. The recording began just as another pair of headlights materialized in the distance behind me. "Okay," I said to the camera, my voice steadier than I felt. "It's 2:17 a.m. and I'm eastbound on I-70 about 20 miles west of Lyman. This has been happening all night. Watch the mirror." The lights approached with their familiar, relentless precision. In the phone's screen, I could see myself, unshaven, hollow-eyed, looking like a man on the edge of something terrible. Behind my reflection, the headlights grew larger and brighter, casting moving shadows across the interior of my car. They should be passing me right now. The lights didn't disappear this time. They didn't fade or wink out or vanish into darkness. Instead, they did something far worse. They passed through me. On the phone's recording, I watched two brilliant white orbs of light move directly through my rearview mirror, through the backseat of my car, through me, and disappear somewhere in the dashboard. They moved with the fluid motion of headlights passing at highway speed, but they were inside my vehicle, occupying the same space as my body and belongings, as if neither of us were really there. The temperature in the car dropped 20 degrees in an instant. My breath began fogging the windows, and the hair on my arms stood up as if charged with static electricity. For a moment, just a moment, I could swear I heard the faint sound of another engine, another transmission, the whisper of other tires on other pavement running parallel to mine. Then everything returned to normal. The temperature rose, the phantom sounds faded, and I was alone again on the empty interstate with nothing but the evidence on my phone screen. I pulled over immediately, hands shaking so badly I could barely manage the steering wheel. In the sudden silence of the stopped car, I replayed the video. There it was, clear as daylight. 2 points of light moving through solid matter as if it were made of smoke. I replayed it again, and again. Each time, the same impossible thing. The lights passed through my car, through me, as if we existed in different layers of reality that sometimes overlapped but never truly touched. My phone showed full signal strength, but when I tried to call someone, anyone, to share what I'd captured, every number went straight to voicemail. Even emergency services, even numbers I knew should have been answered 24 hours a day. It was as if the entire world had gone offline, leaving me alone with my impossible video and my disintegrating grip on reality. I thought about driving to the nearest hospital, but what would I tell them? That I was seeing phantom cars? That I'd filmed ghosts? They'd put me under psychiatric observation, and maybe that's what I needed. Maybe I was having some kind of breakdown, some stress-induced psychotic episode that was manifesting in increasingly elaborate hallucinations. But the video was real. The lights were real. The cold I'd felt, the sounds I'd heard, they were real too, even if they defied everything I thought I knew about the world. I started driving again because I didn't know what else to do. The lights continued to appear, and now I recorded every incident. Sometimes they behaved as they had before, vanishing at the moment they should have passed me. Sometimes they moved through my car like something out of a nightmare. As dawn began to lighten the eastern sky, painting the Colorado plains in shades of pale gold and rose, I made a terrible discovery. I'd been reviewing the videos, trying to find some rational explanation, when I noticed something in the background of one of the recordings. There was another car visible in the distance, maybe a mile ahead of me on the interstate. Just a tiny speck of red taillights, but definitely there. I fast-forwarded through the video to the moment when the phantom headlights passed through my car, and I saw something that made my blood freeze in my veins. The distant car, the real, solid, normal car ahead of me, flickered and disappeared at the exact same instant the phantom lights passed through my dashboard. I replayed the segment over and over, but there was no mistaking it. For just a moment, when the ghost lights were occupying the same space as my vehicle, the normal car ahead of me had vanished too, as if my entire car had briefly slipped into some other dimension where the rules were different, where solid matter didn't matter, where ghost cars traveled on invisible highways that intersected with the real world at impossible angles. The sun was fully up now, and I could see Denver's skyline wavering in the distance like a mirage. I'd driven through the night and somehow made a complete circle, ending up back where I'd started. The job I'd been driving toward, the new life I'd been seeking, none of it seemed to matter anymore. I pulled into the same rest stop where I'd started this journey, the same concrete picnic tables and buzzing sodium lights that now seemed absurd in the daylight. My phone showed 17 videos of impossible things, 17 pieces of evidence that reality wasn't as solid as I'd always believed. But as I sat there in my car, watching normal traffic flow past on the interstate, real cars with real people going to real places, I began to doubt what I'd seen. The videos were there, but videos could be faked, couldn't they? Stress could cause hallucinations. Sleep deprivation could distort perception in profound ways. Maybe I'd never left at all. Maybe I'd been sitting in this parking lot all night, dreaming of phantom lights and ghost cars while my mind tried to process whatever was driving me to flee my old life in the first place. I started the engine and pulled back onto the interstate, heading east again toward the job I might or might not have been driving toward. The morning sun warmed my face through the windshield, and everything felt normal and solid and real. But I kept one eye on the rearview mirror, and I kept the camera rolling. Because somewhere out there on the endless network of American highways, in the spaces between what we know and what we fear, ghost cars are still traveling on invisible lanes that cut straight through the heart of reality itself. They're looking for something, or someone, or maybe just a way back to whatever world they came from. And sometimes, when conditions are just right and a driver's tired enough or desperate enough or lost enough, those invisible lanes intersect with ours. The lights in my mirror are growing brighter again. Story 22. The sound came first. A chorus of madness that clawed through the pre-dawn silence like broken glass through skin. Every dog in the neighborhood had lost its mind at exactly 4:30 a.m., their howls and barks creating a symphony of pure terror that seemed to vibrate through the very foundation of our small house on the outskirts of Reno. I'd always been a light sleeper, a trait that served me poorly in a city that never quite knew when to rest. The desert heat that baked the streets during the day gave way to a cold that settled into your bones. And something about those early morning hours always felt wrong, like the world was holding its breath, waiting for something terrible to happen. My brother had been staying with me since his divorce, sleeping on the couch in the living room. The poor guy had been through hell, and I figured the least I could do was give him a place to land while he sorted things out. But as I lay there listening to the dogs lose their collective minds, I wondered if maybe we'd both picked the wrong time and place to try to start over. The barking wasn't normal. It carried an edge of fear that made my skin crawl. These weren't dogs protecting their territory or responding to some distant siren. This was pure, primal terror, the kind that comes from sensing something fundamentally wrong with the world. I pulled on a pair of jeans and padded through the house toward the back door. The hardwood floors creaked under my feet, each sound amplified in the strange quiet that had settled between the waves of barking. Through the thin walls, I could hear our elderly neighbor's German shepherd whimpering, a sound that made my stomach clench with unease. The back door opened onto a small yard that backed up to the Hendersons' property. They'd been good neighbors for the 3 years I'd lived here, quiet and polite, the kind of people who waved when they saw you but never tried to drag you into long conversations about property lines or homeowner association politics. I flipped the switch, and the porch light cast a weak yellow glow across the patchy grass and the chain-link fence that separated our yards. That's when I saw them. 2 figures stood perfectly motionless beside the Hendersons' fence, about 20 feet from my back door. At first glance, they looked like men in business suits, expensive ones from the look of the fabric. The suits were immaculate, pressed to perfection, the kind of black that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Each figure wore polished dress shoes that gleamed despite the hour, but where their heads should have been, there was nothing. The suits simply ended at the shoulders, empty sleeves hanging at their sides, the white dress shirts beneath pristine and unmarked. No blood, no torn fabric, no sign of violence. Just the clean, impossible absence of everything above the collar. A gust of desert wind caught the tie of the figure on the left, making it flutter like a flag of surrender. The movement was so normal, so mundane, that it made everything else seem even more wrong. Dead things didn't respond to wind. Hallucinations didn't move fabric in consistent patterns. I stood there for what felt like hours, though the digital clock on the microwave later told me it had been less than 5 minutes. The figures didn't move, didn't acknowledge my presence, didn't do anything except stand there in their perfect, impossible stillness. My heart hammered against my ribs as I reached for the light switch, killing